Chapter 7:12. Female Literature, Chapter 7:11. Searching for the true self. Feng Yueyu was not the only one who was curious. At this moment, they had obtained what they were most satisfied with, but they wanted to know what Su Yan had obtained. After fighting side by side this time, they saw Su Yan's strength. This strength was not only reflected in his battle strength, but also in his wisdom. Therefore, they wanted to know what Su Yan had obtained. At this moment, Meng Yang also walked over. He smiled like a thief and said, "Hee, Su Yan, quickly take out what you obtained and let this brother take a look. Don't worry, with my knowledge, I can tell whether it is good or bad." At this moment, Su Yan shook his head and said, "No, I didn't ask for any treasure, I only exchanged information with him." Everyone could see that Su Yan was not in a good mood at this moment. They did not know what Su Yan had exchanged for information, but since Su Yan did not say, they did not ask. After all, this was Su Yan's own matter. Su Yan smiled and apologized to the crowd. Then, he walked towards a corner. He needed to digest some things, and these things were passed to him by that huge demon god. He did not know why, but at this moment, he was actually very disappointed. The heavy shadow of pain almost made him sink into sorrow. Su Yan was never a sentimental person, but at this moment, he could not help but feel sad. This world was always like this. When sorrow struck, no matter how strong a person was, they would sink into sorrow and be unable to extricate themselves. What happened to Su Yan? He looks weird now. Feng Yueyu said softly. At this moment, Meng Yang said indifferently, "What else? I think he was dumped by a woman. Ha ha ha, this brat also has a day like this." Meng Yang laughed heartlessly, but he suddenly realized that no one was paying attention to him. Therefore, he also laughed dryly after that. "Everyone, let's rest on this divine devil island for a day. After a day, it will be time for all of you to leave this place. Cherish this day well. You can cultivate in the designated areas on the island, and you can also buy some things you like from the hands of the gods and devils. Of course, I don't need money or spiritual sense here. The only thing that flows here is the magic core." The voice gradually faded away. At this time, everyone was in high spirits. There was definitely a lot of good stuff on this divine devil island. If he could really get something, it would be a great thing. Su Yan found a place where no one would come. He leaned against a big tree and closed his eyes to take a nap. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Then, he chased away all the sadness in his heart. The surroundings were very quiet, and Su Yan had completely relaxed his mind. When he was fighting with the enemy, his heart was cold, but it was also hard. It was harder than ice and steel. But only he knew how fragile he was. How could he, Su Yan, know how to be strong? He was just stubbornly holding on. If it was any other place, he wouldn't dare to be so relaxed. However, this was Divine Devil Island. Although he was full of unknowns about this place made him feel at ease. If he had to use a word to describe it, then this place was a refuge. It was a very strange feeling. It had been a long time since he came to this world, and he had experienced too many things. And almost everything was accompanied by killing. It was also because of this reason. Su Yan was used to surrounding his heart with coldness. Because only in this way could he really calm himself down. Only in this way could he live better. At this time, he suddenly let go of this concern. This feeling didn't seem bad. Suddenly, there was a faint radiance that started to be released from his body. This radiance flickered gently, and everything around him became so peaceful. This naturally included his inner thoughts as well. When his heart calmed down, his power started to circulate again. His aura became even calmer, as if it was formed by nature. At this time, his power seemed to be a part of his body. His realm didn't break through, and his power didn't even increase. But at this time, Su Yan knew that he had become even more powerful. There was a kind of power that came from his own heart. He didn't know where Divine Devil Island was. When Su Yan raised his head, he could only see darkness. The unknown darkness always made people feel endless fear. However, Su Yan didn't feel fear or confusion at this time. At this time, he had become completely calm. He didn't know what the future would be like, and he couldn't predict it at all. However, no matter where the long river of fate flowed to, he would continue to walk and face everything with a calm heart. Since he was already here, he should take things as they came. In his original world, almost everyone had heard of this saying. However, Su Yan only truly understood it at this time. Truly amazing. Your mental state actually obtained a breakthrough. Just at this moment, a gentle voice sounded. Time turned around in surprise. Over there, a beautiful woman was standing quietly. She seemed to have been here for a while. However, Su Yan didn't notice her at all. However, Su Yan didn't care. This woman didn't intend to hurt him. At the very least, when the demon god's obsession appeared last time, this woman wanted to help him. She was a friend. At least, that was what Su Yan judged in his heart. Beautiful fairy, good evening. Su Yan said. Perhaps it was because of Su Yan's current state of mind, but when he spoke at this moment, his words were especially calm. His slightly frivolous words were actually so sincere at this moment. Xiao Qian was stunned. Clearly, she wasn't used to such a greeting. However, the effect of this opening was very good. She liked it very much. Therefore, she laughed softly. At this moment, Su Yan discovered that this beautiful woman didn't bring by shawl like last time. When she smiled, she was really beautiful. Even Su Yan was a bit dazed at this moment. However, he soon realized that he had lost his composure, so he quickly came back to his senses. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Su Yan said honestly. At this moment, Xiao Qian suddenly felt that her mood was much better. She said, it's fine, this is also a compliment to me. Instead, congratulations to you for being able to break through your state of mind and embarking on the path to finding your true self. Finding my true self? Su Yan was stunned and asked. To him, this term was simply too unfamiliar. This was the first time he had heard this term. Yes, you really don't know. Then let me ask you, what do you think a true expert needs the most? She looked at Su Yan and asked. Su Yan knew that this unknown woman was giving him pointers on his cultivation at this moment. What did an expert need? Realm? Or a divine weapon? However, before Su Yan could say anything, the woman had already revealed the answer. No matter which expert it is, what they need the most is their own mind. Whether it's realm or divine weapons, these are naturally important, but the most important thing is the heart of an expert. For those great figures, finding their true self is a necessary path. Whether it's the great demon god lord, the great demon dragon, or the ancestor Buddha, they have all walked this path and found their true self. That's why they are so powerful. Xiao Qian continued, a true expert, even if the world is destroyed, their heart will be as comforted as a mountain. No, this is not appropriate. If you must describe it, it should be said that in their hearts, they are the only center of the world. You may think that this sentence is very easy to say, but you have to understand that when you really do this thing, you will know how difficult it is. Right now, you have already started on this path, which is very good. At this time, those who survived on Divine Devil Island are all first-class experts. They are definitely among the top of the younger generation, but I can say without hesitation that none of them are like you. Finding your true self is not so simple, and it can only be found by chance. After hearing this, Su Yan finally understood many things. So that's the case. In that case, "Thank you for your guidance, fairy." Su Yan also expressed his gratitude when he said those words. If she didn't give him pointers, then he would be a headless fly. This conversation was very important for him in the future. At this time, the woman said, "Why are you thanking me? If you can walk on this path, then you will definitely be able to discover the mysteries within. Right, are you going to find the love goddess, the enchantress?" Su Yan nodded seriously and said, "Yes, she took my wife away." At this time, Xiao Qian's heart shook slightly, but she quickly calmed herself down. She said, "I see, you are a responsible person. However, you must know that your journey this time will definitely not be smooth. The love goddess's strength is far from what you can imagine. If even this person said so, then this must be the case." However, Su Yan was already mentally prepared. He said, "No matter what, I have to give it a try." Xiao Qian said with a smile, "Okay, in that case, I wish you success. Also, the island master asked me to give this to you. After all, you killed 4 demon overlords and made a great contribution." At this time, Xiao Qian directly handed something to Su Yan. When Su Yan saw it, he was immediately stunned. Chapter 713. Eternal Sword Emperor requesting subscriptions. Requesting votes. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 714. Girls' Literature, Heart. This was a small heart, and Su Yan knew that this heart belonged to a demon. There were mysterious runes on his heart. This was a kind of seal, and Su Yan could sense an extremely powerful power from it. There was no need to explain, and he understood that this heart was definitely not to be underestimated. You have the heart of the great demonic dragon in your body, and your own heart has become a Buddha's heart. To anyone, this is a huge advantage. However, the island lord said that this is not a perfect state for you. At this time, Su Yan was even more shocked. The fact that he had 2 hearts in his body was his top secret. No one knew about it. But now, this woman actually said it out loud. He knew, he really knew. Although he had long known that this mysterious island master was definitely very powerful, he was still very confident. However, in just a moment, he had already revealed his biggest secret, which still made Su Yan feel extremely shocked. However, he soon calmed down. After all, this matter had little to do with the mysterious island master. So what if he knew? They wouldn't make things difficult for him just because of this. Moreover, there must be a reason why he gave this heart to him. You don't have to worry. The island master will not harm you. However, there is one thing you must understand. The current you is not perfect. I don't know if you've noticed, but when you enter a difficult battle, the power of the 2 hearts will sometimes conflict. Su Yan's expression changed once again. Obviously, what she said was right. Although this phenomenon wasn't obvious, it did exist. However, up until now, this situation was not obvious. Xiao Qian said, "It seems that the island master is right. Perhaps this is only a small problem at this time. But believe me, as time goes by, this conflict will become more and more obvious. At that time, it will be a disaster for you. If you can't solve it, then you will very likely die because of this power. And this is what the island master gave you. Of course, when the 3 hearts enter your body at the same time, it will indeed make you stronger. However, this has an extremely great risk. Whether or not you want to use the power of this heart is up to you." Su Yan took the heart from his hand. Even now, he was still in a daze. After all, this was too unexpected for him. "Su Yan, no matter what, you have to live on. Remember, don't let anyone else know about this." Xiao Qian directly disappeared, and Su Yan's eyes were incomparably heavy. In the end, he sighed. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Finally, he retracted the power of the heart. Of course, he wouldn't use this heart so rashly. When the great demonic dragon's heart entered his body, he felt that he would be controlled by the great demonic dragon's power, and that he would transform into a demonic dragon at any time. Only when he obtained the Buddha's heart did this change. Now, the two hearts in his body maintained a strange balance. At this moment, the rash intrusion of the third heart was most likely to directly destroy this balance. However, the island master of the Divine Devil Island was extremely mysterious. Nevertheless, what he said made sense. Since he said that, it was obvious that this matter was likely to develop in the direction that he said. Since he gave this item to Yangming, he probably had his reasons and plans. Therefore, Su Yan only kept the heart at this moment. Of course, he also knew that this power was definitely not a good thing for him. For a person to become powerful, what he needed the most was his own power. If he couldn't even reach his own power, it was obviously extremely unreliable. After a while, Su Yan calmed down from his initial shock. Today's mental state breakthrough was definitely a good thing for him. Now, he could face the challenges in the future with a calmer heart. Regardless of what the future would be like, Su Yan knew that he had to work harder. Only in this way could he truly become strong. Su Yan, where did you go? After Su Yan returned, Mu Tianxing was the first to notice his arrival. Su Yan only smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a quiet place for a person to calm down." "Oh right, Sister Mu, what did you get this time?" Mu Tianxing said, "I got some good stuff. Although it can't completely solve my body's problem, I have to say that it's very useful to me." Su Yan said, "That's good. Oh right, let's go over there and take a look. I have a lot of demon cores on hand." At this moment, in the trading area, two parties were confronting each other. Of course, they didn't want to fight. After all, this was the Divine Devil Island. The strength of the island master had long been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The people here weren't idiots. They deeply understood that if they fought here, the outcome wouldn't be good. "Feng Yuhai, you want this heaven-piercing bow? That will depend on whether or not you have enough magic cores," Lawson said with a smile. Compared to before, the current Rosen was already showing off his abilities. The increase in his strength brought him great confidence. Although he was still defeated by Su Yan last time, after that battle, he had further control of the Divine Devil armament. He believed that if they fought again, he would definitely not lose to Su Yan. As for Feng Yuhai, he was indeed afraid of him a long time ago. But now, that fear had long disappeared. At this moment, he was almost provoking Feng Yuhai. Feng Yuhai frowned, but he didn't flare up at this moment. This was because he knew that it was impossible for him to fight this guy in front of him at this moment. The heaven-piercing bow in front of him was an extremely powerful weapon. In terms of grade, it had reached the peak of the famous weapon. It was only a step away from becoming a sacred weapon. Among all the goods traded here, this was definitely a top-grade item. He wanted to buy this item and give it to the woman he loved. The woman he loved was not powerful, but she was extremely good at archery. If this heaven-piercing bow could be given to her, it would definitely be extremely beneficial for her. Everything was going smoothly at first. After all, with Feng Yuhai's means, he had obtained quite a number of demon cores in this hunt. However, at the last moment of the deal, Rosen actually appeared. Moreover, he took out more demon cores than he did. Rosen had the Divine Devil armament, so his efficiency in hunting evil demons was terrifying. Even Feng Yuhai couldn't compete with him. "Rosen, don't go overboard. My big brother clearly bought this item first," Feng Yueyu rebuked angrily. At this moment, Rosen laughed and said, "But he hasn't finished the deal yet, right?" At this moment, the lecherous dwarf suddenly chuckled. "Tisk, tsk, tsk. Is there a first come, first served rule when buying things? It's better for poor people not to cause trouble here. If you can't take out enough demon cores, this item will belong to Master Luo. At this moment, he changed the topic and continued, of course, if Tai Hang Shuangyue is willing to serve Master Luo, he might lend you some demon cores when he's in a good mood. Every word that this guy said was filled with incomparable frivolity. If it weren't for the rules of the Divine Devil Island, Feng Yueyu would have already killed this lecherous dwarf. Lecherous dwarf, I let you escape last time, but I'll kill you next time. At this moment, a cold voice pierced through. These words immediately enraged the perverted dwarf. The other party said that directly, which showed that he didn't take him seriously at all. At this moment, he was infuriated. Just as he was about to curse back, he realized that Su Yan's cold gaze was on him. At this moment, he didn't continue to speak and only looked at Su Yan with resentment. Last time, he almost died in the hands of Su Yan. With regards to Su Yan, he was simply too fearful. Rosen sneered, Su Yan, talk about it if you can survive. The two sides immediately became contradictory. Su Yan was expressionless and said, loser. These words filled Rosen with boundless anger. Unfortunately, this was the truth. Whether he was willing to admit it or not, he had lost to Su Yan a few times. This was his humiliation, but before he defeated Su Yan, he couldn't argue with anything. In the end, he could only say helplessly, you don't have to be proud. A victory or defeat doesn't mean anything. Next time, I'll definitely take your life. Su Yan said, oh. It was a simple word, but it was sharper than any other words. At this time, Rosen was really angry to the extreme. But in the end, he still managed to suppress this chi. Okay, Su Yan, if you want to interfere, take out enough demon cores. This is the rule set by Sir. Whoever has more demon cores gets to keep this thing. Rosen looked at Su Yan provocatively. Okay. At this time, Su Yan flipped his hand and 4 huge demon cores suddenly appeared. If I'm not mistaken, a demon overlord's demon core is worth 5,000 lesser demon cores. Then, there should be around 20,000 demon cores here. With senior brother Feng's demon core, this should be enough. Su Yan asked directly. This sentence made Rosen's face become gloomy again. He did have a lot of demon cores, a total of 30,000 demon cores. Feng Yuhai only had a little more than 10,000 demon cores. But at this time, Su Yan gave his 4 demon cores to Feng Yuhai, so he couldn't compare. In the end, he could only leave. Chapter 7:15. Female Literature. Su Yan, I really have to thank you this time, Feng Yuhai said sincerely. Without Su Yan's help, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the sky-piercing bow. Unless he could find Rosen after leaving the Divine Demon Island and snatch it from Rosen. However, it was clear that this was an impossible matter. Su Yan smiled and said, Senior brother Feng, you don't have to take it to heart. It's nothing. The 4 demon cores are no longer useful to me. After killing the 4 demon overlords, Su Yan had already devoured the power in their bodies. As for the demon cores, they had indeed lost their greatest value to him. A day passed quickly and a ray of light immediately descended on the Divine Demon Island. The moment the light appeared, everyone was immediately enveloped. Then, they were teleported away without any explanation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, it was the sound of waves rolling. Hearing this sound, Su Yan knew that he had finally returned. When the flickering light disappeared, Su Yan, Mu Tianxing, and the sea-splitting demonic snake appeared on the sea once again. The trip to the Divine Demon Island this time was like a dream. One had to know that they were originally being chased by a few powerhouses. Although the sea-splitting demonic snake had directly dived into the sea and allowed them to escape temporarily. However, how powerful were the venerables? Moreover, the ones chasing after them were the three venerables. If the divine demon island hadn't suddenly summoned them, perhaps they would have been discovered by the venerables. However, 15 days had already passed. He believed that no matter how patient those fellows were, it was impossible for them to personally guard this area of the sea. Moreover, these 15 days were too important for Su Yan and Mu Tianxing. After the trip to the Divine Demon Island, Su Yan's strength had increased once again. Now, he had reached the strength of 6 dragons. Moreover, every time Su Yan's level increased, his combat strength would also increase tremendously. Now, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. Although they had not really fought, Su Yan was completely confident that he could fight against the Venerable One. Moreover, the sea-splitting demonic snake's strength had increased tremendously after devouring the void beast. Just these 2 points alone were enough to give the 3 venerables a pleasant surprise. At this time, Mu Tianxing was right next to Su Yan. Her beautiful eyes looked at Su Yan and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Su Yan raised his head and said, "Sister Mu, although we disappeared for no reason for 15 days, according to the devil sect style of doing things, they will definitely not give up so easily. Even if those few venerables are not here, I think the disciples of the devil sect will still patrol this place." Mu Tianxing nodded and said, "Su Yan, are you going to make a move against them?" She was referring to the 3 venerables. Su Yan said, "Yes, that's right. Sister Mu, to tell you the truth, I have an irreconcilable conflict with the Devil's Sect. This time, since these guys from the Devil's Sect came looking for me, I won't be polite. In the beginning, I couldn't do anything because I wasn't strong enough. But now, it's different. I think, at least, I have the ability to fight. Since that's the case, no matter what, I should play a big one." Su Yan spoke very calmly, but Mu Tianxing was a little surprised. At this time, Su Yan was obviously going to ambush the Devil Sect's venerables. This was something that even she had not thought of. Su Yan continued, "Sister Mu, don't worry. The reason why I dare to do this is not because I'm arrogant, but because I have a certain degree of confidence. Now, it's up to you whether you're willing to come with me." Mu Tianxing asked, "Feng Yuhai and the others will come to help, right?" She was a smart woman who only knew how to excel. Although she had not been with Su Yan for a long time, this adventure on the Immortal Devil Island had given her a certain understanding of Su Yan. She knew that although Su Yan was inclined to take risks, he was not a reckless madman. Su Yan said, "I can't hide it from Sister Mu. Indeed, this time, I've already talked to Senior Brother Feng Yuhai. He should be on his way here now. At the same time, he will send a message to the seniors of the Taihang Sword faction. So, since we're going to play, let's play a big one this time." Mu Tianxing said, "Su Yan, I'm really glad that you're my friend and not my enemy." Su Yan smiled gently. His guess was right. The people from the Devil's Sect had not given up on searching this area of the sea. After all, Mu Tianxing was very important to them. This was related to the cooperation between them and Fan Yunlin of the Huangji sect. It didn't take long for Su Yan and Mu Tianxing to find a Devil Sect's patrol ship. "Boss, there's a situation here." At this time, there was a sudden commotion. The owner of this ship was leisurely basking in the sun at this time. At this time, when he suddenly heard the commotion, he immediately panicked. "Damn it, don't let me meet those 2 guys." He prayed in his heart. The Devil's Sect had already ordered that if they could find the whereabouts of Su Yan and Mu Tianxing, they would be heavily rewarded. That reward was indeed very tempting, so his subordinates had been on alert every day for the past few days, deeply afraid that this merit would be snatched away by other ships. However, as the captain, Feng Yuashan never thought of competing for this credit. Feng Yuashan's cultivation was neither high nor low. At this time, he was already at the cultivation of the 5 mountains. If he cultivated diligently, he might be able to break through the 6 mountains soon. At that time, although he could not be compared with those real geniuses, his status in the devil's sect would be higher. However, he did not. He even deliberately suppressed his cultivation. Because he thought very clearly. Sometimes, having a high cultivation was not necessarily a good thing. Unless he could become one of the top few people, otherwise, he would only be courting death. Just like now, quietly guarding his small warship, being a captain was not bad. As for this credit, he did not want to court death. Those 2 people escaped from the hands of the 3 venerables. How could such people be simple? After discovering them, did he still expect his small warship to be able to deal with them? Therefore, at this time, his heart was extremely bitter. At this moment, he only hoped that Su Yan did not discover him. Unfortunately, he knew that his wish was in vain. At this time, Su Yan and Mu Tianxing had already arrived above the warship. Fang Yueshan's heart collapsed at this time. At this time, one of the underlings in front immediately shouted excitedly, "Boss Fang, it's the 2 of them. I've seen their portraits. It's the 2 of them. Ha ha ha, this time we're rich, we're rich." Fang Yueshan broke out in cold sweat. At this time, he moved as fast as he could to the side of the person who was talking. Then, he immediately kicked him into the sea. Then, he raised his head and said to Su Yan and Mu Tianxing, "I'm Fang Yueshan. Is there anything I can do for you too? Don't worry, as long as I, Fang Yueshan, can do it, I'll definitely do it for you too." At this time, Su Yan asked, "Are you a disciple of the devil's sect?" For the time being, for the time being." Fang Yueshan's pressure at this time was really huge. He did not know what Su Yan wanted to do at this time. You're an interesting person. We need a ship. You don't have any objections, right? Su Yan asked. Fang Yueshan nodded repeatedly. Of course, I don't have any objections. Don't worry, this ship is yours from now on. At this time, the crew was already out of breath. Su Yan did not suppress his aura. The dragon aura released by the 6th dragon realm was extremely terrifying. How could these crew members withstand it? Only Fang Yueshan's strength was not bad, so he could still speak. At this moment, Su Yan continued, "Also, I'll have to trouble you to inform your elders that we're here now." Su Yan's words immediately stunned Fang Yueshan. This master actually wants me to go to Gao Mi. What does he want to do? What does he want to do? If I knew that today would be so unlucky, I wouldn't have gone out. Fang Yueshan knew how to protect himself. So at the beginning of the patrol, he would use various excuses to delay or not patrol at all. Now, 15 days had passed since Su Yan and the others had disappeared. In his opinion, 15 days had already passed, so no matter what, Su Yan and the others should have already left this place. So, he swaggered his crew to the sea to bask in the sun, no, it should be said to patrol. However, the first 14 days had been calm and peaceful, but today, he actually encountered such a situation. At this time, Su Yan and Mu Tianxing had already arrived. At this time, the ordinary crew members who were still clamoring all quieted down and did not even dare to make a sound. Before they met Su Yan, they thought that Su Yan was just a so-so. As long as they were lucky enough, it would not be difficult to earn this credit by relying on the strength of everyone. But now, they realized how wrong they were. These 2 people were really too strong. This was especially true for the man in the lead. Just by standing there, he already made their breathing become heavy. At this time, Fang Yueshan had already begun to send a voice transmission to the devil's sect to contact the few venerables. Now, every step he took was trembling with fear. He knew very well that whether it was Su Yan or the devil's sect's elders, he was just a small fish. If they fought, he would be killed directly. Chapter 7:16. Female literature, the battleship was still sailing quietly. The waves of the sea were rolling quietly. Su Yan and Mu Tianxing stood quietly on the deck. At this time, they were waiting for the arrival of the big fish. This big fish would be unprecedentedly powerful. But it was precisely because of this that it was meaningful. Su Yan knew that the Devil's Sex Venerable was already on his way. But he also believed that Meng Yang was already on his way. This fishing would be the prelude to Su Yan's counterattack against the Devil's Sect. From the beginning until now, Su Yan had been too passive. Back then, the death of the Princess Chu of the Monster Palace was also inseparable from the Devil's Sect. Lu Lan was taken away by the Devil's Sect and might directly become a victim of the Devil's Sect's plan. If Su Yan did not seize the time, it would really be too late. If the Devil's Sect's people had not been so aggressive, perhaps he would have chosen to avoid the sharp edge at this time. But now, the Devil's Sect was almost going against the tide. So Su Yan must seize this opportunity to directly launch a counterattack. And at this moment, it was time for the counterattack to begin. Old man, can you fly faster? This speed is really too slow, it's not much faster than a turtle. At this time, Meng Yang was constantly urging his master. The frenzied Blade Venerable was being shouted at by this kid. But who asked Meng Yang to be his precious disciple? But Meng Yang really talked too much nonsense, even his master, the frenzied Blade Venerable, could not stand it anymore. Shut up, Meng Yang, you idiot, don't you know that we are riding a turtle now? The frenzied Blade Venerable immediately roared. At this time, Meng Yang and the frenzied Blade Venerable were sitting on the frenzied Blade Venerable's mount. And this mount was actually a gigantic tortoise. Meng Yang was rendered speechless by frenzied Saber Venerable One's words. In the end, he could only sigh. There are so many mounts in the world. Why did you choose a tortoise? Old man, your taste. Seeing how Meng Yang was shaking his head, frenzied Saber the Venerable was infuriated. He yelled, "Damn you, if you dare to talk nonsense with me again, I'll kick you off Bashia." Meng Yang's strength had indeed improved a lot on the Divine Devil Island. However, he was still far from being a match for his master. If the frenzied Saber Venerable really wanted to do so, Meng Yang would not be able to resist. However, Meng Yang didn't panic at all. He said calmly, "Go ahead and kick me. If you dare to kick me, I will cut off our master-disciple relationship." Frenzied Saber Venerable, on the deck, Fang Yuishan carefully brought up a huge basin of caviar. As the captain of a warship, he could only sadly become a waiter at this time. What made him even more depressed was that the food was supposed to be his enjoyment. He felt really bitter. However, there was nothing he could do because Su Yan and Mu Tianxing were far stronger than him. Moreover, these two people actually dared to hunt here. Just this kind of courage alone was enough to frighten him. It was worth noting that the two of them were not hunting anyone else, but venerable ones. To target a venerable one was either a lunatic, or one had absolute confidence in their ability to do so. Nonetheless, no matter which one it wasn't good news for him. He could only pray silently that the two of them would leave as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be affected when they fought. At the spur of the moment, waves rose on the surface of the sea. In the beginning, it was just a small wave or two. However, in a short while, it had turned into a huge wave. The wave was enough to make the warship start to shake. This warship was naturally not a terrifying behemoth, but its power was already terrifying enough. Its power was strong enough to deal with ordinary waves. At the moment, the warship started to shake, so one could imagine the extent of the wave. At the same time, Su Yan's power started to increase. Fang Yuishan felt even more bitter because he knew that the thing he didn't want the most was about to happen. Almost as soon as he had this thought, a voice was heard. "Mu Tianxing, you can't escape. Surrender obediently. Don't worry, I will treat you well on account of our engagement." It was Fan Xing's voice. Upon hearing his voice, Mu Tianqing was enraged. Elder Hiroshi was the closest person to him, but now, the person closest to him had died because of him. This enmity could no longer be resolved. Feeling her anger, Su Yan gently held her hand and said, "Stay rational. Don't let anger get to your head. Don't forget that this time, we are not only dealing with a few venerables, but also the powerful vice sect leader." Feng Yueshan was shocked when he heard this. Deal with the vice sect leader. Dealing with a venerable was already a crazy thing, but now their target was actually the vice sect leader. It's over, it's over. This time, I'm really done for. Why is my luck so bad? Feng Yueshan knew that after this, even if he could survive, he would not end up well. Although he was forced to do this, he was on the same boat as Su Yan at this time. More importantly, he was still safe and sound. The Devil's Sect was not a place to be reasonable. Because of his personality, he did not have anyone to rely on in the Devil's Sect. Now that the vice sect leader was involved, he would definitely not have a good ending. No, I have to think of a way. Only then can I continue to live. Whether it was Mu Tianqing or Su Yan, neither of them took his thoughts seriously. Because at this time, they were not in the mood to deal with him. A person at the Radius realm was no longer a threat to the two of them at the moment. Mu Tianqing, could it be that you ran away with that pretty boy called Su Yan? You are really an unfilial woman. Your father's life is unknown, but you still have the mood to flirt with someone else. You bitch. Fan Xing was constantly insulting Mu Tianqing. He was doing his best to humiliate her. At this time, they were still unable to find Su Yan's whereabouts. At this time, as long as Su Yan or Mu Tianqing responded, they would immediately find him. Su Yan said, "Since Fan Xing is insulting us like this, it can only mean one thing. The vice sect leader who attacked last time is not here. Otherwise, we would have been discovered long ago." Although the sea was vast, the vice sect leader's divine sense was extremely powerful. Although the warship had a shielding function that could interfere with people's vision and even divine sense detection. But the divine sense of a Saint Venerable had reached a certain level. From the Venerable realm to the Saint Venerable realm, to the Sovereign realm, and then to the Tao Venerable realm, the divine sense would change terrifyingly with each advancement. If the vice sect leader who attacked last time was here, then according to his Saint Venerable realm, the shielding array of the warship Su Yan was on would be useless. That can't be better. But since that old dog attacked last time, it means that he will do the same this time. I hope that the helpers Feng Yuhai called this time are strong enough. After a while, the sea-splitting demonic snake suddenly sent a message, "Master, someone is approaching." After a while, Su Yan's divine sense immediately detected the movement. At this time, he said directly, "Miss Mu, stay on this ship first. I'll go buy some time." Mu Tianqing said, "Su Yan, be careful." She knew that Su Yan was very powerful, but this time, the enemy he was facing was a venerable. This was undoubtedly a huge challenge for Su Yan. Su Yan said, "Don't worry. You should know that this is the sea." Indeed, this was the sea, the home of the sea-splitting demonic snake. Even if it was a venerable, so what? After the sea-splitting demonic snake evolved, its strength had increased. Even if it was a venerable, it could easily kill it now. If it could cooperate with Su Yan, it could almost achieve an instant kill. Of course, this was under the condition that the other party did not have a prerequisite. However, Su Yan was not so naive. After all, he also knew that the sea-splitting demonic snake had appeared last time. It was impossible that the other party did not have their guard up against the sea-splitting demonic snake. However, they did not expect that in just 15 days, both Su Yan and the sea-splitting demonic snake's strength had greatly increased. In the sky, the three heavenly ghosts of the Huangji sect were patrolling at this time. Although the battleship has a shielding array formation, the strength of the three of them is still very strong. After a period of time, they were able to sense the general direction of the ship. Therefore, they were now heading towards this place. However, at this time, 3 sword lights directly attacked them. At this time, the leader of the 3 heavenly ghosts immediately said, "News, there's a sneak attack." At this time, he immediately looked at the sea. 3 scarlet sword lights were defying the sky and coming towards them. "Humph, you're courting death." Even if the 3 of them did not use a combination technique, they were still at the peak of the dragon realm. Therefore, they did not care about Su Yan's sword chi at all. The leader of the 3 heavenly ghosts directly raised his palm. He actually wanted to use his bare hands to destroy Su Yan's sword chi. His strength was indeed very powerful. As his palms danced, it brought about a fierce wind. However, just as his palms were about to touch the sword chi, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 7:17. Girls' literature. No, this sword chi is so powerful. At this moment, his expression changed. He never thought that Su Yan's sword chi would be so powerful. This seemingly ordinary sword chi, when approaching him, actually possessed such a terrifying ability in an instant. Such power made the core figure of the heavenly ghosts' 3 heroes wary of Su Yan. He could naturally block such power, but it would not be easy. More importantly, before coming into contact with the power, he did not realize how powerful it was at all. Su Yan's power control and disguise were too ingenious. "Break for me!" He roared angrily, and the power in his hands suddenly increased by a lot. At this moment, the terrifying aura suddenly increased. At this moment, his power kept suppressing Su Yan's sword chi and finally shattered it. At this moment, Su Yan was not far in front of him, looking at the 3 of them. "Good boy, this sword chi is really powerful. Now tell me where Mu Tianxing is, or you'll die here today." He spoke without holding back, and it was obvious that he really wanted to kill Yangming at this time. However, these few words were not enough to scare Su Yan. Su Yan directly said, "Humph, you 3 old dogs who betrayed your master. Don't be presumptuous here. If you really want to kill me, then come. I'd like to see if I'll kill you 3 old dogs or be bitten to death by you." After saying that, Su Yan immediately turned around and left. At this moment, the big ghost of the 3 heroes had a gloomy look in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. It was obvious that he was really angry at Su Yan and wanted to kill Su Yan right away. "Boss. This boy is here, but Mu Tianxing isn't." He gently pondered, then said, "Mu Tianxing must be nearby, which is why this boy came out at this time. He wants to attract our attention and buy time for Mu Tianxing." It had to be said that this person was indeed smart. He had already guessed Su Yan's intentions in an instant. "Then what do we do now? Are we just going to let him leave like this?" Su Yan's provocation had clearly angered him. If he let Su Yan go just like that, he would never be willing. "Boss, how about this? I'll go chase after this brat. You and third bro continue to search here. Although that brat has some strength, it won't be difficult for me to kill him. I'll finish him off as soon as possible. After you find Mu Tianxing, surround him but don't kill him. Wait for me to come." Second brother's mind was quite meticulous, so he came up with this method that could be considered appropriate. Big brother thought for a moment and finally nodded. "Second brother, I'm relieved that you're meticulous. But you must remember, don't get carried away. That kid is very cunning, and his strength is somewhat strange." The 3 streaks of sword chi just now caused the leader of the 3 ghosts to have a layer of fear towards Su Yan. If it was third bro who suggested to chase after Su Yan, he would definitely not agree. After all, although third bro was strong, he was too impulsive. If that brat set up some trap, he would easily fall into it. Third bro said, "Humph, boss, you think too highly of that brat. I think it's better to let me go. It won't cost much to kill such a small thing." At this moment, his eyes were flickering with cold light. Clearly, he was filled with killing intent towards Su Yan. Big brother looked at him and said, "All right, don't have any more objections. Third bro, you follow me. Second bro, you know what to do. That brat has the help of a powerful sea beast." Last time, the appearance of the sea-splitting demonic snake had made him very wary. Second bro said, "Don't worry, I'm best at speed. I won't give that brat a chance to summon his sea beast. I'll go first." At this moment, he sensed that Su Yan was gradually getting further away, so he did not wait any longer and immediately went forward. At this moment, Su Yan was moving forward neither hurriedly nor slowly. Instead of saying that he was running away, it would be better to say that he was waiting for someone. Or rather, he was fishing at this moment. He was waiting for the other party to come. His spiritual sense had been paying attention to the movements of the heavenly ghost's three heroes. At this moment, he noticed that someone was chasing after him. He could not help but sneer. "As expected, you've split up, haven't you? Ha, the heavenly ghost's three heroes. If the three of you join forces and have combat powers comparable to venerable ones, I'll still be afraid. Since you've split up, I'll use you to practice." After flying for a distance, Su Yan stopped. He spread his demon dragon wings and stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for the other party to arrive. Before long, second bro arrived in front of Su Yan. He looked at Su Yan with a hint of gloominess in his eyes. He said directly, "You actually stopped running. Could it be that you're waiting for me? Ha, looks like you've really set up an ambush." Although he spoke casually, he was already on his guard. Once there was any movement around him, he would leave immediately. The reason why he chose to come alone was because he was afraid that third bro would be too impulsive. Su Yan looked at him and said, "Ha, ambush. No, you're wrong. Do you think you're qualified for me to ambush you? What a joke. To tell you the truth, I've already predicted that you'd come, so I'm using you to sharpen my blade." Second bro's expression became even more gloomy, and his sneer became even more sinister. "Using me to sharpen your blade? Ha, you've got guts. If I'm not wrong, you're Dragon Realm level 5, right? To be able to reach this level at such a young age, you're also a first-rate genius. You're almost comparable to the most outstanding genius in the Huangji sect. Unfortunately, you're going to die here today." A Dragon Realm level 9 against a Dragon Realm level 5, there was no doubt about the outcome. If that sea beast really did not exist, second bro could not think of any reason why he would lose. However, this time, he was determined to kill Su Yan. He was extremely wary of Su Yan. Just as he had said, if a young genius like Su Yan was not killed early, he would definitely be a problem in the future. Therefore, he wanted to kill Su Yan immediately. Otherwise, if Su Yan was allowed to continue growing, he would be a disaster sooner or later. Su Yan said directly, "Ha, no matter what, you've got sharp eyes. You're right, I'm at 5 Dragons Realm now. However, do you really think that the realm is everything?" At this moment, Su Yan's fighting power increased abruptly. On the Divine Demon Island, his realm increased again and he was now at 5 Dragons Realm. Su Yan's accumulation was much more terrifying than an ordinary person's. The last time he increased his realm to 4 Dragons Realm, he had already attracted the arrival of the Thunder Trial. In the black hole in the extraterritorial void, he had forcefully broken through again and it was the same. After being tempered by the Thunder Trial twice, his body was unimaginably strong. At this moment, his strength could only be described with the word terrifying. Su Yan knew that his opponent was much stronger than he had imagined. It was also because of this that he treasured every opportunity to fight. Facing second bro, who was at 9 Dragons Realm, he was even more passionate. At this moment, he attacked his opponent directly. Good, you've got guts. You actually dared to take the initiative to attack. Looks like I've underestimated you. Kill. At this moment, second bro was enraged. After all, no one would be happy to be looked down upon by a junior whose strength was far inferior to his. At this moment, there was a ruthless aura in his heart. One had to admit that Su Yan was really good at infuriating his opponent. Just like now. The reason second bro was here was because compared to third bro, his character was much more stable. However, unknowingly, he was already enraged. Seeing Su Yan flying towards him, his anger reached its peak. That terrifying power burst out directly at this moment, and the intense aura formed 9 terrifying dragon shadows at this time. He was indeed a 9 Dragons Realm powerhouse. Back in the extraterritorial void, Rosen had used the demon god armament to raise his aura to its peak. At that time, he was only at 8 Dragons Realm. At that time, his strength was already very strong. However, compared to second bro, he was still slightly weaker. However, Su Yan did not feel the slightest bit of fear. His eyes seemed to be burning with a flowing golden light. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying. Between the heavens and the earth, everything began to settle down at this moment. However, even in the face of such a powerful existence, Su Yan's aura did not weaken in the slightest. His sword aura came down directly from above. Die! Second bro's power and Su Yan's power clashed directly without any fanciful moves. Sky Ghost second bro's 9 dragon shadows were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. However, at this moment, Su Yan's strength did not shrink at all. His aura was constantly pushing back. At this moment, he was actually able to forcibly resist the attack. The first exchange of blows between the two sides was actually a draw. Su Yan's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Ha, I blocked it." As this blow was blocked, the arrogance in his heart became even stronger. It was a powerful arrogance that pressed forward courageously. No matter how powerful the enemy was, Su Yan would not shrink back. He would fight a vigorous battle with the other party. This was because he was Su Yan. At this moment, Sky Ghost's second bro's expression had become extremely ugly. This damned bastard, he actually managed to block his attack. Chapter 718. Girls' Literature. Originally, he was still on guard against the appearance of that powerful sea beast. If the situation was not right, he would immediately respond. He had never thought that Su Yan had the ability to block his sword. However, the truth was right in front of him. His attack had actually been blocked. It seems that the Heavenly Ghost 3 is only at this level. You guys, who have nothing better to do, are simply useless. If this sentence had been said by someone whose realm was much higher than his, he would have felt indignant, but he would have still been able to accept it. After all, the other party's realm was above his, so it was indeed difficult to defeat the other party. However, the other party's realm was not as high as his. Su Yan was only at the 5 Dragons Realm, while he was a 9 Dragons Realm powerhouse. There was a difference of 4 realms between the two of them, but Su Yan had blocked his attack. Furthermore, Su Yan was openly mocking him at the moment. He could not accept this. At this moment, his anger had reached its peak. You've only blocked one of my attacks. Is that really enough to make you so happy? Then, I'll kill you next. At this moment, his aura increased again. At this moment, the anger in his heart had been completely ignited. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake's voice was transmitted into Su Yan's consciousness. Master, let me devour this guy. How dare such a thing provoke you? After devouring the void behemoth, the sea-splitting demonic serpent had undergone a huge transformation. Its strength was increasing almost every day. It would probably be able to evolve directly before long. The second heavenly ghost brother was only at the 9 dragons realm, so he did not take him seriously at all. If he wanted to make a move, the second heavenly ghost brother would not be able to escape even if he was prepared. "Ah, hi, this is my prey. Don't interfere. Just protect Miss Moo." To Su Yan, this was a rare target to practice with. Of course, he would not let the sea-splitting demonic snake interfere. The other party was indeed powerful, but it was not to the extent that he could not deal with it. On the contrary, this kind of strength was actually the best for him. He could continuously force himself to improve, and his cultivation would improve further. Kill. Su Yan ignored the provocation of the second heavenly ghost. Instead, he turned around and slashed at him. At this moment, he was a complete and utter madman. At this moment, he quietly displayed his combat skills. That powerful force circulated over and over again, and the terrifying combat skill was displayed vividly at this moment. Because of this, Su Yan actually gained a slight advantage for a while. In the clash between the two of them, he was actually the one who had the upper hand. Damn it, is this brat really only at the 5 dragons realm? How can he be so powerful? Impossible, this is impossible. In contrast to Su Yan's state, the second brother of Heavenly Ghost became more and more alarmed as he fought. Su Yan's tenacity was too strong. From the beginning until now, no matter how strong he was, Su Yan was always able to withstand his attacks. More importantly, Su Yan was actually able to seize the opportunity to counterattack. His realm was indeed above his opponent's, and there was a difference of 4 realms. However, what surprised him was that even if the two of them were to compete in strength, he could not gain much of an advantage. Moreover, the other party's combat skills were really terrifying. Every time he attacked, the power was terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, Su Yan's combat skills were simply untraceable. It seemed that he could come up with new combat skills every time. Such an opponent was absolutely terrifying. It was extremely terrifying to fight with such a person. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the rhythm of the battle was no longer in his hands. He originally thought that Su Yan was just a guy who could be easily dealt with, but at this moment, he found that he was simply wrong. Damn it, it seems to be very bad if this goes on. As a powerhouse, of course, he understood that if the rhythm of the battle fell into the hands of others, then it meant the beginning of a bad ending. If this went on, he would almost certainly lose. What a terrifying brat. At this moment, he no longer had the disdain from before, only an extremely solemn expression. It seems that I can only pretend to retreat now and meet up with Big Brother and Third Brother, then use the power of thunder to directly kill this Su Yan. At this moment, he already had a plan in mind. The 3 heroes of Heavenly Ghost were actually 3 brothers, so they had a very strange psychological connection that allowed them to directly transmit messages. At this moment, he directly transmitted his will, Big Brother, Third Brother, this Su Yan is really strange and terrifying. I will lure him here first, and the 3 of us will work together to kill him. Then, we will go look for Mu Tianxing. At this moment, both the Big Brother and Third Brother received a transmission from the second brother. At this moment, the third brother directly said, "What's going on? Why can't second brother even deal with such a brat? Big Brother, what should we do now? I feel that Mu Tianxing is nearby. As long as we have a little more time, we will be able to find Mu Tianxing." They had already narrowed the search area to a certain extent. As long as they had a few more minutes, they would be able to find Mu Tianxing. At this time, the Devil's Sect's venerables were also coming. However, the second brother directly sent such a message at this time. At this moment, the Big Brother pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "No, don't worry about Mu Tianxing. The Devil's Sect's people will be here soon anyway. You should also know that if that woman really goes crazy, we won't be her match. So, at this time, we will go support the second brother. Previously, he had a short fight with Su Yan, so he knew very well that Su Yan was indeed unusual. The second brother's personality had always been calm. At this time, since he sent such a message, it could only mean that he was in danger. A person in the 5 dragons realm made a person in the 9 dragons realm to be in danger. This brat was up to something. However, when he thought of Su Yan's sea-splitting demonic snake, the doubts in his heart faded a little, but at this time, he was even more anxious. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were shining with boundless light. His strength was so strong that his aura gradually began to become stronger. As the battle continued, his condition became better and better. Why? Didn't you look down on me? Why do you want to escape at this time? Your strength is definitely more than this, but you still chose to retreat. At this time, Su Yan's cold words directly fell on the second brother's heart. The second brother frowned. He felt that his intentions seemed to have been seen through by Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan's words came again. You are a very calm person. Although it is good to be calm, sometimes it is also the root of failure. If I'm not mistaken, you have now contacted the other 2 people in a way that I don't know and want to join forces to kill me. When Su Yan's words fell, the shock in the second brother's heart could no longer be concealed. The thought in his heart had been directly spoken out. This was not good news at all. At this moment, the uneasiness in his heart had become even more intense. It was a kind of threat of death. He hadn't felt this kind of feeling for a long time, but every time it appeared, it made his hair stand on end. It was an indescribable discomfort. The second brother knew that he must not be trapped in such a state. Otherwise, everything would fall into Su Yan's rhythm, which was not a good thing. So he forcibly dispelled the uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that you want to kill me? This was a direct question. At this moment, the color of his surroundings suddenly changed. The sky was originally clear, but at this time, the whole world directly changed color. Su Yan said directly, yes. As soon as this simple word was spoken, countless streams of sword chi burst out. The strong sword chi turned into a gale at this time. At this time, the wind was the sword chi, and the sword chi was the storm. The terrifying power was constantly hovering, and the wind had begun to roar. Such power was like 10,000 horses in a mute. In a trance, the sun and the moon rose and the stars twinkled. At this moment, dawn came. This was Su Yan's sword, which was also Su Yan's dawn. After defeating Rosen, this sword appeared again, the dawn sword. The power of dawn was so strong that at this time, the aura of the second brother of the heavenly ghosts was directly suppressed. It was as if the 9 dragon heads were all chained up. At this moment, Su Yan's sword chi began to surge. Such power made the second brother of the heavenly ghosts completely panic. At this time, he could no longer pretend to be calm. Big brother, third brother, quickly come and save me. At this time, he once again asked his 2 brothers for help. The sword that Su Yan displayed at this time was so terrifying that it had even obliterated all of the second brother's willpower. At this time, the other 2 of the 3 heroes of the heavenly ghosts were coming. At this time, the big brother suddenly noticed the change in the situation in front. What's going on? Why did the weather suddenly change over there? Third brother asked curiously. Almost at the same time, they directly received the second brother's distress signal. Oh no, the second brother is in danger. The 3 of them were almost the same person. When the second brother was in danger, that kind of despair would directly shroud their hearts, so at this time, they could already feel the anxiety and despair of the second brother. Quickly, go and save him. They absolutely could not watch the second brother die like this. However, at this time, above the sea, a terrifying water column suddenly rose directly into the sky. In an instant, the water column had turned into a huge wave. It directly blocked the path of the 2 men. Stupid idiots, I won't let you disturb my master. Chapter 719. Female Literature, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Damn it, it's that sea monster. Its appearance had completely disrupted their plan. Damn it, why would that sea monster appear here? Neither the eldest brother nor the third brother could have imagined that Su Yan's sea-splitting demonic snake would appear here. They originally thought that the second brother had sent out a distress signal because he was being hunted. However, they finally realized that this was not the case. The sea-splitting demonic snake did not attack at all. However, if that was the case, why would the second brother be in such a dangerous situation? Could it be that someone was ambushing them? However, they did not have time to think about it because the sea-splitting demonic snake had already pounced on them. You two fools. Even at a time like this, you still dare to be absent-minded in front of me? You two really do have a death wish. If that's the case, I will eat you too. The demonic sea-splitter serpent's aura was much stronger than before. Correspondingly, his aura had also become much stronger. Therefore, at this time, his killing intent had become infinitely strong. At this moment, all he wanted was to kill. He was a monster to begin with. At this moment, his killing intent was at its peak. At this moment, an extremely intense aura appeared in his eyes. It was as if his huge eyes could destroy everything. Su Yan's Daybreaker sword had gradually begun to condense. The intense sword aura had already set off waves that were tens of thousands of feet high. The second brother of the heavenly demon felt that he was a lone boat with no one to rely on at this moment. At this moment, the entire sea was filled with malice toward him. He really could not imagine how Su Yan's strength could be so strong to such an extent. Such a sweeping power was simply frightening to the extreme. At this moment, his willpower was gradually being extinguished. At this moment, the only thought in the mind of the dignified Nine Dragons powerhouse was to escape. He wanted to escape. But all his paths of retreat were blocked by Zen. At this moment, he had nowhere to run or hide. Under such circumstances, his only thought was that his two brothers would come and save him. Because of this perseverance, he was still bitterly holding on even now. Damn it! Why aren't they here yet? Why aren't they here yet? At this moment, the entire world disappeared from his eyes. Everything began to condense without any limit. Are you still waiting for your two brothers? No, they won't be able to come. Why do you think my demonic sea-rending snake did not appear here? Su Yan asked softly. Hearing Su Yan's words, Her's face turned even more serious. That's right, why isn't the sea-splitting demonic snake here? That was because Su Yan was confident in dealing with him. Hence, there was no need for the demonic sea snake to appear here. Since he wasn't here, where did he go? In fact, there was no need to say anything more. Since he wasn't here, it was time for him to stop his two brothers. Su Yan wanted to kill him. Furthermore, he had already planned this from the very beginning. Could it be that this fellow had planned everything from the very beginning? Why? Why was he so powerful? At this moment, Her actually felt a little desperate. However, he was still a powerhouse of the Nine Dragons. At this moment, all his willpower was ignited once again. Die? Am I still going to face death in the end? Today, I was actually killed by someone whose cultivation base is far lower than mine. This is really surprising. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, from the very beginning, I knew that I would die one day. It's just that today is too unexpected. In the end, Her actually calmed down. Su Yan wouldn't have thought much of it if he had already gone berserk at this point. However, he was so calm right now. This was a problem. At this moment, the second brother continued, Su Yan, if I'm not wrong, then after you kill me, your target will be third brother, right? Ha ha ha. This move of yours is really powerful. At this point, I actually can't communicate with Air anymore. However, I won't let you get what you want. You are indeed powerful, but unfortunately, your cultivation base is still not enough. As he spoke, his body started to squirm. A huge amount of energy continued to gather in his body. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. You will indeed die. Unfortunately, you will also die. You will be killed by Air and Air. I will just be one step ahead of you. Ha ha ha. Air was also a character. Knowing that he was about to die, he immediately made up his mind to die together with Su Yan. At the very least, he wanted to severely injure Su Yan directly. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly sneered and said, "Haha, it's good that you have such determination. Otherwise, I would be too disappointed." At this point, Su Yan actually didn't panic at all. Air's expression changed silently. Could it be that he has even calculated this step? At this moment, he was really panicking. If he had really calculated this step, then what exactly was he trying to do? Thinking about it now, Air had really given him too much time. If he wanted to kill him, he could have done it from the very beginning. However, he didn't. He didn't make a move. Instead, he waited for Air to change his mind. He was waiting for Air to self-destruct. That's right, this guy had already calculated everything about him. He was really too terrifying. At this point, he immediately hesitated. At this point, he was indeed determined to die, but he couldn't let his death be worthless. However, he didn't know what else he could do at this time. It was during this moment of hesitation that a terrifying beam of light had already descended. That was Sword Chi. This Sword Chi had already displayed the power of dawn to the extreme. He had never had such an incredible experience, nor had he ever seen such a sword. The power and terror of this sword light was really beyond his expectations. How can he be so powerful? How can he be so powerful? This sword seemed to have come into contact with time. He had encountered countless sword cultivators, but no one could do this to him. Almost in an instant, Air's heart was directly devoured. When he suddenly realized that his heart was no longer controlled by himself, it would be the time of his death. And now, it was the beginning of that moment. Su Yan said directly, "I'm not a god. How can I predict every move you make? Do you know what your weakness is? Your weakness is that you're too steady. It's because of this steadiness that you become overly cautious." At this point, Su Yan's sword light had already passed through Air's body. Air was indeed steady, but it was also because of this steadiness that he became overly suspicious. Su Yan directly expanded Air's overthinking through a series of actions. Human nature was a very strange thing. Even if it was an advantage, if it was infinitely magnified, it would become a fatal point. At this moment, Su Yan was like that. The sword radiance of dawn flashed and disappeared. Everything disappeared. Air's body directly fell. Killed one. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was constantly fluctuating. It was as if all his pores were constantly breathing. At this moment, his entire person was already somewhat inflated. An expert of the Nine Dragons realm was directly killed by him just like that. It was not the first time Su Yan fought above his level. But this time, he still did not dare to believe the result. At this moment, the light in his eyes became even more determined. Every victory was extremely precious to him. At this moment, his aura had also risen into the sky. Endless rays of light began to fall one after another. Su Yan's aura was surging. His soul also had an indescribable breakthrough. Find oneself. Is this also one of them? At this moment, he suddenly recalled the words that the woman on Divine Demon Island said to him. Find oneself, this was the cultivation of the soul. He walked forward one step at a time. Killing a 9-dragon powerhouse made him feel extremely proud. However, this was already a thing of the past. What he needed to do now was to kill a second one. This was only the beginning. Soon, his strength would become more and more powerful. At this moment, Heavenly Ghost Leader and Noel Air were constantly exchanging blows with the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this moment, they felt that the pressure on them was increasing. The sea-splitting demonic snake's strength was undeniable. Such a terrifying power made them extremely fearful. What made them even more uneasy was that the sea-splitting demonic snake could clearly kill them directly, but he did not do so. Instead, he was constantly toying with them. At this moment, the two 9 Dragons realm experts felt as if they were two rats. The two of them once again dodged Fiery Harm Demon God's attack. At this moment, they felt an inexplicable pain in their hearts, as if a long nail had pierced directly into their hearts. How could this be? How could this be? At this moment, the two of them muttered to themselves, their hearts trembling non-stop. This was because they had already sensed that their brother had lost all signs of life. This was unacceptable to them. Air was strong and had a very calm mind. However, he had actually died. Moreover, he had died at the hands of a 5 Dragons realm expert. Second brother is dead. Second brother is actually dead. It's that kid. It's that Su Yen. I must kill him. I must. Air was already crazy at this moment, but Air was silent. He already knew that today seemed to be the end of the 3 brothers. Do you really want to kill me? Then come. Chapter 720. Girls' Literature. At that moment, Su Yan's voice was suddenly heard. He looked provocatively at the crazy third brother and sneered. Seeing his enemy, third brother immediately lost all reason and wanted to kill Su Yan. Third brother, no. The first brother wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The sea-splitting demonic snake did not give him any chance at all. The terrifying giant beast had him completely locked down. Now, Su Yan was using them as practice. He needed to become stronger, so at that moment, he needed a sparring partner. The strength of the Heavenly Ghost 3 was that they could join forces and directly reach the combat strength of a venerable. However, this time, in order to kill Su Yan, the 3 of them were separated. This was their path to death. Now, he wanted to take them down one by one. Damn it, why aren't those idiots from the Devil's Sect here yet? Why aren't they here yet? At that moment, he was beyond angry. Where were the venerables from the Devil's Sect? Why hadn't they come out yet? Why hadn't the powerful Vice Sect leader made a move yet? Third brother, be careful. At the very beginning, he had already sent a signal for help to Fan Xing. Now, he could only hope that Fan Xing had already brought people over. The direct confrontation between Su Yan and him soon began. Su Yan felt that the battle with Old Third was even more difficult. The strength of the Heavenly Ghost 3 and the second brother were almost the same, but the difference between them was their fighting style. The second brother's fighting style determined that he would not be too aggressive when fighting. Every move and style would leave some leeway. However, third brother was different. He fought with indomitable will and no matter what, he would fight to the end. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to eat Su Yan's flesh. Therefore, at this time, he would definitely not show any mercy. His powerful aura immediately burst forth. At this moment, that terrifying power actually turned into streaks of black smoke. The smoke was like a snake, making people tremble in fear. The two of them did not fight for too long, and Su Yan was already suppressed. One had to admit that this person was indeed powerful. What's more, Su Yan was currently in an exhausted state. Su Yan was constantly going berserk, and his aura was also constantly rising. Unknowingly, his strength had already reached the peak. Although he was being suppressed right now, the battle with Old Third could be said to be a satisfying one. Under such a battle, his potential was constantly being squeezed out. At this moment, Su Yan was completely forcing himself. He knew very well that if he wanted to increase his strength quickly, he had to go to the extreme. The enemy he was about to face was unusual. Not to mention the enormous devil sect, the power of the so-called love enchantress was enough to make him dizzy. The third heavenly ghost roared like a wild beast. His powerful 9 dragons continued to emerge, making Su Yan suffer a lot. At this time, there were at least 13 wounds on Su Yan's body, and 3 of them had almost taken his life. However, Su Yan didn't care at all. The older he got, the crazier he became. At this time, his powerful physique had been fully reflected. He was fighting across realms, and in a state of exhaustion. At this time, Su Yan had become too powerful. As his sword chi increased, the power of the scorching sun sword also became more and more violent. The violent aura was constantly rolling, and everything seemed to be drowned in it. This kid. Old Third will also die. The eldest heavenly ghost saw everything clearly. Old Third still had the upper hand, and his advantage was huge. However, he knew that if this continued, Old Third would still lose. From the beginning of their fight until now, Su Yan was improving at a speed that he could see. His speed, his strength, and his spirit chi were all increasing at the same time. How could this kid be so terrifying? He was really a monster. Now he could only pray that Old Third would unexpectedly erupt and kill Su Yan directly. However, he also knew very well that the probability of this happening was too small. It was almost impossible. The 3 brothers had been together for so many years, and they knew each other very well. They were indeed very powerful. When the 3 brothers joined forces, they could erupt with an extremely powerful force that could allow them to fight against Venerables. However, only they knew that this wasn't a good thing. On the contrary, it was a bad thing. If their aptitudes were good enough, they wouldn't need to use this method. Wouldn't it be better for them to directly cultivate to become Venerables? It was precisely because they had no other choice that they could only come up with this method. The 3 of them joining forces to unleash the fighting power of Venerables wasn't a good choice. However, their aptitudes were limited, which made the 9 dragons realm the peak they could reach. A human's heart would never stop. They wanted to become stronger. This was the purpose of their trip. If they could succeed this time, then Fan Yunlin would help them. In the Huangji sect, apart from the sect master who was in seclusion, the vice sect master was the most powerful god. They had no choice but to believe the promise he made. However, he didn't expect that they would pay such a huge price for this. Although the 3 of them had the same mind, it didn't mean that they were the same person. If it was under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be particularly obvious. However, when they were separated, this danger was immediately revealed. No matter what, the 3 of them were 3 people. They couldn't be the same person. For example, now they were separated in order to chase after Su Yan. It was also because of this that they had to pay such a heavy price. Old Second was dead, and now Old Third was in great danger. Su Yan was clearly just a guy in the dragon realm, but he played them like a fiddle. Su Yan was their nightmare. At this point, he was already regretting it. This time, they shouldn't have interfered in this matter. But at this point, it was already too late. All he wanted now was to save Old Third's life. However, at this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake had already trapped him. The sea-splitting demonic snake was too powerful. He knew very well that if the sea-splitting demonic snake really wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be too difficult. However, at this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake still didn't want to kill him. There was only one possibility. The sea-splitting demonic snake deliberately didn't want to kill him. This was Su Yan's will. Su Yan was deliberately keeping him alive, using battle to support battle. This was Su Yan's objective. He really had a good plan. Not only did he want to kill the three of them, he even wanted to squeeze the last bit of value out of the three of them. He was really unwilling, but at this time, there was nothing he could do. In the beginning, they had been too confident. It was this confidence that destroyed them, causing them to fall into the abyss of death. The sea-splitting demonic snake was like a ruler on the surface of the sea. Not to mention that he was only in the Nine Dragons realm. Even if he had become a venerable, it would be useless. Now, the only reason he was slightly relieved was that Su Yan wasn't in a good condition. Do you want to kill me? Do you really think you can kill me? You damned brat, go to hell. I want to avenge my second brother. Do you know how difficult it was for us? Do you know how deep the feelings between us were? But you damned guy, you actually dared to kill my second brother. I want you to die. The third heavenly demon had gone crazy. The three of them had grown up together. In order to become stronger, they had connected their hearts and minds. In order to be able to reach the peak, they had even forgotten their own names. However, his second brother was now dead. He had been killed by Su Yan. His power was constantly increasing, which was almost like a burst of explosive power. He knew that if this continued, he would die, but he didn't care. He had always been a crazy person, a brainless person. His fighting style was to keep moving forward and charging. He would use his strongest power to kill the enemy directly. In the past, he didn't need to worry about other things. His second brother's existence was enough. However, he was now fighting alone. Su Yan was very strong. At this point, he would no longer underestimate Su Yan. It was because he had underestimated Su Yan that his second brother died. He was already very tired. However, he knew that his opponent was even more tired than him. The huge aura of the Nine Dragons was still spreading. That powerful aura fell on the sea, causing the seawater to constantly churn. The berserk power was truly frightening. Su Yan stared at the third brother. His expression was extremely solemn. As expected of the Nine Dragons realm, none of them were to be trifled with. When he was fighting the second brother earlier, Su Yan used tricks to grasp the second brother's mind. That was why he was able to defeat his opponent. The third brother was different from the second brother. The third brother was the typical kind of person with a one-track mind. In a head-on confrontation, such people were the most powerful enemies. They were also the most terrifying enemies. It was because they were unscrupulous that they were fearless. Su Yan continued to breathe in and out his own aura. All of a sudden, his aura disappeared, as if he had stopped breathing. At this moment, the surface of his body began to glow with a very strange light. That was the light of his dragon chi. In the next moment, his entire body flew out. At this moment, his speed had reached the extreme. He was even faster than before. At this time, his body was actually very tired, but he didn't have any intention to reduce his speed. Chapter 721. Female Literature, Fatigue. Fatigue caused his body to become extremely heavy, but this was exactly what Su Yan wanted to achieve. Under such a strong pressure, Miscellany was able to make himself stronger. Su Yan firmly believed in this. He was constantly squeezing himself dry so that he could break through his limits. He needed to become stronger, and in order to achieve this goal, he did not hesitate to go to such extremes. He did not take what the third brother said to heart at all. Did they have deep feelings for each other? Of course, there was no doubt about this. But what did it matter? They were his enemies. Since they were his enemies, he had to kill them. the world had always been cruel. If he was the one who lost today, the other party would definitely not be polite. Sword and shield. Sky Dragon kill. At this moment, Su Yan pushed his dragon chi to the extreme, and at the same time, he also directly displayed his powerful sword and shield. Such a sword directly made his aura reach a new peak. He was really a complete madman. And now, it was a battle between two madmen. The so-called madmen were those who did not care about anything for their own thoughts. At such a moment, the space between the two had become a land of despair. The third brother's power was already very terrifying. He had been occupying an absolute advantage since the beginning of the battle, but he was unable to turn this into a victory. As the saying went, the momentum was like a tiger's, and the second time, the third 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 time exhausted. After attacking for so long without success, the anger in his heart had become more and more vigorous. However, at this time, Su Yan directly launched an attack, using an even more violent power to fight against him. At this point, Heavenly Ghost III was even more enraged. Su Yan's speed became faster and faster. He was like a ghost, attacking from all directions. Now, Su Yan's thoughts were very simple, and that was, he wanted to find the other party's flaw. As long as he could find the flaw, he could directly use the last fatal blow. According to his current state, it was no longer possible to use the Daybreaker sword. But that did not matter. Because without the Daybreaker sword, he still had other powerful means. The third brother's power became deeper and deeper. Every time he made a move, he would slash through the boundless waves. However, the more this was the case, the more uneasy Boss, who was forced to watch from the side, felt. He knew that OL Third had completely lost his rhythm. Now, the rhythm of the battle was completely in the hands of Su Yan. What was worse was that he couldn't transmit his thoughts to OL Third at all. Right now, he could only be a bystander and watch as his third brother died. Dance of the Fish Dragon. Su Yan had already evaded Heavenly Ghost's third brother's powerful sword light 16 times in a row. And at this time, he grasped this opportunity. Therefore, he immediately attacked with his sword. The fish dragon sword chi immediately appeared. It was clearly a condensation of sword energy, but the dragonfish actually possessed an indescribable spirituality. The boundless waves were actually controlled by the ichthyosaur. The sword chi was originally very powerful, and with the help of the power of the huge waves, it was even more terrifying and unstoppable. The violent power had almost exceeded the limits of the dragon realm. Ah! At this moment, Heavenly Ghost's third brother let out an extremely terrifying roar in the face of such terrifying power. The aura on his body also became deeper. His entire body charged forward directly, and then he crashed into the terrifying waves. His power was constantly roaring, and his will was also soaring to the sky. Under his powerful and crazy strength, the terrifying waves were finally parted bit by bit. The dragonfish's power was also directly broken down. After all, his power was still very strong. The dragonfish was forcibly separated, and Su Yan's entire body flew backward, and then crashed directly into the sea. This time, Su Yan was still defeated in a head-on confrontation. The powerhouse of the 9 dragons, when erupting recklessly, was ultimately terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan was already very terrifying. His state was infinitely close to this level, but he was still a little lacking. However, at this moment, Su Yan didn't feel anxious at all. Because he knew very well that the rhythm of the battle was in his hands. At this moment, it was very normal for him to be repelled. It would be strange if he really killed Heavenly Ghost's third brother with this blow. At this moment, the 2 hearts in his body were constantly beating, and the power of the great demonic dragon's heart and the Buddha's heart continuously emerged from his body. Every beat of his heart was so terrifying. It was also because of this that Su Yan became extremely excited. The power of the great demonic dragon's heart and the Buddha's heart had passed through his body in a short time. Under the nourishment of this power, his body miraculously recovered. To be exact, this couldn't be said to be a recovery, but a state. This was like a stimulant in the previous world. The powerful power directly drowned his pain, making Su Yan forget everything. At this moment, his body was constantly shuttling back and forth in the sea. He had the blood essence of the sea-splitting demonic snake, although he couldn't become the master of the sea like the sea-splitting demonic snake for the time being. However, it was very easy for him to say that he was like a fish in water. He could feel that he was already next to Heavenly Ghost's third brother. Water Dragon Roar. At this moment, Su Yan directly passed through the sea. The Water Dragon Roar was a move that he had created earlier. It was a terrifying move that combined the power of the sea-splitting demonic snake's blood essence and the power of the great demonic dragon to burst out all of his power at once. The Heavenly Ghost's first brother was right about one thing. At this moment, Su Yan was treating them as his training targets, and wanted to squeeze every last bit of value out of them. Be careful, third brother. The Heavenly Ghost's first brother roared. Almost at the same time, the Heavenly Ghost's first brother also noticed the situation. He abruptly blasted downwards, and then clashed head-on with Su Yan's power once again. The power of the two sides collided fiercely again. The powerful force caused a terrifying water column to directly rush into the sky, and the huge force continued to spread to the surroundings. The two madmen once again confronted each other directly, but this time, Su Yan had the upper hand. Although the Heavenly Ghost's third brother was in the Nine Dragons realm, his body was not as strong as Su Yan's. Su Yan had such a powerful inheritance, swallowed and refined the demon god's demon core, and went through the baptism of the heavenly thunder. His power had reached an extremely terrifying level. This kind of terror was not only reflected in his power, but also in his recovery ability. It's time to end this battle. Su Yan felt the qi and blood in his body rolling, and finally decided to use a killing move. At this time, he had already felt the critical point of his power. That was the limit that his body could bear at the moment. The matter that the mysterious girl on Divine Demon Island had told him was now reflected, and that was the contradiction of power. The great demonic dragon's heart and the Buddha's heart were extremely powerful. However, when these two terrifying powers were stimulated at the same time, they would form a conflict. If he was facing an ordinary opponent, such a conflict might be insignificant. However, when the enemy was strong to a certain extent, causing the power of these two hearts to erupt to an extreme, the conflict would reach an unprecedented peak. This peak was already very dangerous for Su Yan. If this peak was increased again, it was very likely that Su Yan's body would be washed away. Therefore, Su Yan chose to suppress it at this time. He could not let his power increase anymore. Moreover, judging from the previous blow, his opponent's power had reached the limit. No, it should be said that his power had begun to decline. Such an opponent had no value in fighting with him. Sword Shield, Deity Vanquishing Sword. Deity Vanquishing Sword was the great devil god's most powerful move, and at this time, with the terrifying speed of the Sword Shield, the power of this move was even more terrifying. At this time, under the sword, a terrifying cave appeared in the terrifying waves. Under that violent power, a hole appeared on the surface of the sea. In the face of such power, Heavenly Ghost's whole body began to tremble. Just as Su Yan expected, his power had reached the limit. Su Yan was becoming more and more powerful, while he had become infinitely weak. He could not resist such power at all. His body began to disintegrate little by little. Cracks appeared on the surface of Heavenly Ghost's third brother's body. Ah! Third brother, third brother. Heavenly Ghost's eldest brother only felt that his soul was directly torn apart. His second brother was dead, and his third brother died in front of him. The three brothers were almost one. However, at this time, two of his brothers were already dead. He felt that he had lost a part of his body. This was a kind of sadness, but also a kind of anger. Su Yan panted. He had defeated another opponent. This battle was more difficult than the previous one, but this time, he was not as excited as he was the first time. A 9-dragon realm powerhouse was no longer an insurmountable wall to him. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Even the eldest brother, who was steady, could no longer control his mind at this time. At this time, Su Yan's eyes fell directly on Heavenly Ghost's eldest brother. Do you want to kill me? Su Yan asked directly in an extremely provocative manner. Heavenly Ghost's eldest brother did not speak, because he knew that there was no point in saying anything at this time. Only blood, only Su Yan's blood, could calm his heart and let his two brothers' souls rest in peace. Chapter 722. Female literature, you can leave, Su Yan said directly. The Heavenly Ghost boss stared at Su Yan. He did not seem to have heard Su Yan's words clearly. What? You don't want to leave? Don't you want to kill me? Then leave. If you don't want to leave, then die here. At this time, Su Yan was really exhausted. At this time, not to mention the powerful Heavenly Ghost boss, even an ordinary expert in the dragon realm could cause him a lot of trouble. Su Yan, Su Yan. You let me go because you think you can kill me in the future, right? However, this will be the stupidest decision you've ever made, he said angrily. Su Yan smiled and said, whether I'm stupid or not, that's my own business. If you don't want to leave now, that's fine. My demon pet wants to swallow you whole. As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, the sea-splitting demonic snake's huge body began to dance. Ha 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 ha, I never thought that I, Yao Hongwei, would have such a day where I have to rely on the enemy's charity to survive. The Heavenly Ghost 3 heroes no longer have any meaning now. Su Yan, remember my name. I will definitely kill you. Even though he really wanted to make a move, he knew that he didn't have the opportunity to do so. That was because the sea-splitting demonic snake was beside Su Yan. He was no match for the sea-splitting demonic snake. Therefore, for him, the best choice at this time was to leave this place. Su Yan watched him leave and did not chase after him. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake said, Great Master, why did you let him go? At least, this guy is a troublesome fellow. After all, he was in existence in the 9 Dragons realm. He was a huge threat to Su Yan at this moment. Now was the best time to kill the other party, but Su Yan didn't do so. Instead, he let the other party leave. The demonic sea snake simply could not figure out the reason behind this. Su Yan shook his head and said, let him leave. He may be a problem, but what I need the most now is trouble. This time, their plan was to bait the fish. The Heavenly Ghost 3 heroes were indeed top-notch characters, but compared to their goal, they were only small fries. The real big fish were the powerful venerables of the Limitless Demon sect. If one wanted to catch a big fish, then one naturally had to be willing to cast out the bait. This time, Su Yan had let their leader leave. Only then would the Limitless Demon sect realize the true strength of Su Yan and the others. After all, the Heavenly Ghost 3 heroes had the combat power of a venerable one. Therefore, the next one to appear should be a venerable one. With Su Yan's current strength, if he joined forces with the sea-splitting demonic snake, he would have the ability to kill a venerable one. Of course, this paragon was definitely not one of the strongest. At most, he was a 2 essences paragon. If they encountered a 6 essences paragon, then both he and the sea-splitting demonic snake would die. After all, although the sea-splitting demonic snake had a huge opportunity, it would not have improved so quickly. However, now that Su Yan's body had become stronger, he had the ability to summon a second demonic beast. In this case, he had a stronger life-saving ability. Alright, although I don't understand, I'll listen to you. Master, where are we going now? I feel a powerful aura on the sea over there. The sea-splitting demonic snake pointed in the direction where Mu Tianqing was. It seems to have come faster than I thought. Alright, let's go. If the sea-splitting demonic snake said that the aura was powerful, then it should be at least a venerable one. Although Mu Tianqing had told him that she did not have much pressure to face ordinary venerables at this time. However, Su Yan was still not at ease because he knew very well that although Mu Tianqing had obtained something on the Divine Devil Island that could temporarily release her strength, it was only temporary. She was still far from being able to use it freely. And since it was only temporary, it meant that there must be a limit. Therefore, if he could help Mu Tianqing solve his problem, that would be the best thing that could happen. Alright, seems like there's another fun prey. The sea-splitting demonic snake was extremely excited at this time. He had no resistance to becoming Su Yan's demonic pet. Before becoming Su Yan's demonic pet, he felt that his life was so monotonous. Other than foraging, he spent most of his time sleeping. But now, his hunting activities were so interesting. At this time, he was simply full of enthusiasm. He directly dived into the sea. At this time, he did not need to worry about Su Yan at all because Su Yan's ability to control water had reached a certain level. Just like when he unleashed the water dragon roar, although he could not stir up any waves, he could move freely in the water and would not be affected by the sea at all. Limitless Demon Sex Lai Hongyang. As a venerable, he had a very high status. A venerable was the peak of combat strength. Even if he was only a one-origin venerable, it was enough to give him a very high status. Of course, status was linked to strength. Every venerable's combat strength was extremely terrifying and powerful, and this strength was reflected at this time. Previously, the three heavenly ghosts had also arrived here. They could only be sure that Mu Tianqing's warship was nearby, but they could not determine the specific location. However, he was different. Under his gaze, the warship had nowhere to hide. What's the point of hiding in front of this old man? Fang Yueshan, you really have guts to betray the sage sect. His tone was cold and contained a strong killing intent. Under the interference of his power, the warship's invisibility formation was directly destroyed, and the huge warship immediately appeared on the sea. At this time, Mu Tianqing stood calmly on the deck. Her beautiful eyes were focused on the boundless sea, but she did not see this powerful venerable in her eyes. For Lai Hongyang, this was the biggest provocation. He was a dignified venerable. This woman from the Huangji sect actually dared to look down on him. At this time, the most trembling person was Fang Yueshan. At this time, he really did not know what to say. He just thought that it was better to live a bad life than to die a good death. Every day, he could muddle along and live a relaxed life. This was what he wanted the most. However, he did not expect that he would encounter such a situation. What else could he say now? He could say that he did not betray her, but that he had no choice. Even if Mu Tianqing didn't do anything to him, he knew very well that Lai Hongyang wouldn't believe him, let alone the fact that Mu Tianqing wouldn't do anything to him. Elder Lai Hongyang was famous in the sect for his fiery temper and killing people without hesitation. As long as it was something that he believed, then no matter what, it was an established fact. After thinking for a while, Fang Yueshan finally swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said directly, Lai Hongyang, I've been unhappy with you for a long time. You stupid thing, isn't it just a little higher cultivation? Other than that, what else do you have to show me? Fang Yueshan immediately opened his mouth and cursed. It had to be said that his verbal skills were indeed impressive. This ability was almost on par with Meng Yang. When Lai Hongyang from the Devil's sect heard his words, his lips began to tremble. It was obvious that he was truly enraged. At this time, the corners of Mu Tianqing's mouth twitched. She did not know if it was because of Meng Yang, but she did not feel angry at this kind of clown at all. Finally, Lai Hongyang could not take it anymore. He directly waved his palm. Damn it, Fang Yueshan, I'll tear you to pieces first. He really could not take it anymore and immediately attacked with his palm. Such a palm was already unleashed in anger. One could naturally imagine how terrifying the destructive power within it was. How could Fang Yueshan's strength compare to a venerable one's? Under such a blow, he only felt that his soul began to tremble. At this moment, he felt that he was a weak and helpless ant. Perhaps he would die in the next moment. You old man, kill me. I'll take you down with me. Fang Yueshan roared angrily. Then, he ran into the cabin as fast as he could. Oh my God, my beautiful and powerful goddess of war, you must block it. Otherwise, old Fang, will be finished this time. Although his words were full of vigor, he was extremely scared. If the sky fell, there would be tall people to hold it up. Fang Yueshan was not tall, so how could he hold up the sky? The strong wind kept blowing against Mu Tianxing. In the wind, her dress fluttered, looking extremely beautiful. Lai Hongyang's angry palm was already in front of Mu Tianxing. Only then did Mu Tianxing raise her hand. Humph, ignorant. Who do you think you are? You think you can block my Chui demonic palms so easily? This was one of Lai Hongyang's best moves. He was a ruthless person and would definitely not show any mercy when he made a move. Since he had decided to attack, he must kill. However, in the next moment, his smile suddenly froze. This was because at this moment, his power was directly frozen. His Chui demonic palm wasn't neutralized, but was directly immobilized. That powerful and terrifying palm print was still floating in the air. This was definitely not an illusion. This woman is so powerful. At this moment, a strong sense of danger immediately emerged in his heart. At this moment, terrifying waves suddenly emerged from the sea. The waves roared and swept directly toward him. Chapter 723. Female Literature, the sea-splitting demonic snake attacked. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake attacked without mercy. Giant waves surged into the sky, and the sky above Lai Hongyang's head darkened in an instant. At this moment, he was shocked. Previously, he had been shocked by how easily Mu Tianxing defeated his power. For a moment, he did not even notice the sea-splitting demonic snake's arrival. The sea-splitting demonic snake's power was too terrifying. This time, Su Yan had no interest in fighting a venerable. From the moment he let Yao Hongwei, the leader of the heavenly ghosts, leave, the real battle had begun. Since he was a hunter, he had to be clear about his position. A qualified hunter would never let his guard down. Lai Hongyang was his enemy, and a venerable at that. Therefore, any opportunity to kill him was very precious. Raging Sea Wave. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake unleashed his power. Not only did the terrifying waves have a terrifying impact, but they also had their own power limits. The sea-splitting demonic snake's power was not strong enough to set up a domain. This was because it could only be set up by a sacred beast. And now, although he had evolved, he was still not a sacred beast. However, this was not a big deal. This was the sea. He could not set up a real barrier, but with the power of the sea, it was enough to set up a simulated barrier. The simulated barrier's power was not enough to fight against a real sacred venerable. However, it was enough to kill a mere one-origin venerable. Moreover, Lai Hongyang's mind was not stable at this moment. In an instant, he was swallowed by the waves. Then, the sea-splitting demonic snake wrapped around him and dragged him into the sea. This was a surging sea, full of endless dangers. As a venerable, Lai Hongyang was naturally powerful. However, he was directly dragged into the sea by the sea-splitting demonic snake, which was already a death sentence for him. Unless other experts came to his rescue, he would definitely die. The waves of the sea continued to sway. Gradually, the waves became smaller and smaller, as if the previous scene had not happened at all. In the blink of an eye, a venerable one was killed. Of course, Su Yan did not let the sea-rending demonic snake eat Lai Hongyang's body. After all, Su Yan was very disgusted with the sea-rending demonic snake eating humans. Therefore, at this time, Lai Hongyang had become the food of the seabed fish, prawns, and crabs. Su Yan was very clear that this was only the beginning. This was the first supremacy of the devil's sect that he had killed with his own hands. However, he believed that Lai Hongyang would definitely not be the last. In the past, he had been too weak, so when faced with the powerful devil sect, he could not do anything. He could only watch as they took Lu Lan away and forced the princess of Chu to her death. However, he would never forget what had happened in the past. And now, it was time for him to start his revenge. Mu Tianqing seemed to have expected this result. She raised her head to look at Su Yan and smiled gently. Su Yan, don't worry. I will stand on your side. She did not know the true enmity between Su Yan and the limitless devil sect. However, just as she had said, it did not matter because she would definitely stand on Su Yan's side. Su Yan nodded and said, yes, don't worry. I know what to do. When the two of them were talking, Fang Yueshan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what happened in the future, at least until now, he had been right. These two young fellows were really audacious. What they wanted to do now was to scheme against the Venerable One. Moreover, they had succeeded. The insufferably arrogant Lai Hongyang was swallowed by the sea-rending demonic snake just like that. In the past, how could he have dared to imagine such a scene? But now, the reality was right in front of him. However, Fang Yueshan wasn't a fool. At this moment, he still hid under the hold of the ship. Because he knew that this was only the beginning. Previously, it was only the three heroes of Heavenly Ghosts. Although they were allies of the limitless devil sect, they were only allies. But now, it was different. The one who died was a venerable of the devil sect. This was a challenge to the dignity of the devil sect. No matter which branch of the limitless devil sect, they would not allow such a thing to happen. At this point, they would definitely do everything possible to kill Su Yan and Mu Tianqing. They would use their strongest strength to show the might and dignity of the devil sect. How dare you! Almost at the same time Fang Yueshan, an incomparably majestic voice sounded. The rolling voice directly drowned out everything. Even the sound of the surging waves was directly covered up. It was as if this person was the will of the heavens. The true powerhouse had arrived. Su Yan and Mu Tianqing knew that now was the time for their true test. Old dog of the limitless devil sect, have you finally arrived? Su Yan said directly. Su Yan raised his head. At this time, he could not help but feel a little agitated. After all, this time, he was plotting against venerables, and there was a terrifying sacred venerable among them. Did you kill Lai Hongyang? The tyrannical aura had already reached the top of Su Yan and Mu Tianqing's heads in the blink of an eye. That valiant majesty was so intimidating. Su Yan sneered and said, that's right. I did kill Lai Hongyang. Humph. At this time, he was standing on the head of the sea-splitting demonic snake. The ferocious aura of the sea-splitting demonic snake directly burst out. Almost at the moment Su Yan's voice fell, the sea-splitting demonic snake had already rushed out. He did not want to give this guy any chance to speak or react. Evil creature, how dare you! This venerable of the devil sect was a powerful three essences venerable. His name was Leng Yushan. In the face of the sea-splitting demonic snake's powerful attack, he actually punched down. The sea-splitting demonic snake's attack was extremely powerful. Its powerful majesty was almost like the might of the heavens. Such a terrifying attack was enough to kill a three essences venerable in an instant. However, the Venerable One still made a move despite facing such a powerful attack. At this time, his fist suddenly released a dark light, and an extremely powerful force immediately erupted from his fist. The power continued to surge, and immediately began to suppress everything. The terrifying power of the sea-splitting demonic snake was directly dispersed by this punch. Humph, you think you can be so presumptuous with the power of a beast? You really don't know the difference between life and death. I, the Sacred Venerable, am definitely not someone a little thing like you can offend. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Su Yan took a closer look and immediately discovered that this guy was actually wearing an inconspicuous boxing glove on his right hand. That terrifying attack from before had been unleashed by that gauntlet. When he did not activate his power, the power of this boxing glove did not seem to be very strong. However, when he activated his power to the extreme, the power of this boxing glove was directly activated. It was as if he had directly awakened a demon. Such a berserk power was simply terrifying. Even the sea-splitting demonic snake's power could be directly defeated by him. This thing must be an extremely powerful sacred weapon. Su Yan, be careful. The thing on his right hand is called the Devil's Tooth. It was an extremely powerful existence of the limitless demon sect who killed a powerful demon god and refined his sharpest teeth into a boxing glove. It has an incredible splitting power. Mu Tianqing's knowledge was indeed extraordinary. She explained the origin of this boxing glove almost instantly. Hearing her words, Su Yan's heart shuddered. There was no doubt about the strength of the demon god. This boxing glove actually had such a terrifying origin. It was no wonder that his power was so terrifying. Don't worry, I know what to do. Although Su Yan was wary, it did not mean that he was afraid at this time. After all, the boxing glove was indeed powerful. However, Lang Yushan might not be able to exert all of its power. The sea-splitting demonic snake's previous attack did not use all of its strength. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake directly transmitted its thoughts, "Master, let me go and tear this old thing apart. I really want that thing emitting black light." A monster like him was especially sensitive to power. That was refined from the demon god's tooth. If he could directly swallow and refine it, his strength would definitely increase again. He might even directly enter the sacred realm and become a sacred beast. However, Su Yan said, "Don't be impatient. Let's see if this old thing has any other tricks up his sleeve." Su Yan also wanted to directly kill Lang Yushan. However, he was not in a hurry to let the sea-splitting demonic snake attack. This was because this was not just a game between him and Lang Yushan, but a war between them and the demon sect. The boundless demon sect was a terrifying monster. Now that they were fishing, how could the demon sect not do the same? At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake might be able to defeat Lang Yushan if it used all of its strength. However, was this matter really that simple? No, it was definitely not that simple. At the very least, there must be someone else behind Lang Yushan. If that Saint Venerable did not appear, then he had to be careful. What Su Yan needed now was time. Su Yan had just learned from the Taihang sword faction's secret method that the experts of the Taihang sword faction were about to arrive. However, he still needed some time. If that was the case, then he would delay. When Lang Yushan saw that Su Yan actually suppressed the sea-splitting demonic snake, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, he did not care at all. "Boy, you don't dare to make a move. If that's the case, then let me do it." As he spoke, he once again launched a punch. Chapter 724. Female Literature. When the punch was thrown, a terrifying wave immediately appeared. Under the influence of his power, the sea had almost turned into a living, terrifying existence. The power of the punch had reached such a level. With one punch, the sea trembled. The boundless seawater had turned into a terrifying giant beast under the terrifying power. How terrifying was this power? Su Yan was shocked, and so was Mu Tianxing. A three essences venerable was naturally terrifying. However, the power of a single punch could not reach such a level. There was only one explanation, and that was that such a violent power was due to the terrifying saint weapon gloves. Saint weapons were the most powerful things in the world apart from divine weapons. This saying was indeed true. No matter who it was, they would be shocked by such a terrifying power. Su Yan was silent, and his expression did not change. However, at this moment, his heart was still in turmoil. Su Yan was not ashamed of this at all. Being in awe did not mean cowardice. Moreover, this saint weapon was simply too powerful. In front of such power, he was nothing. After all, his realm was still too low. However, at this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake was infuriated. "Master, let me do it." The sea-splitting demonic snake was furious. This attack had directly provoked him. He was the king of the ocean. However, at this moment, he was being provoked in such a way. Therefore, he couldn't calm down no matter what. Su Yan did not suppress the sea-splitting demonic snake this time. He directly jumped onto the ship and said, "Go, but be careful. After all, the opponent is not alone." After receiving Su Yan's permission, the sea-splitting demonic snake immediately cheered. At this moment, his speed suddenly increased to the extreme. "Ah, great master, you underestimate me too much. What is this thing? It's just a facade." The sea-splitting demonic snake's huge tail swung fiercely, and his terrifying body fell directly. Such power was simply unparalleled, and it was like a terrifying battle axe had come crashing down. Under such power, everything began to tremble. The powerful creature formed by the punch was directly torn apart by such power. There was no luck. The sea-splitter demonic snake roared loudly, its voice causing the sea to vibrate endlessly. Then, his body suddenly left the water. At this moment, he directly boiled to the peak of the sky. Its gaze was so cold as it stared straight at the boundless surface of the water. "Humph, a human old man dares to be impudent." As he roared, he directly fell from the sky. Such power was simply indescribable. This kind of power was shocking to the extreme. Su Yan didn't know how to describe this kind of power. After the last time, the strength of the sea-splitting demonic serpent had indeed increased by a lot. Devouring void beasts was too important for the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this moment, Leng Yushan retreated continuously. Because of the god-devil gauntlets, he already had an invincible belief in himself. He felt that under his power, there was nothing in this world that could pose a threat to him. However, at this moment, he immediately knew that he was wrong. The sea-splitter demonic snake was indeed terrifying. Its ability to stir up trouble was too terrifying. In such a torrential sea, the sea-splitter demonic snake was even more violent. Its power was simply the ruler of this world. However, he quickly composed himself. After all, he was a three-origin supremacy. Not to mention other things, his temperament had far surpassed Lai Hongyang's. Although his heart was in a mess, it only took him a short while to stabilize his mind. Lai Hongyang was indeed powerful, but he wasn't afraid. Demon Hunter Gauntlets, kill for me. His gauntlets were personally bestowed by the Vice Sect Master. How terrifying was its power! Its powerful power could tear everything apart. After all, it was refined from the teeth of a demon god. So what if it was the sea-splitter demonic snake? Even if it was a true sacred beast, it could still kill it. He punched out again. This time, the gauntlet's power was even stronger. That terrifying power directly formed an extremely terrifying black storm at this moment. Moreover, the black storm was moving horizontally. As soon as the black storm appeared, it had already occupied the entire sea surface. Its power was so strong that it seemed to be able to split the sea apart. The sea splitter demonic snake's greatest strength lay in its ability to control the sea. If the sea was directly split apart at this moment, it would lose all its advantages. What kind of powerful and terrifying power was this? However, the sea splitter demonic snake didn't retreat at all. He had made an agreement with Su Yan to teach this damned old man a lesson. If he was defeated right now, where would his dignity go? Even if it was a demonic beast, it still had dignity. At this moment, he began to stir up trouble even more. That terrifying power was constantly stirring, and countless storms were constantly unfolding at this time. The terrifying power also directly rolled up a storm. However, his storm swept up the boundless sea water. Hee, you damned guy. Come on, an old man like you wants to challenge the dignity of the overlord of the sea with your dog fart teeth. Die. At this moment, the sea splitter demonic snake's strongest power erupted. The two powers clashed again. This time, his power had really reached its peak. Vaguely, there was even something in his body that began to emit light. That was the core origin of the void beasts. Last time, he had devoured that young void beasts, but he hadn't been able to digest the core origin. Although he was unwilling to admit it, it was an established fact. The void beasts were inherently stronger than him. During this period of time, he had been slowly wearing down the power of this source of origin. However, after so many days, he still hadn't digested much of this origin power. Now that he had entered a battle, the consumption of this power accelerated. This made him wild with joy, because he was very clear that if he could absorb and digest this power a day earlier, then he would be able to take a step towards becoming a holy beast earlier. At this moment, he finally understood why Su Yan didn't choose to let him kill the 3 heavenly ghosts, but instead challenged them himself. That was because under the pressure of battle, his strength could be improved better. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan did this. At this moment, it was the same for him. Ao ao ao. He began to roar again and again. The seawater seemed to have heard his call. Suddenly, huge water snakes appeared above the sea. These water snakes were exactly the same as his body, and all of them had extremely powerful strength. Venerable One, ha, die. At this moment, these water snakes began to condense and surround Leng Yushan. The black hurricane that Leng Yushan threw out with his fist was colliding with the hurricane of the sea splitter demonic snake. However, at this moment, there were suddenly so many water snakes. Even if his heart was as hard as steel, a trace of panic appeared in his heart at this moment. Su Yan and Mu Tianxing were watching the battle. At this moment, Mu Tianxing said directly, Su Yan, I really don't know where you came from. You can even tame such a monster beast. Her exclamation came from the bottom of her heart, and there was also some envy. To be able to tame such a powerful monster was the dream of every expert. Even in her royal sect, there were no more than 3 people who could tame such a terrifying monster beast at such a young age. Moreover, their monster beasts were all tamed by their elders. In terms of potential, they couldn't compare to Su Yan's sea splitter demonic snake. Su Yan smiled faintly and said, I was just lucky. If I was just a little bit unlucky, I would have become its food. Thinking back, he was indeed scared back then. If it wasn't for the sudden return of the God-Slayer sword, he would have really died. After all, the sea splitter demonic snake was a monster. Back then, it wouldn't have shown any mercy to Su Yan. Not to mention, there were also powerful monsters like the Oriole and the blood-winged wyvern. Mu Tianxing didn't continue to ask. After all, she knew that in this world, everyone had their own secrets. However, if she knew that Su Yan had 3 more powerful monsters besides the sea splitter demonic snake, and some of them were even stronger than the sea-splitter demonic snake, her expression would have been even more interesting. The battle between the sea-splitter demonic snake and Len Yushan was in full swing. At this moment, the sea-splitter demonic snake had already displayed its ability to dominate the sea. Len Yushan had the help of the saint weapon, but he was still no match for the sea-splitter demonic snake. At this moment, he started to feel nervous. Damn it! Was the information wrong? The strength of this evil beast is much stronger than I imagined. Of course, the vice sect leader's information couldn't be wrong. If it was half a month ago, he could have killed the sea-splitter demonic snake with the help of the saint weapon gloves. However, even the vice sect leader didn't expect that the mysterious divine demon island would appear all of a sudden. Moreover, a monster beast was brought to the divine demon island. Moreover, his strength had increased greatly on the divine demon island. After devouring the core of the void beast, the sea-splitter demonic snake's strength was far greater than before. While the two of them were watching the battle, Su Yan and Mu Tianqing frowned almost at the same time. Someone else is coming. The two of them sensed a powerful enemy approaching almost at the same time. Mu Tianqing had a new understanding of Su Yan's powerful consciousness. Her divine sense was able to detect him because she was a heavenly sovereign. Due to a special reason, she couldn't use her full strength and her divine sense was suppressed. However, her divine sense was still stronger than an ordinary venerable. Chapter 725. Female literature, but what about Su Yan? He was only at the Five Dragons realm. But his divine sense was so powerful that he discovered the situation at the same time as she did. Moreover, he discovered the situation of a venerable. Now, she was completely certain that if Su Yan could grow up one day, he would definitely become an earth-shattering existence. At this moment, she was somewhat glad that she had agreed to let Su Yan board the ship and formed a good relationship with him. Otherwise, she would have lost such a powerful friend for nothing. Su Yan, just be careful and protect yourself. Leave it to me this time. Su Yan's demonic sea-ripping snake was already fighting the three essences venerable Len Yushan. Although the demonic sea-ripping snake was extremely powerful and had an incomparable advantage in the sea, its opponent had a powerful sacred weapon after all. It was impossible to win in a short period of time. Therefore, facing a powerful venerable at this time, she could only choose to take action. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly asked, "Sister Mu, how many times can you take action?" Mu Tianqing was slightly taken aback, but immediately replied, "I obtained some things on Divine Devil Island. They're enough for me to take action 3 times. 3 times. Although it wasn't a lot, and she couldn't use her full strength every time, it was enough. As long as she could kill a few venerables, the experts of the Taihang sword faction and Meng Yang's master would be able to play a role in stabilizing the situation." However, at this moment, Su Yan said, "Sister Mu, if the venerable this time still doesn't surpass the 3 essences venerable, don't act rashly." This sentence caused Mu Tianqing to be even more stunned. Since Su Yan said so, it meant that he had enough means to deal with the 3 essences venerable. But what did he have now? The demonic sea-ripping snake couldn't escape. Could it be that he wanted to rely on his own strength? She had seen the battle between Su Yan and the 3 heavenly ghosts earlier. Even she couldn't help but admire Su Yan's methods. There was a difference of 4 whole realms between them, but he was still able to fight across realms. There was no doubt about his combat ability. But this time, it was a venerable. That was a completely different concept from the dragon realm. Su Yan's battle prowess was nothing in front of the other party. Then, what could he rely on to fight the other party? However, after interacting with Su Yan, he also knew that Su Yan was not a person who spoke without thinking. Now that he had said such words, he must have his own methods. Now, she had complete trust in Su Yan. "Alright, then I won't do anything. I'll leave it to you," Mu Tianqing said. Almost at the same time, a cold voice sounded. Miss Mu, are you not going to make a move? Hee, aren't you looking down on me too much? At this moment, an extremely dangerous aura appeared beside Su Yan and Mu Tianxing. It was as if they were being targeted by a poisonous snake. Assassin. And it was an extremely powerful one at that. When Duan Mulong, who had just been revived, the Devil's Doctrine had sent out a powerful hydralisk. However, although the hydralisk was powerful, it was only a Dragon Realm level 3 assassin. But now, the one who made a move was a real venerable. Compared to him, the hydralisk was not even worth mentioning. At this moment, Su Yan's hair stood on end. The strong sense of danger directly threatened his life. Almost instinctively, the demonic dragon wings appeared directly, and at the same time, the sword and shield were deployed. At this moment, his speed had reached its peak. Su Yan felt that this speed was almost comparable to teleportation. Almost at the same moment his body disappeared, the shadow of a sword appeared directly. A person dressed in black looked at Su Yan and laughed, "You're quite powerful. You can actually dodge my sword." Not bad, not bad. Strictly speaking, Su Yan did not completely dodge his sword. This was because there was an extremely weak trace of blood on the tip of his sword. If Su Yan's speed or reaction had been a little slower, Su Yan would have died immediately. At this moment, Su Yan pulled away from him. This was a terrifying person, a person who made Su Yan's hair stand on end. Mu Tianxing was about to attack directly. This assassin was so powerful that even she was afraid of him. Moreover, this person was not from the Limitless Demon sect, but from the Huangji sect. The number 2 of the Huangji sect was Yin Zhongshan. This guy who did not look like a human or a ghost had actually appeared here. He had actually pledged his allegiance to Fan Yunlin. This was not a good sign. At this moment, she had already begun to think about how to protect Su Yan's safety while defeating Yin Zhongshan. After all, she had already regarded Su Yan as her friend. She did not want any accidents to happen to Su Yan. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly said, "Sister Mu, you don't have to do anything. Leave this trash to me." After saying that, Su Yan directly jumped off the ship. Mu Tianxing was stunned. At this moment, Su Yan still dared to say such words. Was this guy crazy? What right did he have to say that? Did he not know how terrifying the Venerable Realm was at this moment? His actions were indeed correct. He left the warship to broaden his vision and limit the assassin's performance to the greatest extent. However, the problem was that the gap between their strength was too big. Yin Zhongshan's strength was definitely above Len Yushan of the Limitless Demon sect. However, at this moment, she actually did not make a move. She really believed Su Yan. At this moment, Yin Zhongshan's figure faded again, and only an empty voice was transmitted in the air. What a boastful tone. I'd like to see how you deal with me. As a Venerable Realm assassin, his speed was absolutely fast. It could even be said that his speed could be ranked in the top 10 among all the opponents Su Yan had encountered so far. There was no need to say how terrifying such a person was. At this moment, he launched an assassination, which was almost fatal to Su Yan. However, at this moment, Su Yan was still fearless. Even when the shadow Yin Zhongshan turned into had already descended behind Su Yan did not react. In such a state, he should have died in the next moment. Mu Tianxing was finally ready to make a move. She only hoped that it was not too late for her to make a move now. At this moment, a loud and clear cry was heard. Then, a yellow shadow flew directly from the horizon. It was so fast that even Yin Zhongshan's speed could not be compared to it. In the next moment, the yellow shadow was already in front of Su Yan. Then, almost like a flash of lightning, Yin Zhongshan's killing move was directly repelled. The powerful force even made Yin Zhongshan's hand hurt. At this moment, his sharp eyes finally saw clearly the opponent who had suddenly appeared. Oriole, it was the Oriole. The legendary powerful demonic beast, the Oriole, had actually appeared at this moment. What shocked him even more was that the Oriole had directly blocked his sword in front of Su Yan. Could it be that the Oriole is also this kid's demonic beast? Where did he come from? How can he be so terrifying? Not only does he have the sea-splitting demonic snake, but even the Oriole is his demonic beast. At this moment, he simply could not believe it, but the truth was right in front of him. While he was still in shock, Su Yan directly stood on the Oriole's head. Previously, it was indeed dangerous, but he had already sensed the Oriole's arrival. He believed in the Oriole, so he calmed down instead. Therefore, even in such a crisis, he did not panic in the slightest. At this moment, he looked at Yin Zhongshan and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my other demonic beast, the Oriole." Although they had already guessed it, when Su Yan directly said this sentence, Mu Tianxing and Yin Zhongshan were both shocked. This was actually true. The powerful Oriole was actually Su Yan's demonic beast. Where did this kid come from? Why did he have such two terrifying demonic beasts? This was simply not letting people live. At this time, Su Yan was actually not relaxed. Last time, after he had subdued the 4 demonic beasts, a lightning tribulation suddenly fell from the sky. The powerful lightning tribulation directly fused the demonic beast's blood essence together. This allowed Su Yan's body to absorb the demonic beast's blood essence, making his physique even more terrifying. He could even control the demonic beast's divine abilities. But the side effects were also very obvious. That was, at this time, if several demonic beasts appeared at the same time, because of the blood essence, his body would bear an extremely huge pressure. In other words, if his strength was not strong enough, then summoning 4 at the same time, no, even if it was only 2 demonic beasts, this was courting death. However, this trip to the Divine Devil Island, his strength had increased again, and he had devoured the demon overlord to strengthen his body further. His body's endurance naturally increased. Under such circumstances, he dared to summon 2 demonic beasts at the same time. Of course, this time, he did not summon the double-winged sky tiger and the blood-winged flying dragon. These 2 demonic beasts were extremely close to the holy beast, and their bloodlines were even more powerful. If these 2 demonic beasts appeared, it would be even more terrifying. And now, the Oriole's appearance had already caused his body to have a huge burden. But fortunately, after his body became stronger, this was still within the range that he could bear. At this time, the one with the ugliest expression was Yin Zhongshan. He was indeed terrifying and powerful, but in front of the Oriole, this was just a joke. The Oriole was naturally restrained at this moment. The Oriole's most terrifying ability was the true sight. No matter how powerful the concealment technique was, it was all a joke in front of it. One had to know that the Oriole could hunt those powerful demonic beasts that were born with invisibility, and even void monsters could do it. Chapter 726. Female literature. His invisibility ability naturally couldn't be compared to the void monster. In the eyes of the Oriole, there was nowhere to hide. Therefore, he awkwardly realized that no matter what, he couldn't gain any advantage from the Oriole. In terms of speed, he couldn't be compared to the Oriole. In terms of invisibility, it was a joke. In terms of combat power, the aura of the Oriole was very obvious. It was a supremacy-level monster. If there were no special circumstances, a supremacy fighting a supremacy-level monster one-on-one would be courting death. What's more, at this moment, he was completely restrained by the Oriole. If there was a word to describe him now, it would be pitiful. An extremely powerful supremacy of the imperial sect could only be described as pitiful. It was a kind of tragedy. But at this time, Su Yan didn't care about him. Now, in Su Yan's eyes, one thing was very clear, that this guy was his enemy. Since he was an enemy, there was no reason to let him live. Moreover, this was an extremely powerful and dangerous enemy. Su Yan had seen clearly that the Oriole was this guy's nemesis. Therefore, he had to kill him now. After all, the Oriole couldn't always be by his side. Therefore, this guy had to die now. After receiving Su Yan's will, the Oriole's eyes flickered with a cold light. He knew that his hunt was about to begin. The human in front of him was a powerhouse. When it helped Su Yan block the attack just now, it already knew. However, it was because of this that it became more interesting. Although he wasn't by Su Yan's side, he still knew a lot of things. The sea-splitting demonic snake had followed Su Yan and seemed to have made great progress in such a short period of time. At this moment, his strength seemed to be above his own. The Oriole and the sea-splitting demonic snake were originally on the same boundary. However, the sea-splitting demonic snake seemed to be approaching the level of a holy beast earlier than him. This made him realize how powerful his master was. No matter what, this was already a fact. As long as one was an intelligent creature, they would want to become stronger. This was an instinct. Therefore, at this time, he also wanted to perform well and hoped to get a huge improvement. And this guy was his first battle. Yin Zhongshan felt very uncomfortable. At this time, he already knew that he had been targeted by the Oriole. The Oriole's eyes of truth could see through all illusions. No matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Therefore, he simply gave up on the stealth mode. He raised his head and looked at the sparrow. Finally, he said, "You bastard, how dare you look down on me?" Since that's the case, then I'll kill you first." After he finished speaking, he directly attacked. However, his target was not the Oriole, but Mu Tianxing, who was standing on the deck. This guy was really cunning. He knew in his heart that if he directly attacked the Oriole, he would not be able to get away with it. Moreover, his real target was not the Oriole to begin with, so in that instant, he changed his target. What a great diversion tactic. "Stop him," Su Yan said directly. Without needing Su Yan to say more, the Oriole's huge body had already moved. Standing on the Oriole's body, Su Yan understood what was called the fastest speed in the world. This speed was too terrifying. Even if he used the regal sword flight and the power of the demonic dragon wings, he would not be able to match it. However, Su Yan also knew that there was nothing he could do if his speed was not as fast as the Oriole. After all, his current realm was still too low. If he could become a venerable one, then he had absolute confidence that he could surpass the Oriole's speed. In the sky, a golden light flashed and disappeared. Yin Zhongshan's speed was already very fast, but the Oriole arrived first and directly arrived in front of the warship. The Oriole's huge eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in its sharp beak. The Oriole was born with the terrifying power to control wind and thunder. At this moment, Yin Zhongshan directly cursed in his heart. Today was simply a bad start for him. How could such a person summon such a terrifying thing among the Orioles? If it was not for the Oriole, he would have easily completed the task. However, no matter how angry he was, he still did not dare to be presumptuous in the face of this terrifying light. This bolt of lightning could seriously injure him. If things went wrong, he might have to die here today. Therefore, at this moment, he forced himself to calm down. "Damn it, don't be complacent. I'll definitely kill you today." He looked at Su Yan with resentment in his eyes. All of this was because of Su Yan. If it were not for this guy, he would not be in such a sorry state. He had made up his mind. Once he had the chance, he would definitely make Su Yan die a painful death. At this moment, Su Yan stood high in the sky. His gaze was so cold. He had already seen through this guy's thoughts. After all, it was not difficult to guess this kind of person's thoughts. Nevertheless, he did not care. After all, he already had too many enemies. Moreover, he did not expect to be able to defeat this powerful venerable one assassin today. The power of the thunderbolt kept pressing forward. This was already extremely overbearing. Yin Zhongshan could only keep retreating. Of course, although Su Yan was watching coldly at this moment, he was not doing nothing. At this moment, he was trying hard to adjust his aura. At this moment, he realized that the appearance of the two demonic beasts was indeed a huge pressure on him. However, it did not necessarily mean that there were no benefits. This kind of pressure was painful, but it was also a huge benefit. Su Yan was best at cultivating in adversity. At this moment, under the pressure of this terrifying power, his body had become stronger. He believed that in the near future, he would be able to achieve a huge improvement. At this moment, the essence and blood in his body were so hot. Although the essence and blood of the demonic beasts were attacking his body, it was also a kind of strengthening. Su Yan believed that in the near future, his strength would have a breakthrough. At this moment, the sky had become increasingly gloomy as the two powerhouses fought. Especially the Oriole and the sea-splitting demonic snake, they were both terrifying beasts that could change the weather. When they fully unleashed their power, the terrifying power was even more obvious. This kind of powerful and terrifying power simply became more obvious. The weather had begun to change, and the boundless pressure continued to spread. At this moment, the sea had begun to roll. The battleship was like a floating leaf in the sea. Fortunately, no matter how turbulent the sea was, the battleship remained motionless. This was because the battleship had been protected by a mysterious power. On the battleship, Mu Tianxing was still incomparably calm. The sea was so turbulent, but she was like a calm lake. No matter how the world was raging, she did not care at all. Fang Wuxian thoroughly admired this woman at this moment. One must know that although the current situation was good, this was only the beginning. The powerhouses of the limitless demon sect were on their way. The power of the two demonic beasts was indeed terrifying, but it was impossible for them to stop the advance of the limitless demon sect. Shen Wei was a member of the limitless demon sect, so he knew the limitless demon sect very well. In this area, whether it was the Fierce Flame sect or the Taihang sword faction, they were all suppressed by the limitless demon sect. Even among the top 10 sects of the entire continent, the limitless demon sect was firmly ranked in the top 3. It was even possible that they were stable. This woman did not seem like a lunatic, nor did she seem like a stupid person. Therefore, it was impossible that she did not realize this. Fang Yueshan suddenly became curious. He really wanted to know what these people were relying on. The sea-splitting demonic snake had already suppressed Leng Yushan to the point where he was in great pain. Although he had the extremely destructive demon god fist, the sea-splitting demonic snake was too cunning. He did not fight it head-on at all. After the joint venture of the sea, he was the absolute master. He took advantage of this point and kept tangling with Leng Yushan. To Leng Yushan, the current ocean had already turned into a cage that made him extremely fearful. He could not break out of the cage, nor could he escape. What kind of pain was this? He knew that if this continued, then today would be the day he would be buried. Yin Zhongshan was not much better off. The Oriole's body was huge, and its power was terrifying. But this guy's speed was so fast. He could not gain any advantage when fighting with the Oriole. No, to put it another way, he was being suppressed in every way. He could still contend with it for now, but the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Moreover, he realized that Su Yan, who was standing on the Oriole's back, seemed to be reading him. He did not understand why he had such a feeling, but he believed that his judgment was definitely not wrong. This kid really had such an ability. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. This was definitely not a good thing. As for Su Yan, he originally looked down on him. However, he met the only survivor of the outstanding 3 heavenly ghosts, Yao Hongwei. Although he did not think much of the outstanding 3 heavenly ghosts, even he had to admit that these 3 people were unique. They had experienced such a strong wind and rain, but they died in Su Yan's hands. How could such a person be simple? Therefore, he absolutely believed that Su Yan had the ability to read him. He didn't know why, but compared to the Oriole, he was actually more fearful of Su Yan. Chapter 727. Female Literature. As a top-notch expert, he had absolute faith in his intuition. Therefore, what he wanted to do the most now was to kill Su Yan directly. However, killing Su Yan wasn't an easy task. It wasn't that Su Yan was so powerful that he was helpless. Instead, it was because Su Yan was hiding on the back of the Oriole. His invisibility ability naturally couldn't be compared to the Void Monster. In the eyes of the Oriole, there was nowhere to hide. Therefore, he awkwardly realized that no matter what, he couldn't gain any advantage from the Oriole. In terms of speed, he couldn't be compared to the Oriole. In terms of invisibility, it was a joke. In terms of combat power, the aura emitted by the Oriole was very obvious. It was a venerable realm monster. If there were no special circumstances, a venerable realm monster fighting a venerable realm monster one-on-one was almost courting death. Moreover, at this moment, he was completely restrained by the Oriole. If there was a word to describe him now, it would be pitiful. An extremely powerful venerable realm expert of the royal sect could only be described as pitiful at this moment. It was a kind of sorrow. However, Su Yan didn't care about him at this moment. Now, Su Yan was very clear that this guy was his enemy. Since he was his enemy, there was no reason to let him live. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful and dangerous enemy. Su Yan also saw that the Oriole was this guy's nemesis. Therefore, he should kill him now. After all, the Oriole couldn't always be by his side. Therefore, this guy must die at this moment. After receiving Su Yan's will, the Oriole's eyes flickered with a cold light. He knew that his hunt was about to begin. The human in front of him was a powerhouse. When it helped Su Yan block the attack just now, it already knew. However, it was because of this that it became more interesting. Although it was no longer by Su Yan's side, it still knew a lot of things. After following Su Yan for so long, the sea-splitting demonic serpent seemed to have made great progress. At this point, its strength seemed to have surpassed his own. The Oriole and the sea-rending demonic snake had always been on the same side. But now, the sea-splitting demonic snake seemed to have reached the level of a holy beast before him. This made him realize how powerful his master was. No matter what, this was a fact. As long as one was an intelligent creature, they would want to become stronger. This was an instinct. Therefore, at this time, he also wanted to perform well and hoped to get a huge improvement. And this guy was his first battle. Yin Zhongshan felt very uncomfortable. At this time, he already knew that he had been targeted by the Oriole. The Oriole's eyes of truth could see through all illusions. No matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. Therefore, he simply gave up on the stealth mode. He raised his head and looked at the sparrow. Finally, he said, "You bastard, how dare you look down on me? Humph, if that's the case, I'll kill you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately made a move. However, his target was not the sparrow, but Mu Tianxing, who was standing on the deck. This guy was really cunning. He knew very well that if he directly attacked the sparrow, he would not be able to get away with it. Moreover, his real target was not the Oriole to begin with. Thus, at this moment, he directly changed his target. What a good trick to create a diversion. Su Yan immediately said, "Stop him." Without needing Su Yan to say anything, the the sparrow's huge body had already moved. Standing on the sparrow's body, Su Yan finally understood what it meant to be extremely fast. This speed was too terrifying. Even if he used the regal sword flight and the power of the demonic dragon wings, he would not be able to compare. However, Su Yan also knew that there was nothing he could do about the fact that his speed was not as fast as the Oriole. After all, his current state was still too low. If he could become a venerable one, he had absolute confidence that he could surpass the sparrow's speed. In the sky, a golden light flashed and disappeared. Yin Zhongshan's speed was already very fast, but the sparrow actually arrived in front of the warship first. The sparrow's huge eyes revealed a trace of ridicule. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in its sharp beak. The sparrow was born with the terrifying power to control wind and thunder. At this moment, Yin Zhongshan directly cursed in his heart. Today was simply a bad start for him. How could such a person summon such a terrifying thing among the sparrows? If it was not for the sparrow, he would have easily completed the task now. However, no matter how angry he was in his heart, in the face of this terrifying light, he still did not dare to be presumptuous. This bolt of lightning could seriously injure him. If something went wrong, he might have to die here today. Therefore, at this time, he forced himself to calm down. Damn it, don't be complacent. I will definitely kill you today. He looked at Su Yan with resentment in his eyes. All of this was because of Su Yan. If it was not for this guy, he would not be in such a sorry state. He had already made up his mind. Once he had the chance, he would definitely make Su Yan die a painful death. At this moment, Su Yan was standing high in the sky. His gaze was so cold. He had already seen through this guy's thoughts. After all, it was not difficult to guess this kind of person's thoughts. However, he did not care. After all, he already had too many enemies. Moreover, he did not expect to be able to kill this powerful venerable assassin today. The power of the thunderbolt kept pressing forward. It was already extremely overbearing, and Yin Zhongshan could only keep retreating. Of course, although Su Yan was watching coldly at this moment, he was not doing nothing. At this moment, he was trying hard to adjust his aura. At this moment, he realized that the appearance of the two demonic beasts was indeed a huge pressure on him. However, it was not necessarily without any benefits. The pressure was painful, but it was also very beneficial. Su Yan was best at cultivating in adversity. At this moment, under the pressure of this terrifying power, his body had become stronger. He believed that it would not be long before he would be able to obtain a huge improvement. At this moment, the essence and blood in his body were so hot. Although the essence and blood of the demonic beasts were impacting his body, it was also a kind of strengthening. Su Yan believed that it would not be long before his strength would have a breakthrough. At this moment, the sky had become increasingly gloomy with the battle between the two powerhouses. In particular, the Oriole and the sea-splitting demonic snake were terrifying beasts that could change the weather. When they fully unleashed their powers, the terrifying power was even more obvious. This kind of powerful and terrifying power became even more obvious. The weather had begun to change, and the boundless pressure continued to spread. At this moment, the sea had begun to roll. The battleship was like a leaf floating in the sea. Fortunately, no matter how turbulent the sea was, the warship remained unmoved. This was because the warship had been protected by a mysterious power. On the warship, Mu Tianxing was as calm as ever. The sea was so turbulent, but she was like a calm lake. No matter how violent the world was, she did not care at all. At this moment, Fang Yueshan was thoroughly impressed by this woman. One must know that although the situation was good, this was only the beginning. The powerhouses of the limitless demon sect were on their way. The strength of the two demonic beasts was indeed terrifying, but it was impossible for them to stop the advance of the limitless demon sect. Shen Wei was a member of the Limitless Demon sect, so he knew the Limitless Demon sect very well. In this realm, whether it was the Fierce Flame sect or the Taihang Sword faction, they were all suppressed by the Limitless Demon sect. Even among the 10 great sects of the entire continent, the strength of the Limitless Demon sect was firmly ranked in the top 3. There was even a possibility of stability. This woman did not look like a lunatic, nor did she look like a stupid person. Therefore, it was impossible that she did not realize this. Fang Yueshan suddenly became curious. He really wanted to know what these people were relying on. The sea-splitting demonic snake had already suppressed Leng Yushan to the point where he was in great pain. Although he had the demon god's fist, which was extremely destructive, the sea-splitting demonic snake was too cunning. He did not fight it head-on at all. In the sea, he was the absolute master. He took advantage of this point and kept tangling with Leng Yushan. To Leng Yushan, the sea had already turned into a cage that made him feel extremely fearful. He could not break out of the prison, nor could he escape. How painful was this? He knew that if this continued, then today would be the day he would be buried. Yin Zhongshan was not much better off. The Oriole's body was huge and its strength was terrifying. But this guy's speed was so fast. He actually couldn't gain any advantage from fighting with this Oriole. No, to put it another way, he was being suppressed in every way. He could still fight it, but the longer this went on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Moreover, he also realized that Su Yan, who was standing on the Oriole's back, seemed to be reading him. He did not understand why he had such a feeling, but he believed that his judgment was definitely not wrong. This kid really had such an ability. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. This was definitely not a good thing. As for Su Yan, he originally looked down on him. But he met the only survivor of the Heavenly Ghost 3, Yao Hongwei. Although he did not think much of the Heavenly Ghost 3, even he had to admit that these 3 people were unique. They had gone through so much, but they died in Su Yan's hands. How could such a person be simple? Therefore, he absolutely believed that Su Yan had the ability to read him. He didn't know why, but compared to the Oriole, he was actually more fearful of Su Yan. Chapter 728. Female Literature. The Oriole's feathers protected Su Yan. At this moment, he couldn't even get close to Su Yan. Therefore, at this moment, the problem had once again returned to its original point, the Oriole. The powerful demonic beast Oriole was his nightmare at this moment. Damn it, those bastards from the Limitless Demon sect still haven't appeared. At this moment, he had already fallen into a deadlock. This was almost a sure-death situation. The best way to break out of this situation was the intervention of a third party. Unfortunately, the Limitless Demon sect seemed to have dropped the chain at this moment. He was very anxious, but the people from the Limitless Demon sect still hadn't appeared. Other than Lai Hongyang, who was killed at the beginning, and Leng Yushan, who was also in a bitter battle, no one more powerful than him had appeared. At this moment, he himself couldn't figure out what these guys were thinking. Oriole, continue to suppress him. Be more fierce and don't hold back. At this moment, Su Yan directly gave the order. Su Yan's eyes were very sharp. At this moment, he could already see that although Yin Zhongshan was in a difficult situation, he still had some strength left. This guy was very calculative. He was waiting for the moment to break out of this situation, then he would directly attack and cooperate with the experts who suddenly appeared to give him a fatal blow. However, how could Su Yan let him do as he wished? He wanted to save some strength to give himself a fatal blow. Then, Su Yan would suppress him until he couldn't breathe. He wanted to see how long this guy could last under the Oriole's full attack. The Oriole's eyes flashed with a blood-red color. At this moment, his wings suddenly vibrated. The wind rose. 8 terrifying whirlwinds directly flew up at this moment. The terrifying whirlwinds were like pillars in a cage, directly trapping him inside. At this moment, his expression was very interesting. It turned out that the Oriole hadn't used all his strength before. At this moment, he immediately felt the real danger. It was the threat of death. He clearly knew that if this continued, he could only die here. 8 whirlwinds circled around him and then closed in on him. At this moment, if he couldn't directly retreat from the core of the 8 whirlwinds, then the outcome was self-evident. At this time, Su Yan's expression became more focused. He was observing. He wanted to know what this guy would do under such circumstances. Su Yan would never underestimate anyone, not to mention that this person was a powerful venerable one. He knew how powerful and terrifying venerable ones were. When faced with a desperate situation, the power that these venerable ones could unleash was even more terrifying. Right at this moment, Yin Zhongshan finally made a move. Because he was very clear that if he didn't make a move now, then he wouldn't have any chance. At this time, his body suddenly began to become illusory. They didn't disappear immediately. Instead, they became somewhat blurry. Suddenly, his body began to change, and a shadow appeared beside him. During this process, Su Yan watched very seriously. That shadow seemed to be directly pulled out from his body. It was a very strange process. Moreover, Su Yan was sure that it wasn't just a simple illusion because he felt a real aura from the shadow. It was a real person, and it was no different from Yin Zhongshan. In other words, Yin Zhongshan had directly created a brand new version of himself. However, this was far from the end. Time passed again, and Yin Zhongshan's body changed again. Previously, there were 2 people, but at this time, it became 4 people, and in the end, it became 8 people. He was divided into 8 people, and each of them was a real person instead of an illusion. Su Yan had never seen such a method before. Nevertheless, at this point, he still couldn't figure out the guy's purpose. What exactly was he trying to do? Could it be that after he divided into 8 people, his power would directly increase, and he could break free from the 8 whirlwinds? No, that couldn't be. Until this moment, Su Yan saw it very clearly. He had indeed turned into 8 people, but the sum of his aura didn't change. In his previous life, Su Yan knew a principle, and that was that energy would never be born for no reason. Therefore, according to this train of thought, it meant that he had divided his power into 8 parts, and each part turned into a version of himself. What was his purpose? At this moment, Su Yan finally knew the answer. After these 8 people appeared, he actually scattered in all directions. Su Yan didn't understand at first, but at this moment, everything became very clear. That guy was trying to escape. However, this was understandable. After all the creatures were hiding in the dark at this moment. At this time, under the gaze of the Oriole, he no longer had any barriers. Even if he was a venerable one, he couldn't be the Oriole's opponent. Therefore, at this time, the only way he could do was to escape. However, was it really that easy to escape? The Oriole had already moved with all its strength at this time, and the power of the overbearing whirlwinds was even more terrifying. The cage formed by the whirlwinds had firmly locked him in place. At this moment, it was impossible for him to escape. Boom, 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 boom. Extremely terrifying sounds were heard one after another. These were the sounds of Yin Zhongshan starting to break through the whirlwind boundary. It was a pity that this world was never so easy. If he condensed all of his power into a point and then chose to break through the boundary at that point, he would still have a chance. However, the method he was using now was simply stupid. However, Su Yan was even more curious. One had to know that this guy was a venerable one. No matter what, his realm was above Su Yan's, so he definitely knew these things. However, he still did this, which meant that he must have some special method. When Su Yan was observing this guy, he found that his aura had almost recovered, and his power had also reached an extremely powerful level. If he was given some more time, he would be able to fully adapt to this powerful pressure. This also meant that in his body, the fusion of the demonic beast's blood essence had increased again. If this continued, his power would become stronger and stronger, and he could even learn the innate talents of these powerful demonic beasts from the demonic beast's blood essence. This was the benefit of a demonic pet. At this time, Su Yan's entire body was already boiling like fire. It was just that he was constantly suppressing it. It was at this time that Yin Zhongshan made a new move again. At this time, the 8 Yin Zhongshans all stopped their attacks, and then they all turned around. At this time, the 8 Yin Zhongshans formed an octagon. When the power of this octagon was completely merged, there was immediately an extremely hot flame light. The 8 of them began to connect with each other. In the middle of the connection, an extremely powerful and terrifying power appeared. It seemed to be a terrifying giant beast. This giant beast was a humanoid giant beast, but its height had already reached more than 30 meters. Even compared to the Oriole's body, it was not inferior. The appearance of such a terrifying existence immediately made Su Yan feel the pressure. At this time, the Oriole was even more so. He urged his power to become even stronger. A terrifying whirlwind directly swept in, turning into a bolt of thunder and lightning. The power of the lightning kept roaring, but he could do nothing about it. Because the 8 Yin Zhongshan's bodies emitted a scarlet light at the same time, directly blocking the Oriole's lightning power. This was an absolutely terrifying power, and for a moment, even the Oriole could not do anything to him. At this time, Mu Tianqing's voice came directly, "Su Yan, stop him. That's my royal sect's supreme divine general." Damn it, he even gave away such a thing. Although Su Yan did not know how powerful this supreme divine general was, Mu Tianqing was anxious. But at this time, Mu Tianqing's anxious tone showed that this thing was very scary. Moreover, the aura he revealed had already explained this point. Unfortunately, for some reason, the Oriole could not break in at all. This made Su Yan feel that this was a thorny problem. At this time, Mu Tianqing said, "Su Yan, let me do it. The Supreme Divine General is too terrifying. If he really appears, his battle strength is comparable to a sacred beast." At this time, Mu Tianqing was ready to use the divine item she obtained from Divine Demon Island to temporarily undo the seal in her body. Su Yan did not know how this would affect him, but he did not need to say anything to know that it was definitely not a good thing. Mu Tianqing had already begun to make her move. At this time, she could no longer remain silent. Otherwise, Su Yan would bear too much burden alone. This was undoubtedly very unfair to Su Yan. Mu Tianqing's hand directly released a green light. The appearance of this light immediately caused Mu Tianqing's aura to directly expand. Under her power, the small boat seemed like it was about to explode. This kind of apocalyptic scene was so terrifying that it was frightening. At this time, Fang Yueshan's heart collapsed. This woman was actually so powerful. Fortunately, he had the foresight to directly restrain his subordinates and choose to side with her. Otherwise, it would only take a blink of an eye for her to kill him. At this time, Mu Tianqing's aura was almost completely released. Chapter 729. Female Literature. At this moment, the 8 Yin Zhongshan's expressions changed at the same time. He naturally felt Mu Tianqing's aura. Oh no, how can she still use all of her power? This was the worst news for him. The reason why he directly used this heaven-defying summoning method. He was certain that no one could stop him at this time. As long as he summoned the ultimate Emperor Divine General, he would be able to sweep everything away. However, if Mu Tianqing directly attacked at this time, his plan would only become empty talk. Everything had turned into a dream. At this moment, Mu Tianqing's aura had become very cold. She directly attacked, and a powerful thought rushed into the 8 whirlwinds and headed toward the boundary at the same time. She wanted to tear everything apart. However, it was at this moment that another thought was transmitted to him. "Ah, Miss Moo, your opponent is me. Why are you so anxious?" This was the voice of the Devil Sect's Vice Sect Master. The powerful Saint Master, the Devil Sect's Vice Sect Master, Xayan Wuming, made his move at this moment. Mu Tianqing's expression abruptly changed. This was because their plan, the final big fish, wasn't at all for this person in front of him. However, she did not expect him to come so quickly. This was not good news. His strength was too strong, and no one here could suppress him. The Taihang Sword faction's people did not seem to have arrived yet. At this moment, Mu Tianqing no longer cared about anything else. She directly attacked and fiercely clashed with the power that suddenly came down. When the two forces collided, the two of them were directly pushed back. Damn, a thought is actually so strong. At this moment, he was shocked. Just a thought had such terrifying power. A Saint Master did not spy on a Saint Master. If the real person came, unless his strength was completely unsealed, he still would not be a match for him. She was still able to deal with this thought. However, she had to worry about another thing now. That was Yin Zhongshan. At this moment, he was summoning the ultimate Emperor Divine General. This time, she had taken action to stop Yin Zhongshan. However, at this time, the Vice Sect Master's consciousness had arrived, making it impossible for her to free up her hands. If that was the case, Su Yan would be in grave danger. At this moment, the will that had suddenly descended seemed to have discovered Mu Tianqing's thoughts. She directly said, "Miss Mu, my Wuji sect has no intention of making things difficult for you. We just want to invite you back as a guest. Why don't you come with me?" He said it casually, but everyone knew that if Mu Tianqing went back with him, he wouldn't have a good ending. Even a child wouldn't believe such nonsense. But at this time, he just had to say it in such a dignified manner. Mu Tianqing didn't say anything else. Right now, it was meaningless to say anything. The only thing he could do was to directly attack. Her power immediately enveloped the area, and her powerful aura began to surge. That valiant power was so overbearing. It was impossible for the Vice Sect leader of the Devil Sect to show mercy. If she wanted to save Su Yan, she would have to rely on herself. Only by directly defeating this will she be able to quickly save Su Yan. However, the will smiled and said, "I have to say, your plan is not bad. Although this is only a will of mine, it is not so weak. As for this Su Yan, he is also an extremely interesting person. I will also bring him back to the sect. Therefore, you can rest assured that he will not die here." As expected of the Devil Sect's Vice Sect leader, every word and action of his was filled with an indescribable domineering aura. It was as if he could directly control the sky, and everything was under his control. Such a person could turn the clouds and rain with one turn of the hand, and nothing would be put in his eyes. How could Mu Tianqing leave her fate in the hands of such a person? At this moment, Yin Zhongshan suddenly laughed. "Kid, from the moment you got together with that bitch Mu Tianqing, your fate was already decided. Do you think everything will be so easy? Do you know what this divine General Huang Ji likes the most? He likes to devour powerful demonic beasts the most." Yin Zhongshan had already revealed a sinister smile. "So what if you are strong? You will still die in the end, and so will your Oriole." At this moment, the Oriole's aura had already become irritable, as if it had sensed the appearance of its natural enemy. This was extremely abnormal. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes burst out with an extremely strong radiance. At this moment, he had already made a decision. He would infiltrate the terrifying formation and kill the other party. It sounded like an extremely crazy move, but in reality, it wasn't much. At this moment, Su Yan had already calculated that he had enough strength to fight. Now, Mu Tianxing could no longer make a move. Although the sea-splitting demonic snake had suppressed Leng Yushan to the point that he could not breathe, Leng Yushan had the demon god's gloves. This was what he was relying on, and it was also his foundation. It would not be easy for the sea-splitting demonic snake to kill him. The Oriole was now restrained by the mysterious force that Yin Zhongshan had summoned. It was because of the suppression of the Oriole's power that this mysterious existence could not immediately descend. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as the ultimate Emperor Divine General descended, or he could only make a move himself. Of course, Su Yan had never acted rashly. The reason why he had chosen to make a move himself was because he had calculated many things. The most important thing was that Yin Zhongshan could not possibly be at full strength right now. At this moment, he had already split into 8. According to his estimation, Yin Zhongshan could only use an eighth of his strength. Of course, even if a 3-origin venerable only had an eighth of his strength, it would still be enough to kill him. But now, Yin Zhongshan was summoning. This also meant that he could not use his full strength right now. In that case, Su Yan had an opportunity. He did not need to directly kill Yin Zhongshan. As long as he could defeat one of the clones, or severely injure him so that he could not continue his summoning, that would be enough. Oriole, you must seal this guy for a long time. I'm relying on you to comfort him, Su Yan said directly. The Oriole directly transmitted an affirmative thought to him. After receiving this thought, Su Yan finally threw away all his worries and directly jumped down. At that moment, Yin Zhongshan immediately discovered Su Yan's actions. A cold light directly exploded from his eyes, and he coldly said, "Good kid, you've got guts. You actually dare to barge in." At that moment, Su Yan's actions had angered him. In his opinion, Su Yan's actions at this time were no less than courting death. He already hated Su Yan to the extreme. If Su Yan had been under the Oriole's protection, it would have been very troublesome for him to deal with Su Yan. Even if an ultimate Emperor Divine General appeared, he would not be able to smoothly kill Su Yan. After all, the Oriole was just too fast. If he had made up his mind to leave, there would have been nothing he could do. However, Su Yan had actually given up on the Oriole's protection and directly barged in. He directly said, "Do you think that you have the strength to fight just because I've split my strength to 80%? You're too naive. I'll let you know what despair is." At that moment, he directly unleashed his strength, and the valiantly Lang was like a surging river. This terrifying power simply caused one's heart to palpitate. As soon as Su Yan entered the range of his great formation, he already felt this incomparably deep pressure. It felt as if he had been targeted by the entire world. What a terrible feeling. To put it bluntly, it was almost so painful that he wished he was dead. However, at that moment, Su Yan still endured the destruction of this terrifying power. To Su Yan, pain was no longer a big deal. If he could not even endure this pain, he would have died long ago. At that moment, he directly used the regal sword teleportation. In the next moment, his entire body had turned into an illusory stream of light. The 8 Yin Zhongshans gave Su Yan immense pressure. This was also human nature. Anyone who suddenly faced 8 people who looked exactly the same would feel extremely heavy pressure. At that moment, Su Yan was like that. The scorching sun sword directly appeared. At that moment, the scarlet sword light directly flickered with boundless radiance. The extremely dazzling radiance was Su Yan's incomparably firm will. At that moment, Su Yan had made up his mind to stop the Ultimate Emperor Divine General from appearing. The Ultimate Emperor Divine General was a terrifying existence that could directly compete with a sacred venerable. A deputy sect master of the limitless demon sect was already enough to make Su Yan and the others feel terrified. If this divine general was added, their plan might fail this time. Do you think that you can kill me with your strength? That's simply a pipe dream. His voice was so calm because at that moment, he had absolute confidence that he could kill Su Yan. After all, compared to Su Yan, the difference in strength was too great. Even if he was only 1/8 of his strength, he could still kill Su Yan. At that moment, Su Yan directly drew his sword. Deity Vanquishing Sword. Since he had already made his move, Su Yan would not show any mercy. This powerful force immediately turned into a terrifying scene. It seemed to be an extremely terrifying divine light. The scarlet light immediately slashed towards him. Just this attack alone had already caused Yin Zhongshan to be more wary of Su Yan. He did not expect that Su Yan's strength was actually so powerful. This sword had long exceeded his expectations. At that moment, he understood that he could not treat this guy as an ordinary expert. Chapter 730. Female Literature. Just this sword alone had almost reached the strength of the 9 Dragons realm. He was clearly in the 5 Dragons realm, but his strength was already so strong. This person was simply a super monster. This kind of terrifying monster made him feel incomparably fearful. At this moment, his eyes began to become hollow, and then an aura directly spread out. This aura changed at this moment, and in the next moment, it actually turned into another Yin Zhongshan. This was the 9th Yin Zhongshan. The 8 clones had to maintain this summoning formation, so they could no longer be free. However, he did not care. Since the 8 clones were busy, he would let the 9th clone do it. At this moment, the 9th clone directly appeared, and the powerful aura immediately began to oppress the 9 Dragons realm. This clone could no longer reach the Venerable realm. After all, most of his power was used to summon the ultimate Emperor Divine General. Moreover, he was summoning under the suppression of the Oriole's violent power. However, this 9 Dragons realm powerhouse was already strong enough. One had to know that this 9 Dragons clone was not weaker than the Heavenly Ghost Boss at all. In fact, it was even stronger. It was enough to deal with Su Yan. Moreover, even though the Oriole's power was suppressed, at this moment, his summoning had already reached the end. In a while, he would be able to summon successfully. Once the summoning was successful, everything would be turned to dust under his power. The Ultimate Emperor sect was one of the 10 most powerful sections. Of course, it was extraordinary. A new doppelganger. Su Yan bellowed, and the scarlet sword light directly blasted towards the newly appeared doppelganger. This sword chi was absolutely powerful, and the terrifying sword light flashed, terrifying to a certain extent. At this moment, the 9 Dragons clone actually felt a huge pressure. He even felt that if he faced Su Yan's sword in his current state, he was afraid that the clone would be directly destroyed. However, his power was still strong. Almost at this moment, the clone directly dissipated. Streams of energy flashed past Su Yan's body. Almost at the same time, the energy streams recombined and a powerful force blasted towards Su Yan. He was an extremely powerful assassin. Naturally, he couldn't just fight Su Yan head-on. Making his enemies die in fear was what he liked to do the most. After his figure disappeared, he reappeared, and that terrifying radiance flickered. Su Yan's heart immediately trembled. He was very clear that this guy had attacked him. His strength was terrifying and powerful. There was no doubt about it. How could Su Yan relax in his heart? Almost at the same instant the other party made a move, his body was already covered by densely packed dragon scales. At such a young age, you can actually use the dragon scale to such an extent. You are really a dangerous person. However, after today, you can only die eternally because I will not let you live. The Tao of assassination was immediately launched. In an instant, Su Yan's vision was completely blocked. At this moment, he seemed to have entered a dark place. That sense of danger was so thick and heavy. He immediately understood that this was the other party's method. When Su Yan fought with Hydralisk, he felt that kind of feeling. It was an indescribable despair. At this time, this person's method was many times stronger than Hydralisk's. Therefore, Su Yan's situation was even more dangerous now. However, he had fought with Su Yan before. At this time, he didn't panic. Since his five senses had lost their intuition, he might as well not rely on them anymore. Su Yan had one thing that was extremely powerful, and that was his fighting instinct. Yin Zhongshan's clone directly attacked. The attack turned into several rays of light that directly pierced Su Yan's body. Whether it was speed, power, or angle, this attack could be said to be perfect. Such a powerful sword simply made people's hearts tremble. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan would actually block his attack. He didn't know how Su Yan did it, and he was sure that just now, he had completely blocked all of Su Yan's movements. However, even under such circumstances, Su Yan was still able to block his attack. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly stretched out his hand. His hand was like a dragon's claw, directly grabbing Yin Zhongshan. Then, Su Yan immediately attacked with his Scorching Sun sword. This sword was really incomparable. Even Yin Zhongshan himself didn't expect that Su Yan's attack would be so ruthless and merciless. This was not only ruthless to the enemy, but also to himself. Poof! A powerful wind blew, and he immediately felt that a wound seemed to have appeared on his chest. Hee, your speed is indeed very fast, and it's indeed very difficult for me to catch you. However, it's impossible that you won't kill me, and this moment is the best time for me to make a move, isn't it? Following this attack, Su Yan's seal on his five senses was also directly removed. At this moment, Su Yan had no intention of stopping at all. He directly took advantage of the situation and launched a new round of attacks. At this moment, he directly entered an extremely terrifying state. In this state, he simply turned into a body of flames. The fire dragon's tooth that he had obtained back then had been completely refined by him at this time. At this moment, he directly activated the powerful power of the fire dragon's tooth, and that terrifying light directly filled the air. Such a berserk power gushed out directly. At this moment, Su Yan was simply like a god of war. Su Yan directly seized the opportunity and directly launched a close-range battle, definitely not giving this guy any chance. The moment the close-range battle began, Su Yan had already directly erupted his full strength, and at this moment, all kinds of battle skills were directly displayed. The powerful and terrifying power seemed to be endlessly swirling around. The terrifying power from the great demon Heavenly Lord, the power from the great demon dragon, and the power from the monster's blood essence constantly alternated at this moment. For a moment, Yin Zhongshan was directly at a disadvantage. This was something that even he himself could not imagine. He was such a powerful and proud person, but at this moment, he actually had no chance to resist. He suddenly realized that Su Yan was much more terrifying than he originally thought. This guy actually has such great power. It's no wonder that the three heroes of the Heavenly Ghost are so miserable. At this time, only the boss is still alive. At this moment, his figure began to flicker repeatedly. At this time, his speed was completely displayed. However, Su Yan's strongest point was his speed. Among all the martial arts in the world, only speed was unbeatable. This was something that Su Yan had always believed in. At this moment, the two of them directly began to exchange speed, an extremely powerful power at this time turned into divine brilliance. That boundless and terrifying brilliance immediately began to boil. At this moment, Su Yan's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. As the two of them continued to exchange blows, Su Yan suddenly realized that his vision was becoming clearer and clearer, as if that strange shadow could no longer hide from his eyes. He was suddenly pleasantly surprised. This was the Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth, the innate skill of the Oriole, could see through all the falsehoods in this world. At this time, Su Yan actually obtained this ability. This was too much of a pleasant surprise for him. This also meant that his survival ability would be greatly improved. At this time, Su Yan's aura began to surge continuously. With the guarantee of the Eye of Truth, he would be able to grasp Yin Zhongshan's trajectory more clearly. Therefore, he was able to unleash more unscrupulous and directly launched a strong attack on Yin Zhongshan. At this time, Yin Zhongshan also realized that something was wrong. Because every time he attacked, Su Yan could almost predict the enemy's move, as if he could directly see through him. He was very clear about this, and that was the Oriole's Eye of Truth. This guy actually also has the Eye of Truth. Although as long as one became the master of a monster and obtained its blood essence, there was a certain probability of obtaining the monster's innate ability, but this probability was still very low. Not to mention that a monster had more than one kind of ability, and the probability of obtaining the Eye of Truth was even lower. However, he never thought that at this time, Su Yan would actually directly obtain the ability of the Eye of Truth. He even began to curse Su Yan's luck in his heart. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't pay attention to him. Now was the beginning of the battle. At this time, the powerful force was constantly attacking, and the extremely terrifying brilliance was constantly trembling. Su Yan's aura was constantly changing. Such power had already allowed him to reach a terrifying level. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes became sharper. The Eye of Truth didn't just see the target, it also had another function, which was to lock on. Even if Su Yan's eyes couldn't touch it, he could still see the other party's information in his eyes. This was the terrifying part of the Eye of Truth. At this moment, Su Yan had almost gained the upper hand. Next, when the uncanny Tao could no longer continue, it would be the time for a fair and square battle. The two began a complete confrontation of power. Although it was only a clone, it was still in the Nine Dragons realm. In such a confrontation, Su Yan was naturally at a disadvantage. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't care at all. Once again, he entered the state of self-destructive resistance. He knew that the other party was so powerful, but he still began to attack desperately. At this time, the power between the two sides was constantly surging at this time, and finally, an infinite energy fluctuation erupted. Unknowingly, Yin Zhongshan suddenly found that the pressure on him was increasing. He shouted sternly, "Boy, what kind of method is this?" He found that Su Yan's every attack was stronger than the previous one, and it was multiplying. Chapter 731. Female Literature. Why would he care about him at a time like this? He deeply understood that in a battle, he absolutely had to focus all of his attention on the battle. What he was using now was the great demon Heaven Lord's heaven-crushing 10 slashes. He had already used the 8th slash by now. The power of the 8th slash was so terrifying that even his body couldn't withstand it. However, he still didn't stop. The sword fell once again. This time, it didn't look like an ordinary sword move. It had clearly transformed into an extremely terrifying battle axe. That kind of terrifying and berserk power that pressed forward with an indomitable will was simply frightening. This was Su Yan's power. This was the terror of the heaven-crushing 10 slashes. When Su Yan used this power, he didn't copy it rigidly. Instead, he added in his own understanding and then mastered it. In the end, he unleashed that terrifying power. The heaven-crushing 10 slashes was already very powerful. When he used it, he integrated the powerful sword aura of the regal sword scripture into it. This made the heaven-crushing 10 slashes even more heaven-defying. At this moment, Yin Zhongshan even felt his hands go numb. The 9th slash. Yin Zhongshan blocked the 8th slash. However, he had already paid a huge price. At this moment, countless wounds appeared on his body. At this moment, Su Yan's 9th slash began to fall. The power of this slash was even more terrifying than before. It was a terrifying power that made one feel despair. It was as if the world was about to be annihilated. Such power was simply like the annihilation of divine radiance. Everything would completely melt away. Su Yan took a step forward. The sword aura on his forehead became even sharper. His will became even more terrifying. At this moment, he had already forgotten everything. The regal sword scripture began to fuse with his mind. Under such a wondrous state, any of his movements would become extremely terrifying. This was the violence of sword moves in scripture. When the ninth slash fell, a blazing flame suddenly appeared. It seemed to be an extremely small star. Such a sword, such an aura. At this moment, Yin Zhongshan crossed his arms. Clearly, he intended to take the attack head-on. He was clearly an extremely powerful assassin, but at this time, he was actually forced to take the attack head-on. For him, this was simply a humiliation. However, he couldn't do anything now because Su Yan's Eye of Truth countered his concealment ability too much. Previously, he was still able to seal off Su Yan's 5 senses. However, at this moment, it would be useless even if he were to seal off Su Yan's 5 senses. That was because Su Yan already possessed the Eyes of Truth. These 4 words were the greatest nemesis of this kind of people. The sharp sword qi directly touched his body. At this moment, no less than 1,000 terrifying wounds appeared on his hands. Soon, he was swallowed by the light. That kind of strong power made his soul tremble. Su Yan's power was too terrifying. At this time, that boundless power almost drowned out everything. Between heaven and earth, everything was swallowed up. The heaven-breaking 10 slashes was an absolutely powerful technique of the great devil Heaven Lord. It was a power that defied the heavens. Heaven was everything. It was the foundation of all things. Naturally, it couldn't be broken. However, he dared to use such a name, which meant that he already had such an invincible will at that time. At this time, Su Yan directly used it. Although it couldn't be compared to what the great devil Heaven Lord had done in the past, there was no need to doubt its terrifying strength. At this time, Su Yan's power began to increase continuously. It was a self-destructive increase. As the saying went, if you hurt the enemy 1,000 times, you would hurt yourself 800 times. At this time, Su Yan was like this. His power was naturally terrifying. There was no doubt about it at all. However, to reach the point where he could hurt this 9 Dragons Realm clone, he had to pay a certain price. At this moment, Su Yan's body was also suppressed by this powerful force. If it weren't for his terrifying body, which was stronger than what ordinary people could imagine, he would have vomited blood and died. However, his madness was not in vain in the end. Yin Zhongshan's hands were directly cut off. At this time, his body also became blurred. When the attack completely landed, he was like a flickering flame that constantly trembled. At this time, he looked at Su Yan with disbelief in his eyes. "You're actually so strong." At this time, his face was full of disbelief and disbelief. This time, he had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated so miserably. However, this clone of his was clearly in the 9 Dragons realm. 9 dragons against 5 dragons, and he had actually lost. At this time, he already knew that when Su Yan had killed the 2 heavenly ghosts earlier, there was absolutely no luck. His strength was too strong, and his battle skills were also very terrifying. With all these factors added up, Su Yan was completely invincible in the same realm. The same realm did not refer to a small realm, but a large realm. He was certain that among the younger generation, there were very few people in the dragon realm who could defeat Su Yan. If he were to choose among the young experts in the 5 dragons realm, there would be no one who could be Su Yan's opponent. You've lost. Su Yan pointed the tip of his sword and said directly. The battle between the 2 seemed to have just begun, but at this time, the victor had already been decided. From this, it could be seen how strong Su Yan was. At this time, Yin Zhongshan laughed, "Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that I would meet such a terrifying absolute genius here. You're really amazing, really amazing. Someone like you is almost a natural saint. It's a pity that you seem to have forgotten one thing. What you've defeated is only one of my clones." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes immediately flashed with a proud radiance. At this moment, waves of power once again gathered towards his body. It was the power from the other 8 clones. When the power gathered in his body, his hands that had been destroyed by Su Yan's sword aura began to grow again. What a strange scene this was. Of course, Su Yan was not surprised at all. This was not his real self to begin with. Even if he grew 3 heads and 6 arms at this moment, he would not find it strange, let alone grow 2 hands. After a short while, Yin Zhongshan's doppelganger became complete again. At this time, he flew into the sky again. He looked down at Su Yan from the sky. Then he said calmly, "But what's the point of doing this? Look, I'm back to normal, but what about you? You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. How can you fight me like this? In front of me, you can't even withstand a single blow." Su Yan looked at his opponent. In fact, it was just as he said. Su Yan was almost an arrow at the end of its flight. Previously, he had used too much energy to execute the 9th slash of the heaven-crushing 10 slashes. Even though he had the support of 2 hearts, he was unable to operate freely at this moment. In his current state, it was impossible for him to unleash that terrifying attack again. "Ah, the battle is not over yet. I'm not dead. How can you say that I've lost?" Su Yan said directly. "If I'm not dead, then the battle is not over." This was Su Yan's persistence. At this moment, when he heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly became furious. This kid really won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. Since that's the case, I'll send him on his way. He did not hide, but directly crashed into Su Yan's body. But at this time, he did not know that Su Yan was holding something in his hand. This was something that Su Yan had obtained not long ago. It was a heart, the heart of a demon god. When Xiao Qian from Divine Demon Island gave this to him, she told him that Su Yan would use this thing sooner or later. At that time, Su Yan was extremely afraid of this thing. He had already told himself that if he could, he would definitely not use it. This was because there were 2 hearts in his body now. One of them was the heart of the demon dragon. That was the heart of the great demon dragon that had been implanted into his body. Su Yan did not know what would happen in the future, but he was helpless against the great demon dragon's heart now. As for the other heart, it was originally his own heart. However, it was contaminated by Buddha's power and became the Buddha's heart in the end. He and the great demon dragon's heart opposed each other and were almost on par with each other. However, at least for now, these 2 hearts had not clashed too much. However, Su Yan had to admit that the problem that the woman named Xiao Qian mentioned did exist. Last time, he had already felt it. This time, the feeling was even more obvious. When he exerted his power to the limit, the power of these 2 hearts would clash. This was because they both wanted to take the initiative. The purpose of Xiao Qian giving this heart to him was to provide him with a balance. The demon god's heart entering his body might be a good thing for Su Yan, but that was only a possibility. No one knew whether the addition of the 3rd heart would balance Su Yan's power. Therefore, Su Yan was very afraid of this heart. However, at this moment, he took it out without hesitation. At this moment, he opened his mouth and the heart suddenly turned into a light and directly entered Su Yan's body. Almost at the next moment, Su Yan suddenly heard an extremely loud beating sound. Plop! The 3rd heart finally entered Su Yan's body. At this moment, his eyes immediately became extremely violent. Looking at the clone, he directly punched out. Chapter 732. Female literature. That punch was very ordinary. There was nothing fancy about it at all, and there was no technique like the heaven-crushing 10 slashes. However, such an ordinary punch was so terrifying. At that moment, there was a burst of air in the air. The power of that punch was so strong that it directly broke through the air. At that moment, Yin Zhongshan, who was rushing over, immediately realized that something was wrong. That terrifying feeling directly impacted his soul, and at this moment, he was still trembling uncontrollably. He wanted to escape immediately. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized that Su Yan's fist was already in front of him. No, that was not it. That terrifying punch had already penetrated his body. Until now, he still could not believe that Su Yan's punch would be so terrifying. The power of that punch was simply enough to destroy everything. That powerful force seemed to be able to penetrate everything. At that moment, he even saw the shadow of a venerable one on bare face. However, Su Yan was clearly only in the 5 dragons realm. At that moment, he was shocked. No, that kid has advanced. That was because he realized that Su Yan had actually begun to advance. At that moment, he was moving towards the 6 dragons realm. His power was already terrifying, and now that he had reached the 6 dragons realm, he was even more powerful. He felt an extremely terrifying aura from Su Yan's body. It was an incomparable feeling, as if the entire world was beginning to be defeated by that terrifying power. Everything began to shatter under such power. That was too terrifying. He had never thought that Su Yan would be able to burst out with such power at that moment, and that he would advance at that moment. The aura on Su Yan's body seemed to be that of a terrifying demonic dragon, but it also seemed to be that of an extremely powerful demon. However, there were times when he would emit an extremely powerful aura. All of those auras constantly surrounded his body. That was simply inconceivable. He really couldn't understand how a person could have so many auras on him. At that moment, a circle of clouds suddenly appeared above Su Yan's head. Yin Zhongshan recognized that lightning. It was the lightning of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation descended once again. This guy, is he crazy? If it were any other time, he would naturally be overjoyed to see Su Yan encountering a heavenly tribulation. However, this was simply a disaster for him at this moment. One had to know that at this moment, his summoning had already come to an end. The ultimate Huang Divine General's body was about to materialize. The closer they got to this point, the more they couldn't allow any accidents to happen. Unfortunately, what Su Yan was doing now was precisely to bring about an unforeseen event for him. How could he not hate this? At this moment, the boundless thunderbolts began to rampage. That terrifying and frightening lightning appeared directly. The 18 Zhongshan clones began to tremble at the same time. He immediately realized that something was wrong. If he was shaken at this time, then he would really be finished. Once the summoning array was destroyed, everything he relied on would disappear. If that was the case, he might really be killed. Su Yan would not let him go. Under the power of the aureole, he simply had no chance to escape. Damn it, I can't just wait for death like this. In this situation, I can only disregard everything and kill this Su Yan directly. At this moment, he finally made up his mind. Only if Su Yan immediately became one, then all of this would stop. Furthermore, if Su Yan died, the 2 beasts would be finished as well. At this time, he had to take a risk. One of the 8 clones disappeared directly, then turned into power and merged with the 9th clone. At this moment, his power surged and reached the realm of a supremacy in an instant. Supremacy. Even if he was only a 1-origin supremacy, this was enough. He believed that he could definitely kill Su Yan directly. At this moment, his body turned into a boundless whirlwind, and the terrifying light suppressed down directly. The boundless power turned into a terrifying thundercloud at this moment. At this moment, everything began to condense and take shape. Boundless time turned into endless wind and thunder, and everything began to shatter completely. Die for me. His power directly rushed down. He wanted to use his own power to forcefully break through everything. However, at that moment, Su Yan abruptly roared. That roar no longer resembled that of a human. Instead, it resembled that of a terrifying demon. An extremely ferocious aura burst out directly. Demon God, how is this possible? At this moment, he was extremely shocked. He had never expected that Su Yan's roar would make him see the shadow of a demon god. He only felt that his brain was about to shatter. It was also at this moment that the boundless lightning was swallowed by Su Yan directly. Is this kid crazy? How dare he swallow lightning? Lightning was the majesty of the heavens, and the most domineering power in the world. Even the strongest flame could not compete with the power of lightning. This was something that everyone knew. However, at this moment, Su Yan actually dared to swallow lightning directly into his body. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about it. The lightning blitz secret art was directly activated at this moment. When Lei Wanjun first taught Su Yan this set of skills, he definitely did not expect Su Yan to be able to do this. At this moment, endless heavenly lightning was rolling, as if it was about to overturn the entire world. The terrifying lightning seemed to be rippling like waves. Such a violent power directly swallowed up everything. At this moment, Su Yan's power rose to the peak. At this moment, he directly roared and shouted. To think that his strength could be so terrifying and powerful to such an extent, this simply broke Yin Zhongshan's heart. If he was at full strength, he could easily suppress Su Yan. However, at this moment, he could not do so at all. This was because his power was now restrained by the summoning array. He could already feel the aura of the Divine General Huang Ji. Soon, the Divine General Huang Ji would directly appear in front of him and sweep everything away. However, at the most critical juncture, a problem occurred. This made him furious, but at this moment, there was nothing he could do. Damn it, it's all because of this damned Su Yan. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be like this. It's all because of this damned brat. His entire body was filled with anger. If it was allowed, he would have directly killed Su Yan. But now, he had fallen into such a passive state. Terrifying thunderbolts were constantly sweeping through everything. Under the powerful power, everything was annihilated. No. At this moment, he began to wail. Because at this moment, he seemed to have seen his future. However, this was definitely not a future he wanted to see. It was a dark and hopeless future. He lost. He did not lose to Mu Tianxing, but to such a nameless brat. What a painful thing this was. At this moment, this clone of his was actually directly obliterated. This was something that Su Yan did not expect. Such power could be said to be incomparably terrifying. His body was trembling as he quietly sensed the strength of his body. The power of the three hearts was operating at the same time. This was a terrifying power that could not be resisted. Xiao Qian was right. No matter what, the three hearts had brought him extremely terrifying power. At this moment, his body could only be described as abnormal. At this moment, even supremacies did not seem so terrifying. This was because this power was simply too invincible. Once the clone was destroyed, the other clones were naturally affected, and his power began to collapse. At this moment, the Divine General Huang Ji's body became illusory again. Evidently, he had failed this time. Su Yan had really succeeded. If one had to use a word to describe Su Yan at this moment, it would be God. At this moment, he was simply a true god. Such power was truly frightening. Of course, at this moment, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. At this time, his spiritual energy had almost dried up. However, at least he had done it now, and it was enough. Such a battle record was already something to be proud of. This was because he had directly destroyed the formation. Once the formation was destroyed, the power here could no longer stop the Oriole. At this moment, the enormous Oriole suddenly let out an extremely loud roar. Then, the 8 whirlwinds became extremely terrifying. This terrifying power continued to sweep, and in the end, it began to tear apart. Everything that Yin Zhongshan had painstakingly built was directly shattered. His doppelganger was killed by Su Yan's supreme thunderbolt with the help of the heavenly lightning. The other clones finally began to change, and then began to return to their original bodies. The moment he returned to his original body, the only thing he wanted to do was to directly kill Su Yan. However, it was already too late. Because the Oriole would not give him such a chance. His terrifying whirlwinds had already torn everything apart, and a powerful force was directly condensing here. At this moment, the strongest member of the royal sect had nowhere to go. At this moment, Mu Tianqing finally suppressed the will of the vice sect master with her powerful strength. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and then she said, "Vice sect master, it seems that you have miscalculated this time. My friend has won in the end." At this moment, the vice sect master's expression was naturally very ugly. What a good brat. However, this is only the beginning. Our game has only just begun, isn't it? At this moment, the sea within a radius of a few thousand miles collapsed a little for no reason. After this sentence was spoken, such a change occurred within a radius of 1,000 miles. What kind of terrifying aura was this? It was as if everything in front of this power was beginning to collapse. Mu Tianqing's expression was aghast because she knew that the vice sect master's original body was about to arrive. "Miss Mu Tianqing, I still have the same words. Don't worry about your indifferent persistence. Come with me. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you." This sentence was said so calmly. However, the threat in it was very clear. He was telling her the fact that his power was stronger than hers. Even if she could use the power of a holy sovereign, she wouldn't be his opponent. At this moment, Mu Tianqing's mood was very solemn. Because she clearly knew that what the other party said was the truth. However, there were many things that one couldn't give up just because they knew they couldn't win. Just like that fool Su Yan. He never chose to give up, and that was how he got to where he was today. Mu Tianqing said, "Vice sect master, you don't need to say so much nonsense. Do you really want to take me away? Sure, let's see who's the real deal." Her tone was filled with pride. The vice sect master chuckled. His will finally dissipated. However, it didn't matter. Anyway, the original body was already here. In front of the original body, they simply couldn't resist. Yin Zhongshan was finally strangled to death by the power of the Oriole. However, at this moment, Su Yan's heart was unusually calm. He quietly looked at the opposite side. He had also seen the previous scene with his own eyes. Such terrifying majesty was no longer a power that he could come into contact with. He knew that the powerful vice sect master had arrived. The arrival of the vice sect master was, of course, an extremely huge test. However, at this time, Su Yan wouldn't choose to be captured without a fight. Before the vice sect master arrived, he still had one more thing to do. "Oriole, let's go. Kill the other guy." Venerables were extremely powerful existences. The death of one of them would be a huge loss to the devil sect, not to mention that Lang Yushan still had that extremely precious thing in his hands. Therefore, it was time to kill him directly. Lang Yushan was already having a hard time facing a sea-splitting demonic snake. However, at this moment, the Oriole directly joined in. Of course, he didn't have any chance to be killed directly. In the end, Leng Yushan's heart was directly pierced by the sea-splitting demonic snake's power. His cold body hung in the air. The sea-splitting demonic snake's head was raised high. Its eyes were blazing. After Leng Yushan died, the mysterious gauntlet suddenly began to fly into the sky. It wasn't Leng Yushan's power to begin with. Therefore, after Leng Yushan died, it naturally wanted to return to its original owner. However, the sea-splitting demonic snake wouldn't let it just float away like that. It had been fighting here for so long for this thing in the first place. Since that was the case, how could it just let it fly away like that? His huge head suddenly rushed forward and swallowed the thing in one gulp. Roar! What's mine is mine. It actually didn't care about anything else and directly swallowed the gauntlet into its mouth. The Oriole's eyes were also blazing. It was obvious that the gauntlet was also very attractive to it. However, the sea-splitting demonic snake's speed was still faster than its speed. After swallowing the gauntlet, the sea-splitting demonic snake was satisfied. At the same time, Su Yan's gaze landed on the yellow sparrow. The yellow sparrow and the sea-splitting demonic snake were natural enemies. However, both of them were being whipped for Su Yan's sake, so they didn't fight. If it were under other circumstances, these two powerful and terrifying fellows would have already started a furious battle. Alright, let's stop staring at each other. The real battle is about to begin. After advancing once more, Su Yan's strength had increased by another step. His three hearts finally began to calm down. That endless power surged in his body without end. After a long time, Su Yan finally got used to the rhythm of the power in his body. At this time, the wind was even more rapid. Not only did the enormous pressure not dissipate, but it became even more intense. In the distant horizon, powerful paragons were arriving. A terrifying ghost dragon appeared. The ghost dragon was a type of demonic beast that possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan. Its bloodline grade was naturally extremely terrifying. On its head, a paragon stood proudly. This paragon who had taken the lead was a 4 essences paragon. Paragons could become saints with 6 essences, and 4 essences was already extremely powerful. This ghost dragon was also extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, both the sea-splitter demonic snake and the Oriole became extremely serious. This was their mortal enemy. Battles between powerful demonic beasts were much more straightforward than battles between humans. For example, this was the beginning of a war. At this time, Su Yan's gaze was fixed on the sky. The ghost dragon wasn't the only demonic beast. There was another behind it, a jade phosphorus beast. It was also an extremely powerful existence. Su Yan said, "It seems that your opponents have arrived." 2 powerful 4 essences paragons, followed by 6 1 essences to 3 essences paragons. Finally, the vice sect master had arrived. This time, the demonic sect's lineup was extremely powerful. Such power already made Su Yan extremely shocked. At this time, he and Mu Tianxing were at a disadvantage. The vice sect master's figure suddenly appeared in the sky. His gaze covered the entire sea. Su Yan felt his gaze and immediately felt as if his heart had been pierced by a long needle. "If you don't know what's good for you, you'll have to pay the price." This was the vice sect master's first sentence. At this time, he was extremely angry. The paragons under his command were extremely precious resources, but now, they were being killed one by one. How could he tolerate this? If Mu Tianxing had given in earlier, it would have been fine. However, since he had personally come here, there was definitely going to be a great battle. "You two brats are quite capable." "Humph," he coldly snorted. At this time, Su Yan immediately felt a chill rush towards his body. He understood that this was the other party's prestige. However, with the 2 demonic beasts present, this powerful prestige was greatly reduced. At this time, a hearty laugh sounded. Ha ha ha, Yan Shao, you're still as useless as before. You actually came here to bully the younger generation. How disappointing. Hearing this voice, Su Yan suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Of course, he could tell that the owner of this voice was Xue Xingchuan. Feng Yuhai had returned to the sect and asked the sex experts to deal with the devil's sex experts. Although this matter had been agreed upon long ago, there would still be endless variables. He was worried that the Taihang sword faction's experts would suddenly give up and not make a move. If that happened, they would be in an extremely passive position. However, fortunately, they did not disappoint him. Moreover, Xue Xingchuan actually came this time. One had to know that the Feng clan and the Xue clan were enemies, and their relationship was definitely not good. In his opinion, it should be the Feng clan's experts who came this time. However, he did not expect Xue Xingchuan to come directly this time. He did not doubt Xue Xingchuan's strength at all. He was an absolute expert. Although he had not reached the Saint Venerable level back then, he was able to directly fight the vice sect master of the devil sect, Yan Shao, as soon as he appeared. It was obvious that his strength had increased tremendously in this short period of time. He was also an extremely powerful and terrifying person. Back then, he was the first sword of the Taihang swords of the 10 Taixing swords of the Taihang swords. His strength was naturally unparalleled. Back then, he was so powerful that he attracted everyone's attention. However, it was a pity that he suddenly disappeared. Just like that, he quietly withdrew from everyone's sight. It turned out that he had been trapped by the evil sword, Cold Jade, and had disappeared from the world for decades. Not long ago, Su Yan had rescued him from this predicament. However, although he was powerful back then, his cultivation had not reached this level. Now, it seemed that his strength had clearly reached the legendary Saint Venerable level. Back then, it was said that this person was a genius. Now, it seemed that this title of genius was well deserved. In today's world, there were not many people whose cultivation was on par with his. The vice sect master of the devil sect, Yan Zhao's expression immediately turned cold. He did not expect to meet this person again after so many years. Xue Xingchuan, you're actually not dead yet. At this moment, although the two great figures were speaking, the confrontation had already begun. This kind of confrontation was simply unimaginable to the bystanders. The terrifying power displayed an endless amount of pressure at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the two people were already standing opposite each other. However, if one took a closer look, one would realize that these were not the two people's real bodies, but their illusory shadows. I really did not expect that after so many years, you're still alive. Yan Shao was the first to speak. Clearly, the two of them had known each other for a long time, and their relationship was definitely not good. At this moment, an extremely terrifying and intense light was reflected in Su Yan's eyes. This extremely terrifying power had already reached its peak at this moment. Yan Shao, after not seeing you for so many years, your mouth is still as powerful as ever. Now, you seem to be the vice sect master of the limitless devil sect. How interesting. Then, let me see if your strength is worthy of your position. The moment he finished speaking, he directly struck out with his palm. At this moment, the confrontation between the two people began. It was also at this moment that Yan Shao shouted coldly, then said, "Capture the two people below for me. If anyone else dares to obstruct me, kill them all." Clearly, he was not a fool. He had already predicted that Su Yan and the others would come prepared this time. However, if Su Yan and the others were prepared, so was he. Chapter 733. Female literature, the roles of the prey and the hunter were never absolute. If he was strong enough, then the other party would become his prey. On the other hand, if the other party was stronger than him, then he would become the prey. Yan Shao had always been a hunter. He was fearless in the face of enemies. At this moment, he directly attacked, and an extremely powerful force pulsed out. At the same time, he gave an order. He had brought 2 venerables with him. This lineup could be considered invincible. He wanted to see how the other party was going to resist his power and fury. At this moment, he walked forward step by step. That kind of extremely violent power had risen to the peak at this moment. His aura was so powerful that it directly suppressed Xue Xingchuan. He and Xue Xingchuan were from the same era. Back then, Xue Xingchuan was much stronger than Wang Baichuan. Back then, he was simply a legend. Almost everyone from the same generation lived under his shadow. Yan Xiao was extremely talented. He was the son of demon of the limitless demon sect, but he was defeated by Xue Xingchuan. To him, this was the greatest humiliation of his life. However, back then, he had to admit that Xue Xingchuan was really too invincible. It was almost impossible to surpass Xue Xingchuan. However, it was different now. He had become the vice sect master of the limitless demon sect, and his cultivation was extremely powerful. His strength had reached the level of a saint venerable. However, Xue Xingchuan had disappeared for too long. For so many years, everyone thought that Xue Xingchuan was dead. However, he didn't expect Xue Xingchuan to appear in front of him again. The 2 people's strength directly clashed. He was surprised to find that Xue Xingchuan's strength had also reached the level of a saint venerable. Ha ha ha, not bad. Yan Xiao, your strength is indeed not bad. However, you have already lost to me for nothing back then. I don't know if you can defeat me now. Hopefully, you will not disappoint me now. Unknowingly, Xue Xingchuan's aura had gained the upper hand. Back then, he was simply too powerful. Even after so many years, Yan Xiao was still afraid of him. At this moment, Yan Xiao shouted angrily, Xue Xingchuan, you don't have to be so proud. Back then, it was different now. Today, I will make you fall here. As he spoke, he pounced towards Xue Xingchuan. It was also at this moment that boundless demonic aura surged out, filling up the entire sea surface. Ha, you have indeed improved a lot. Come then. It is impossible for you to kill me at this level. Our strength has already reached such a level. There is no meaning in testing each other. Xue Xingchuan waved his sword and an extremely terrifying sword ray appeared. The moment this sword ray appeared, everything was destroyed by this sword ray. That dense devil chi dissipated the moment it smashed into you. This was Xue Xingchuan's sword. It was domineering yet simple. Yan Zhao's expression changed again. Finally, he stopped attacking and said solemnly, you still haven't reached the Saint Venerable realm. He had originally believed that Xue Xingchuan's aura was so powerful that he could stand up to him as an equal, so he had definitely reached the Holy Venerable level, but in this clash, he immediately discovered the mystery. Xue Xingchuan's sword was indeed terrifying, but he was still not a Saint Venerable. This caused his expression to become extremely ugly. This was because Xue Xingchuan had not reached the Saint Venerable level, but he was already able to fight him without being at a disadvantage. What if Xue Xingchuan reached the Saint Venerable level? For the Boundless Demon sect, the Taihang Sword faction was definitely an extremely terrifying enemy. Back then, the leader of the Taihang Sword faction was already a very terrifying person. And now, Xue Xingchuan returned. Saint Venerable level. No, I haven't. After all, I have been suppressed for the past 10 years. But it doesn't matter. Don't show mercy to me just because I'm not a Saint Venerable. Don't worry, with your strength, you can't hurt me. Xue Xingchuan provoked him directly. At this moment, Yan Xiao suddenly felt bitter in his heart. After being suppressed for 10 years, Xue Xingchuan's battle strength was actually on par with his. What if he hadn't been suppressed for 10 years? How strong would his battle strength have become? This person was too terrifying. He was simply an abnormal genius. Having such an enemy was really not a lucky thing. Xue Xingchuan's sword flashed again. The terrifying sword radiance bloomed at this moment, as if stars were falling from the sky. Such a radiance shocked everyone to the extreme. He was really powerful to such an extent. Facing this sword, Yan Xiao immediately used his strength to defend himself. Xue Xingchuan suddenly laughed. Yan Xiao, you're still the vice sect leader of the demon sect, a saint venerable. You're actually taking the initiative to defend yourself against my sword. What, are you afraid? You won't be a match for me in this state. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan was so overbearing. His gaze was so hot like fire, and his aura was so terrifying that it was unparalleled. Everything between heaven and earth was constantly changing at this moment. Under his sword qi, the light of the sun and the moon seemed to revolve around him. This was the terror of the Taihang sword faction's #1 sword back then. In the present day, in the entire Taihang sword faction, except for the sect leader, no one was his match. His sword was so domineering. At this moment, Yan Xiao was completely enraged by Xue Xingchuan's words. But this was the truth. His cultivation level was clearly higher than Xue Xingchuan's, but he could only passively defend himself. Such a state filled him with anger. He stared straight at Xue Xingchuan and said, Xue Xingchuan, why are you so proud? You're indeed powerful, but you're still not a saint venerable. You're probably here for the daughter of that old bastard from the utmost emperor sect, right? Unfortunately, you don't have the ability to save her. I've already stalled you, but I have 2 powerful 4 essence venerables and 6 venerables under the 4 essence venerables realm. What makes you think you can fight me? Xue Xingchuan didn't panic at Yan Xiao's words. Ha ha ha, Yan Xiao, you haven't changed at all. You don't even have the heart to be invincible. But you don't need to say such nonsense to me. I came here today to meet you, old bastard. I don't care about anything else. Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me? What, are you going back on your words so quickly? Ha, but if you don't want to fight, then I'll have to. You don't have to kill me, but I'll have to kill you. As he spoke, he pressed forward once more, his violent aura pressing down on Xue Xingchuan. If anyone else had said that he wanted to kill a saint venerable, Yan Xiao would have treated it as a joke. But he wouldn't do that at this moment, because his opponent was Xue Xingchuan. Xue Xingchuan had been powerful enough back then. But after so many years, although Xue Xingchuan's cultivation level wasn't as high as Yan Zhao's, the sense of danger he gave off was even more intense. The ancestor of the Taihang sword faction's Xue family had died. Yan Xiao had thought that the Xue family would never recover from this setback, but Xue Xingchuan had returned. The powerful Xue Xingchuan had the power to suppress everything. But now, he was threatening to kill a saint venerable. At this moment, 2 4-origin venerables descended. One was a ghost dragon, while the other was a jade phosphor beast. Their gazes fell on the Oriole and Sea Splitter demonic snake respectively. Intense killing intent erupted between the demonic beasts. Surrender and accept your death, the man on the ghost dragon said calmly. He had the right to do so because he was in the 4-origin realm. And he wasn't the only one here. The master of the Jade Phosphor Beast was also in the 4-origin realm like him. He walked out and said to Mu Tianxing, Miss, come back with us. Sect Master Fan won't make things difficult for you. On the contrary, he'll even make you the saintess of the royal sect. This person wasn't from the limitless demon sect, but an expert from the royal sect. Mu Tianxing said, by Tianqing, I didn't expect you to side with that old bastard Fan Yunlin. Aren't you afraid that my father will come out of seclusion and kill you? Bai Tianqing was the master of the Jade Phosphor Beast. He smiled and said, Mu Tianqing is indeed powerful, but Sect Master Fan isn't bad either. Let's not talk about whether your father, Mu Tianqing, can come out of seclusion alive. Even if he does, so what? Everything is a foregone conclusion. I don't mind telling you that Fan Yunlin has already become a sovereign. As soon as this sentence was said, everyone was immediately shocked and inexplicable. Sovereign. Above the venerable realm was the sixth origin saint, and above that were the sovereign and Tao masters. In the long history, the number of Tao masters was very few. The most glorious era was the era of the demon race's invasion, when the 7 Tao masters fought against the demon race. If the Tao masters didn't come out, the sovereign was the real great emperor. At this time, Fan Yunlin had already become a sovereign. How powerful was that? At this time, even Mu Tianqin frowned. No wonder Fan Yunlin acted like this. Bai Tianqin continued, let's not talk about other things first. Miss, I know you're powerful, but do you think you can fight against so many of us by yourself? If Mu Tianqin let go of all her scruples, her strength could reach the Saint Master level. Unfortunately, she was a person envied by the heavens. Her strength couldn't reach such a level. Therefore, she couldn't display her full strength. A 4-origin venerable was enough to suppress her. Chapter 734. Female literature. There was no doubt about her strength, but it was enough for a 4 essence's supremacy to suppress her in this state. Moreover, if she really did not care about anything else and directly burst out with all her strength, they also had a way to deal with it. Therefore, at this moment, no matter how one looked at it, they were confident of victory. At this moment, they looked down from above and had their own invincible thoughts. At this moment, the spectral dragon's master suddenly laughed and said, I really didn't expect there to be 2 good monsters here. In that case, let's go and devour them. He spoke so casually, as if he had everything under control at this moment. Compared to Bai Tianqin, his gaze was more focused on Su Yan. Naturally, he could tell that Su Yan was the master of these 2 powerful demonic beasts. However, he was a little curious. Why? Su Yan was just a person in the dragon realm. How could he be the master of these 2 powerful monsters? One had to know that even he could only have 1 spectral dragon as his monster pet. Moreover, this monster pet was obtained through inheritance. Even a powerful supremacy would not be so simple to obtain a supremacy of the same realm as him. However, Su Yan not only had 1, but also 2. This made him a little angry. He was the spectral dragoning. Even in the boundless demon sect, his reputation was very well known. Not only was he cruel, but he was also a murderer. He never needed any other reason to kill. As long as he did not like the eyes of others, he would directly kill them. Within the sect, countless people had died in his hands. Moreover, once he attacked, it was incomparably bloody. He would often torture his enemies until they were no longer human before he stopped. This guy was simply an executioner. Obviously, at this time, he had already set his sights on Su Yan. If he really made a move, then Su Yan's life would probably end here. Moreover, it would be an extremely miserable death. This was the cognition of Feng Yueshan, who was hiding in the cabin. Feng Yueshan was well versed in the art of protecting oneself. He knew that the battle at this time would definitely be very terrifying. It was definitely not something that he could interfere in at this time. Therefore, he had no intention of making a move at this moment. However, he still cared about the outside world. After all, whether he was willing or not, he had already become a traitor of the devil's sect. If Su Yan and the others died, then his fate would definitely not be too good. Therefore, he absolutely did not wish for Su Yan to die like this. However, the only thing he could do now was to pray, because he knew very well that his strength wouldn't be of any use in such a confrontation. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze landed on him. Gue Longying frowned. Su Yan's gaze made him very unhappy. This unyielding gaze filled him with disgust. What he hated the most was people who seemed to never give in. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to kill Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan also understood what he was thinking, but he was not afraid at all. Idiot. In fact, Su Yan didn't like Gue Longying very much. All along, he was used to letting his enemies speak first. However, he didn't want to do so at this moment. Therefore, he scolded Gue Longying directly. He believed that if Meng Yang was here, he would definitely scold Gue Longying more interestingly. This way, Gue Longying would be even angrier. However, it didn't matter because Gue Longying was already very angry at this moment. It could be seen that Gue Longying wanted to kill Su Yan directly. Gue Longying sneered and said, "Very well. Although your strength isn't that great, I admire your courage." Hee, I have to praise your courage. You actually dare to speak to me like this. Obviously, this wasn't a compliment, but a bone-chilling threat. At this moment, Gue Longying's murderous intent had reached an unimaginable level. His power had begun to gather. He actually wasn't very interested in Mu Tianxing because this was the royal sect's own matter. Gue Longying only came here because of that lord's order. Therefore, he had no interest in Mu Tianxing's life or death at all. At this moment, Su Yan had completely angered Gue Longying. To put it in this way, Gue Longying had found a very interesting toy. And this was Su Yan. For Gue Longying, being able to become angry was a very interesting thing. At this moment, his eyes began to flicker with an extremely mysterious radiance. The faint purple radiance had the most mysterious luster, as if he had encompassed everything in this world. At this moment, Su Yan felt as if he was surrounded by a mysterious aura. It was as if a pair of hands were dragging him into an extremely mysterious place. This feeling was difficult to describe, but it was very unpleasant. At this moment, the green lotus in his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled slightly. No, almost at this moment, he woke up. At this moment, his eyes turned cold. He immediately knew that he had fallen into Gue Longying's illusion. This guy was really powerful. His will was so terrifying that it was simply shocking. However, Su Yan's sea of consciousness had always been the strongest. The green lotus anomaly in his sea of consciousness could restrain almost all spiritual attacks. Even a four essences supremacy could not make him lose his consciousness. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes directly reflected an extremely intense radiance. You can actually break free from my will. Gue Longying was surprised. This Su Yan was a little too strange. Under such circumstances, he could actually break free from his will. However, the more this was the case, the more intense the killing intent in his heart became. One had to know that he loved to kill geniuses the most. As for Su Yan, he was definitely one of the best among the geniuses. At this moment, he gathered his strength again. Without a doubt, he was ready to attack Su Yan. However, at this moment, a force suddenly appeared. This was an extremely domineering saber chi. A saber descended from the sky, separating heaven and earth. Everything was directly devoured by this saber. This kind of power was simply domineering to the extreme. The wind was howling, and the saber light was endless. What a sharp saber technique! It's you, frenzied blade. Gue Longying's expression changed immediately. He had not expected that someone would come to disturb him at such a time. There were definitely not many people in the world who could possess such powerful saber techniques, and this person was one of them. He was the Frenzied Blade Venerable. However, the Frenzied Blade Venerable was a three essences expert back then. At this moment, however, his saber chi had clearly reached the four essences realm. I've long heard that the limitless demon sex Gue Longying is a freak with a demonic aura. It just so happens that I like to beat up people like him, so I specially came today. Meng Yang's mouth was extremely vicious, so a master who could teach such a disciple naturally couldn't be any better. As soon as he opened his mouth, this person was immediately fuming with anger. Gue Longying's temper had never been good, so encountering the frenzied Blade Venerable at this moment was naturally even more unlucky. Gue Longying, kill that brat for me. Gue Longying was flustered and exasperated. He directly ordered Gue Longying to attack Su Yan, while he himself went straight for the frenzied Blade Venerable. At this moment, a ghostly shadow flashed in the sky, and a powerful force directly rushed towards the frenzied Blade Venerable. At the same time, Gue Longying had already pounced down. At this moment, the Oriole flew straight up into the sky. As a sky beast, his battle intent was boiling at this moment. He had become Su Yan's beast, so he would naturally be affected by Su Yan. Earlier, when Su Yan was advancing, it had also benefited from it. At this moment, he needed an opponent to vent his energy. At this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake directly stirred up boundless waves and suppressed the jade phosphor beast. Almost at the same time, Mu Tianqing directly attacked. A surge of power swept out from her body. That force immediately turned into boundless winds and clouds, trapping Bai Tianqing within. At this moment, Bai Tianqing's expression suddenly became solemn. Although he had absolute confidence in himself, he immediately felt an extremely strong pressure when he really attacked. After all, Mu Tianqing was much more powerful than he had imagined. At this moment, the power of the two directly intertwined, and the powerful aura immediately stirred up an extremely huge wave. At the same time, the jade phosphor beast was also fighting with the sea-splitting demonic snake. At this moment, Yan Xiao, who was fiercely fighting in the sky, directly asked, "So, the Taihang sword faction is going to become enemies with the boundless demon sect?" Everything on this battlefield was under his control. He could clearly see that at this moment, the experts he brought were already being held back by the others. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan said, "So what if I become enemies with the boundless demon sect? The boundless demon sect has become more and more unscrupulous recently, so naturally, many people don't like you." I've already said before that the reason I'm here this time is to kill you." After Xue Xingchuan finished speaking, he swung his sword again. The surging sword qi was like a boundless tidal wave. The rolling power was simply terrifying beyond compare. His sword seemed to be the most powerful and domineering sword in the world. Even a saint venerable like Yan Xiao did not dare to take it head-on. At this moment, a flame suddenly appeared behind Yan Xiao. Then, a force directly locked onto Yan Xiao. To be able to lock onto a saint venerable like Yan Xiao, there was no need to say how powerful this person was. A saint venerable. "I'm Qiu Zifan of the Blazing Flame sect, and I'm here to take your life." The calm and cold voice directly made Yan Xiao break out in cold sweat. Chapter 735. Female Literature, Qiu Zifan of the Blazing Flame sect. The Blazing Flame sect's deputy sect leader. A saint venerable. He had actually appeared here and joined forces with Xue Xingchuan. At this moment, even Yan Zhao's heart trembled slightly. However, he was a saint venerable after all, so he remained calm. He shouted, "Good, good, good. I didn't expect you to have the guts to plot against me. You're courting death." He was extremely furious. After all, anyone would be furious after being plotted against like this. Although the Boundless Demon sect, the Blazing Flame sect, and the Taihang sword faction were the three major sects in this generation, the Boundless Demon sect had always been suppressing the other two sections. However, the two sects had actually made their move today. This time, their target was him, the deputy sect leader. This meant that the two sects were ready to start a war. Even the powerful Boundless Demon sect did not have any confidence in the face of this sudden war. The Blazing Flame sect and the Taihang sword faction's actions had completely messed up their deployment. However, he should be most concerned about his own safety now. This was because he was currently in a huge crisis. If this continued, he would be in danger of dying. Of course, a Saint Venerable's means were ever changing. Although he was besieged by two experts, his heart was still calm. Experts who could reach their current level had experienced countless things. They deeply understood that if they lost their mind at this moment, it would be the beginning of their death. At this moment, his strength suddenly erupted and formed an extremely evil shield. The shield flickered and immediately blocked the endless power of the flames. These flames continued to surge in the sky. The raging flames were truly terrifying to the extreme. Even so, the energy could not invade his body at all. At this moment, the huge net that Su Yan and the Tai Hang sword faction had set up quietly spread out. With such a violent force and the arrival of so many powerful experts, the war was about to begin. Mu Tianxin, the frenzied Blade Venerable, and the others all had their own opponents. As for Su Yan, he finally had a chance to catch his breath. His strength had increased again, but it was still too much for him to interfere in a battle between venerable ones. Back then, it was already very difficult for him to fight 1/9 of Yin Zhongshan's clone. He was not crazy enough to fight a venerable one directly. At this time, inside the warship, Fang Yueshan saw Su Yan appear. At this time, he was full of reverence for Su Yan. He was a bystander who had been observing the changes in the situation. At this moment, he clearly saw Su Yan's powerful strength. It was Su Yan who had single-handedly arranged this situation. This young man who looked delicate and pretty actually had such power. This was truly terrifying. Fang Yueshan was already over 50 years old, and he had always been very tactful when it came to dealing with people. He watched everything coldly from the sidelines, but this time, he had to admit that Su Yan's strength was so powerful. He knew in his heart that if this young man didn't die, he would definitely be a powerhouse whose name shook the entire region. He took a breath and then walked to Su Yan's side. "Brother Su Yan, this is a Guiyuan pill. It is very effective for you now. If you don't mind, take it." The Guiyuan pill's level was not low. Even in the dragon realm, this was a very precious pill. To put it bluntly, this was a life. Fang Yueshan had this Guiyuan pill for many years, and he had always treasured it. For so many years, he had pursued good luck and avoided disaster, and had never let himself fall into a dangerous situation. He had kept this pill with him all this time. However, at this time, he actually took out this pill directly. Su Yan was also stunned. Originally, he did not pay attention to Fang Yueshan at all. After all, to him, at that time, he just casually robbed a warship. Because Fang Yueshan was more cooperative, he did not kill him. However, he did not expect that at this time, the other party would express his goodwill. At this time, Fang Yueshan said, "Brother Su Yan, this is a Guiyuan pill. It can restore one's vitality in time. Brother Su Yan and I are now in the same boat, so I will have to ask Brother Su Yan to take care of me." Fang Yueshan was very straightforward and directly stated his purpose. Su Yan said, "Mr. Fang is too polite. However, Mr. Fang's goodwill, as long as I, Su Yan, am alive, I will definitely protect Mr. Fang." After he finished speaking, he directly swallowed the Guiyuan pill. This Guiyuan pill was indeed something that Fang Yueshan had kept for a long time. After this pill entered his body, Su Yan's aura immediately began to recover. The powerful spirit qi directly engulfed his body. At this time, Fang Shangyue was also very surprised. The speed at which Su Yan swallowed the spiritual energy was simply beyond his expectations. The Guiyuan pill was indeed an extremely high-grade divine medicine, but he knew very well that the effect of the Guiyuan pill could not reach this level. Since the Guiyuan pill could not achieve this effect, then everything was very clear. This was because Su Yan's own strength was terrifying. Su Yan himself had stimulated all the medicinal effects of the Guiyuan pill. No, it was not just all the medicinal effects, it was completely activated. If one had to use a word to describe Su Yan, it would be terrifying. Previously, he had already held Su Yan in high esteem. However, at this moment, he was simply envious of Su Yan to the point of hatred. This was a true genius. If his aptitude was as strong as Su Yan's, then why did he have to play safe and do nothing all these years? However, he was also very clear in his heart that many things could not be changed by subjective will. At this time, a cold voice directly sounded, "Traitor, I have finally found you." Suddenly, there was a strong murderous intent. The invisible murderous intent directly stirred up countless waves, and the terrifying power immediately surrounded the warship. The strong murderous intent directly descended, and Fang Yuashan's heart immediately became extremely heavy. An expert of the Devil's Sect. Fang Yuashan, I really did not expect that you would dare to betray the Devil's Sect. You really have guts. His tone was cold, and the murderous intent was overbearing. Fang Yuashan raised his head. Although he had never thought of betraying the Devil's Sect, now that things had come to this point, it was meaningless no matter what he said. Just like last time, he had already directly opened his mouth and cursed. So naturally, he would not be polite to this guy. Betrayal is betrayal. So what? You idiot, don't make a fuss here. At this time, Fang Yuashan's heart did not waver at all. He was a smart and decisive person. At this time, since he had already placed his hopes on Su Yan, he would definitely not be undecided. In such a cruel battle, those who wavered would only have a dead end. He understood this principle very well. Good. Fang Yuashan, I didn't expect you to have such guts in the past. Since that's the case, you can go to hell, he shouted in a low voice, and then an extremely powerful force pressed down on him. However, at this moment, Su Yan directly opened his eyes. He did not talk nonsense and directly raised his hand to slap. You seem to have made a mistake. Your opponent is me. Since he had already promised the other party to protect him, Su Yan would not let him get hurt. At this time, he fully unleashed his power, and a terrifying aura directly rose at this moment. The power of 6 dragons. At this moment, when Su Yan blasted out with his palm, there was an unimaginable power of lightning in his power. At this moment, even the expression of the Honorable One who suddenly attacked had changed. Good, very good. He directly changed the direction of his power, and the violent power directly pressed down on Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's body was almost boiling. After all, the direct pressure of an Honorable One's power was extremely terrifying. However, at this moment, Su Yan was actually able to block it. This already showed that Su Yan's extremely powerful essence of power was extremely strong. At this moment, he directly blocked the pressure of an Honorable One with the power of 6 dragons. Under the huge gap between the realms, Su Yan was still able to do this. This showed how strong his power was at this moment. This Honorable One from the Devil's Sect never expected Su Yan to be able to directly block his attack. He originally thought that it would not take much effort to kill someone in the Dragon Realm. Honorable One, huh? At this moment, Su Yan's fighting spirit was extremely high. After consuming the energy-gathering pill, he had recovered a lot of his power. He did not know if it was because of his 3 hearts, but at this moment, he was especially battle-hungry. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind the Honorable One. One could vaguely see that it was a sword light, but this sword light had no shape at all. It was directly struck down like an ordinary stick. Aha, Su Yan, you're too mean. You didn't even call me for such a fun thing. This was Meng Yang's sacred sword of the ambushing stick. After the frenzied blade Honorable One appeared, this guy finally appeared. At this moment, waves suddenly rose in the sea, and within the waves, there was an extremely terrifying sword light. This sword naturally could not be compared to Xue Xingchuan's sword, but it had its own sharpness. At this moment, the powerful sword edge exploded with extremely terrifying lethality. Honorable Dozhan. count me in." This was Feng Yuhai. After Feng Yuhai, another beam of sword light appeared. The sword light was extremely domineering and sharp. Su Yan was very familiar with this sword energy. It was the Taixing sword chief, Wang Baichuan. At this moment, Wang Baichuan also appeared at this moment. And at this time, he had directly entered the battle state. Chapter 736. Female Literature, Eerie State. Wang Baichuan's unique skill, Eerie State. When Su Yan fought with him, he had suffered a lot. However, Wang Baichuan was not in his complete state at that time. Therefore, Su Yan and Wang Baichuan ended up in a tie. This time, Su Yan saw Wang Baichuan again. At this time, the pressure that Wang Baichuan gave him was no longer as great as before. However, that was because Su Yan had grown too quickly during this period of time. His strength had reached an extremely powerful level. However, this did not mean that Wang Baichuan's improvement was small. On the contrary, in terms of realm, Wang Baichuan was not inferior to him at all. The aura on his body was so thick that it was integrated and extremely powerful. At this time, this devil sex venerable frowned directly. He was a one-origin venerable. Although he was only a one-origin venerable, it was more than enough to deal with a traitor like Fang Yueshan. In fact, it was an extremely simple matter. Killing a person was extremely easy for him. However, at this time, he realized that the development of the situation had exceeded his expectations. Fang Yueshan hadn't been killed by him. Instead, he had fallen into a trap. However, he did not care about such a siege. After all, his opponents were only a few powerhouses in the Dragon Realm. Moreover, they were not the top powerhouses in the Dragon Realm. However, this made him very unhappy, because his opponents were only a few, unrated, fellows. For a powerful venerable like him, these guys were indeed unrated. Therefore, he was now filled with anger. His power suddenly erupted and a strong aura swept around him. It was like a giant hand that could tear everything apart. In just an instant, everything was completely shattered by him. For young people, Su Yan, Meng Yang, Feng Yuhai, and Wang Baichuan. The four of them stood in 4 different rooms, surrounding him. At this time, he suddenly laughed sinisterly. "I really didn't expect that the young people nowadays are so confident. What, you think you can kill me with your strength?" He felt that the thoughts of these young people were somewhat laughable. No, it should be said that they were naive. Their strength was indeed not bad, but how could they compare to him? The difference was too great. No one answered him. At this time, Wang Baichuan directly attacked. The cold state was the battle state. At this moment, he only had an unimaginable battle heart. He was the first to make a move. His sword directly rushed into the sky. That incomparably powerful force kept whistling at this moment. In the end, it simply turned into a flying bird. That powerful force charged straight towards the venerable Yen Song. At this moment, Feng Yuhai attacked again. The sword light was like a tsunami. Meng Yang immediately roared, "Eat my blade." Su Yan naturally would not show any mercy at this moment. He immediately displayed the deity vanquishing sword. The 4 people attacked at the same time. The powerful force seemed to directly cut the surrounding area into 4 pieces. Previously, the 4 people had already attacked once. However, this time, their strength was even more powerful and terrifying than before. Even as a venerable, Yen Song had to admit that he felt threatened at this moment. He had to admit that these young people that he looked down on had given him a huge amount of pressure. However, he still did not think of dodging such an attack. This was because if he dodged such an attack at this moment, it would be a huge humiliation to him. A venerable actually did not dare to directly face the attack of some Dragon Realm cultivators. It was such a funny thing. Therefore, at this moment, he directly condensed his strength. He wanted to directly tear apart these young people's strength. He wanted to let these young people know how laughable their courage was. In front of him, this self-righteous courage would only bring them death. In front of him, a flower of death directly condensed. The extremely beautiful flower of death quietly bloomed. The moment the flower bloomed, a thick aura of death spread out. This kind of power had actually swept everything away in an instant. At this moment, the attack of the 4 young experts was directly devoured. Such a powerful and terrifying power. As expected of a powerful venerable. At this moment, he was like a king. His gaze casually fell on the crowd. Although he did not speak, the ridicule was very obvious. However, in reality, at this moment, he was definitely not as casual as he looked on the surface. Although his flower of death had directly devoured the strength of the 4 young experts. However, the strength of the 4 young experts could not be underestimated. These 4 young people were the strongest in the dragon realm. Yin Zhongshan's judgment of Su Yan was that he was invincible in the dragon realm. In other words, Su Yan's strength was completely comparable to an ordinary 9 dragons realm cultivator. As for Feng Yuhai, Wang Baichuan, and Meng Yang, they were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. Moreover, each of them had a holy weapon in their hands. With their powerful strength and top-notch weapons, their strength had naturally reached an extremely terrifying level. Although the strength of the 4 young experts was indeed neutralized. In the end, Yen Song's flower of death directly disintegrated. His hands were also trembling slightly. Yen Song's fake trembling naturally did not escape the eyes of the 4 young experts. Even when facing a venerable, they were not afraid at all. At this moment, Meng Yang directly said, "Tisk, TSK, TSK. I can't believe I met someone like this. If it hurts, just say it. Anyway, even if you don't say it, I will laugh at you." Meng Yang's group was always his strongest weapon. As long as he mocked, even a venerable would not be able to take it. Obviously, the venerable in front of him was the victim. His anger directly rose to the extreme. His gaze was so cold. At this moment, he directly locked his killing intent on Meng Yang. At this moment, Meng Yang suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was on the verge of breaking down. Hey, you old man, why are you looking at me like that? Your master Meng Yang, am a normal man. Give up, I won't fall for you. You despicable guy, you'd better give up this kind of idea as soon as possible. Meng Yang's thoughts had always been different from everyone else's. As soon as he said that, everyone felt that they were about to break down. How could he be so outrageous? To think that he could even say such words. Not to mention the venerable who was being targeted by him, even Su Yan and the others could not take it anymore. They subconsciously distanced themselves from Meng Yang. After all, they heard that idiocy was contagious. Only Meng Yang himself did not notice at this time. He looked at the old man and shouted again, Hey, you weird old man, what are you trying to do? Be careful, your master Meng Yang will kill you. You damn, despicable old man. I'll definitely kill you. In Yen Song's eyes, Meng Yang's anger had become a naked provocation. However, he could not understand how there could be such a shameless person in this world. At this time, he had made up his mind to kill Meng Yang no matter what. This was because he was causing trouble for the human world. This was the first time he felt that he was killing for justice. All of a sudden, this venerable one became righteous and awe-inspiring, as if his entire temperament had been elevated. This made Su Yan and the others look at each other. At this time, Meng Yang spoke again, Damn, you old man, your mind is really unhealthy. At this time, even your expression has changed. I must purify you. I must make you understand that your evil is absolutely wrong. At this moment, Meng Yang's temperament suddenly changed. His entire being became fierce. This kind of unstoppable aura was, without a doubt, the strongest and sharpest blade in the world. Although he and Yen Song, the devil's sex elder, were enemies, at this time, why were both of their faces so righteous? What was going on? The changes in these two people almost liberated Wang Baichuan from his cold and gloomy state. Damn it, do it! Wang Baichuan forced himself to take a breath and raised his fighting spirit again. At this time, he was not in the right state of mind. Therefore, at this time, he directly attacked, and his powerful strength exploded to the extreme. At this moment, 7 dragon shadows vaguely appeared on his body. The 7 dragons realm. Wang Baichuan's cultivation speed was also terrifying. At this time, he had already reached this realm. In terms of realm, even Su Yan was still a little inferior to him. However, this was very normal. After all, when Su Yan first met Wang Baichuan was already at the 4 dragons realm. At that time, he was only at the single dragon realm. At this time, Feng Yuhai also made his move. Feng Yuhai. The C in his name was not randomly obtained. It was faintly rumored that Feng Yuhai was the incarnation of the Son of the Sea. He used the sea as a sword and entered the path of the sword. For so many years, he seemed to have been suppressed by Wang Baichuan. However, in reality, no one knew how terrifying his true strength was. Wang Baichuan was extremely afraid of Feng Yuhai. This person's strength was simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Every time Wang Baichuan exchanged blows with Feng Yuhai, he could always feel that Feng Yuhai didn't seem to be using his full strength. Although this was a very strange feeling, Wang Baichuan was certain that it was absolutely true. At this time, when he made his move, endless waves were immediately set off. The violet sea seemed to have really turned into the sword in his hand. Such power was simply shocking. Su Yan was still the deity vanquishing sword. Chapter 737. Female literature. The master of the 4 powerhouses had arrived once again, but this time, Yen Song was different from before. He did not choose to directly defeat the attacks of the 4 people. Instead, he locked his target on Meng Yang. Now, his goal was very clear, and that was to kill Meng Yang. This time, Meng Yang once again let everyone see his extremely powerful ridicule. To make a venerable master attack him so crazily, he could be considered powerful. F***ck, you old pervert, you actually want to make a move on me? Damn it, do you think I will submit so easily? You think too much, now I will let you know my power. At this moment, the sacred sword in Meng Yang's hand, ambush, was directly surrounded by an extremely powerful aura. Although Meng Yang was a very funny person, one had to admit that he was also an extremely talented powerhouse. Although he was still not comparable to Su Yan, Wang Baichuan, and Feng Yuhai, he was only slightly inferior. And these people were already powerful existences that could stand shoulder to shoulder with many of the older generation's powerhouses. At this moment, he directly used all of his strength, which was definitely extremely powerful. Vaguely, the sound of wind and thunder appeared around his sacred sword. Then, he directly circulated his qi and roared, "Su Yan, help! There is a pervert who is plotting against me." When his aura reached its peak, this clown actually directly fled to the back. He really fled. This made Su Yan's eyebrows jump. He had never seen such a shameless person, and he had never seen such an unreliable guy. Just what was going on in this person's head? Meng Yang's sudden action shocked everyone once again. This guy. Damn it, don't even think about escaping. What happened to fighting with me? Why did he just run away like that? Did he still have any shame? At this moment, his heart was filled with incomparable anger. However, Su Yan and Feng Yuhai seemed to have some immunity to Meng Yang's behavior. After all, Meng Yang had already shown his shameless nature during the incident on Divine Demon Island. It did not seem to be a big deal for him to appear again at this time. Of course, the angriest person at this time was Yen Song. He attacked with a face full of anger and even ignored the attacks of the other three people because he wanted to kill Meng Yang directly. However, this guy who was still awe-inspiring righteousness just now actually turned around and fled at the most critical moment. Where was his dignity? Weren't these young powerhouses most concerned about their dignity? But now, where did his dignity go? He actually ran away so straightforwardly. This kind of guy really deserved to die. For the glory of the Venerable One, for the justice of this world. Well, although justice didn't have much to do with him, his killing intent towards Meng Yang didn't decrease in the slightest. At this moment, the sword lights of Su Yan and the others directly turned into a triangular shape and surrounded him. When these three sword lights gathered together, they were almost invincible. Even the Venerable God Might Venerable felt apprehensive at this moment. However, he had already made up his mind. His target was Meng Yang. The flower of death bloomed once again. Silently, that extremely terrifying power appeared again and was about to devour the three sword lights. His plan was very simple. Although Meng Yang was not bad, he was still the weakest among the four people. Compared to the other three people, killing Meng Yang was the easiest. As long as Meng Yang was killed, he could then attack them one by one. He could then divide and kill these young powerhouses. His goal was not wrong at all. How could a person like him lose his sense of propriety because of anger? Killing Meng Yang first was one of his plans. However, Meng Yang was indeed despicable, so for him, this was just something he could do in passing. However, it was a pity that accidents were bound to happen. In the end, he had overestimated the power of his flower of death. In other words, he had underestimated the strength of Su Yan and the others. The power of the three sword lights had far exceeded his expectations. After the first attack, they had already witnessed the power of the flower of death. How could they not be prepared for the second attack? If they did not even have this bit of power, it would be impossible for them to become the top powerhouses of the younger generation. At this moment, Su Yan directly roared and suddenly, his power burst out again. This time, it was an even more oppressive power. It was also the deity vanquishing sword, but the power that emerged this time was more than 3 times stronger than before. Previously, Su Yan did not display his full strength at all. In fact, it was not only Su Yan, but also Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan. The sudden increase in the power of the three people directly surprised Yen Song. Almost without any pause, his flower of death was directly torn apart just like that. Because of a miscalculation, his flower of death was torn apart, which also left a flaw in his body. The existence of this flaw gave Su Yan and the others an opportunity. At this moment, Meng Yang stopped running and only shouted, "You damned old pervert, why are you so stupid? Come on, if you have the guts, come and kill Lord Meng Yang." Meng Yang's provocative words were always able to pierce into his opponent's body at the most critical moment like a needle. Yen Song was originally a sacred weapon. At this moment, he was even more flustered and furious. However, at this moment, he also knew that he could not pay attention to this guy anymore. Otherwise, he would really be in big trouble. He immediately turned around and slapped out. A black palm print suddenly slapped out. This palm print appeared in the sky and directly collided with the sword chi of Su Yan and the others. The power of this palm print was not weak, but it did not block the power of Su Yan and the others as he had expected. On the contrary, it made the power of Su Yan and the others become even stronger. Under such power, his body began to tremble. This kind of power made him feel somewhat at a loss. How is this possible? The strength of those 3 brats is actually so strong. At this moment, he finally realized that he had underestimated the strength of these powerhouses of the younger generation. That surging aura was like an endless beacon fire that was constantly attacking. The sword chi was already very powerful, and at this moment, the three sword chis with completely different natures were even more terrifying. Even he couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, he was only slightly unable to withstand it. In the end, he was still able to block this attack. As long as he blocked this attack, he would not give the other party any more chances. However, at this moment, he immediately realized that someone had already arrived behind him. "You old pervert, eat my bludgeon." Naturally, only the great god, Meng Yang, could do such a thing at this time. At this moment, he actually appeared directly at this moment. Meng Yang's attack had already reached a certain level. As long as he made a move, it would definitely be silent. Of course, if it was under normal circumstances, he would definitely not be able to directly attack this venerable one. However, at this moment, Yen Song was in danger. At this moment, even if he noticed it, he would not be able to react in time. Therefore, at this moment, his attack was successful again. This attack made Meng Yang feel especially proud. He had hit a venerable one with a huge stick. Even his master probably did not have this kind of experience many times. This was something to be proud of. However, the venerable one's head was really hard. Under such circumstances, the other party was still safe and sound. Was his head made of living things? At this moment, Meng Yang actually fell into deep thought. At this moment, Yen Song suddenly roared. He was actually injured by these lowly fellows. Under the endless anger, his spiritual chi once again went berserk. The violent power suddenly blew everything away. Meng Yang and the others were all sent flying. When a venerable one was angry, he was actually so terrifying. Good, good, good. This is really interesting. You guys are really courting death. Yen Song began to adjust his aura. After all, the explosive state could not be maintained forever. He needed time to directly kill these detestable people. Su Yen smiled coldly and then said, "Courting death is indeed courting death, but I'll let you die." He directly activated his demonic dragon transformation, and the two pairs of wings on his back kept trembling. On his body, dragon scales began to slowly crawl up. The dragon scale armor and the invincible golden body made his defense reach an extremely terrifying level. It was very difficult for an ordinary dragon realm expert to hurt him. At this moment, Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan directly looked at each other. Both of them saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although Su Yan was very strong in the past, and was even on par with Wang Baichuan, it was different at that time. Wang Baichuan was at the juncture of breaking through, so he could not fight with all his strength. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that Su Yan's power had completely surpassed his. To put it bluntly, if he and Su Yan were to fight again, the person who would lose would definitely be him. Whether it was Wang Baichuan or Feng Yuhai, their strength had increased very quickly. To be able to reach such a level at such a young age, they were worthy of being called geniuses. However, the reason why they were able to do so was because they began to cultivate hard from a young age. With the help of their sects and families, as well as their own talents, they were able to achieve today's achievements. However, Su Yan was different. He used to be in the 5 counties continent. In that barren place, the Fengyuan realm could be considered a powerhouse. Chapter 738. Female Literature. Furthermore, when they first met, Su Yan had only just transformed into a dragon. Within the same period of time, Wang Baichuan had advanced by 2 realms, and so had Feng Yuhai. However, Su Yan had advanced by a full 5 realms, and at that moment, he had already reached the 6th dragon level. In comparison, they were nothing compared to Su Yan. More importantly, Su Yan was younger than them. This guy who had such terrifying strength at such a young age was truly a terrifying existence. Now, they began to admire the foresight of the Shui family's ancestor. Back then, the Shui family's ancestor directly pulled Su Yan into the Shui family. At that time, many people in the sect felt that the Shui family's ancestor's decision was too rash. After all, the price he paid back then was indeed high. However, at that moment, they realized that compared to Su Yan, those things were nothing. Su Yan's strength was simply unimaginable to them. He was a complete monster. As long as Su Yan was given enough time, he would definitely stand at the peak of this world. In ancient times, there were 7 Tao venerables in this world, so Su Yan might be able to reach that height too. My 3 brothers, in order to restrain this old man head-on, think of a way to kill him. Today, we're going to kill a venerable one. Su Yan said directly. At that moment, Su Yan was actually going to restrain Yen Song head-on. One had to know that restrain head-on was only 2 words, but it was indeed extremely difficult. This was because during the battle, Su Yan could easily die. After all, his opponent was a venerable one. Since he chose to restrain him head-on, it meant that Su Yan would definitely be under the greatest pressure. If something went wrong, he would directly die. However, since Su Yan brought this up, he must have a certain level of confidence. However, whether it was Feng Yuhai or Wang Baichuan, they were not absolutely confident that they could withstand the fury of a venerable one at that moment. It was precisely because of this that they became even more solemn. Meng Yang nodded and said, "Ayaya, Su Yan, you're just so willful. However, since you insist, I'll fulfill your wish. You should know that I originally wanted to have a big fight with this despicable and wretched guy." Su Yan directly ignored Meng Yang's words. One had to be prepared to be angered to death if one spoke to this guy. At that moment, Su Yan could be said to be fully armed. Of course, the reason why he was able to recover so quickly was because of the origin recovery pill that was given to him by Feng Yuhai. At that moment, Su Yan directly charged. Facing Su Yan's charge, Yen Song's eyes were filled with boundless rage. He was to be ignored. Such a blatant disregard was blatant. Although he was venerable ones, it was still within a tolerable range of. Now, he actually dared to directly bear his anger. Was this not a form of contempt? Anger had already begun to burn fiercely in his heart. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes flickered with light. At that moment, he no longer had much of a psychological burden to fight with a venerable one. Because this was not the first time he fought with a venerable one. Although the venerable one's strength was still enough to make him feel despair. However, at that moment, he surprisingly did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. His gaze was so profound and melodious. At that moment, his power began to spread. His power continued to push forward. Finally, he directly arrived in front of Yen Song. Their gazes met. At that moment, Su Yan seemed to be very calm. At that moment, no one doubted Su Yan. It was as if since he had said that he would stop the venerable one, he would definitely be able to do it. Powerful venerable one, let's begin. Su Yan was so polite when he said this, but this sentence itself was the most intense offense to the venerable one. Even if it was because of this sentence, Su Yan should go to hell. Yen Song did not answer. Because he knew that at that moment, no matter what he said, it was meaningless. The only thing he could do was to let the other party's blood wash away the shame. Anyone who dared to insult him should pay the price of death. At that moment, his eyes flickered with light. His aura was constantly increasing. Around his body, shadows of death appeared one after another. In the end, the shadows of death condensed into a flower. The flower of death had reappeared. Moreover, the flower of death this time was much more exquisite than before. They all understood that the flower of death was the embodiment of endless power. The clearer the pattern of the flower, the more beautiful the pattern of the flower, the stronger his power. Although the flower of death was very large, the pattern of the flower was not exquisite. His power could not be compared to the flower of death in front of him. At that moment, an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared in the sky. The arrival of this aura made everyone feel uneasy. It was as if their souls would be directly crushed if this continued. Of course, at that moment, the person facing this power was Su Yan. If one was not personally involved, one would not be able to feel the pressure at that moment. At that moment, his entire body was trembling. Because the power at that moment was too terrifying. On the surface of Su Yan's body, a layer of faint floating light appeared. It was a circle of dim floating light. The color of the light was exactly the same as the flower of death. That was the power of the flower of death. Although it was not close, the flower of death had already begun to affect Su Yan. The dense power of death had already begun to invade Su Yan's body. This was a difficult challenge, far exceeding Su Yan's previous expectations. However, Su Yan did not retreat. Because he knew that he could withstand such power at that moment. A golden light appeared on the surface of the dragon scale. After this power appeared, it directly blocked the power of death outside the dragon scale. At the same time, the light of flames began to appear on the surface of Su Yan's body. The light of the flames began to evolve into the powerful black power. Let's kill. Su Yan did not delay any longer. He directly took the lead to attack. At that moment, Feng Yuhai and the other two did not stop at all. Although they were not personally involved, they could feel the terrifying pressure Su Yan was enduring at that moment. He was using his own comfort to exchange for an opportunity to attack. Under such circumstances, they could not disappoint Su Yan no matter what. At that moment, Wang Baichuan finally did not hold back and directly displayed his most powerful sword move, Ominous Cold Sword, traversing the world. It was the Ominous Cold Sword. When Feng Yuhai saw this move, he was slightly stunned. Then, he said, "Ominous Cold Sword, is this your Ominous Cold Sword? It's really amazing. I had already sensed that you were condensing an extremely terrifying sword move a long time ago, but I didn't expect it to be this move." That was the legendary sword move of the Wang family. The ominous state could be said to be the inherited talent of the Wang family. However, the number of people who could activate this move was few and far between. This state had not appeared for a full 3 generations. In this generation, Wang Baichuan directly comprehended it and directly displayed his domineering power. Everyone knew that the ominous state was very powerful, but only Wang Baichuan himself knew that this was far from the most powerful state of the ominous state. The truly powerful one was the ominous cold sword. This was also what he had been pursuing. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate the ominous cold sword. He spent countless thoughts and finally managed to control it. However, he did not know how long it would take to completely master it. The appearance of the ominous cold sword made Feng Yuhai excited. His eyes were also filled with a burning fighting spirit. If there was one person in this world who was his archenemy, that person would definitely be Wang Baichuan. The two of them were about the same age, and at the same time, they displayed extremely astonishing talent. They had been competing with each other since they were very young. Among the 3 major families of the Taihang sword faction, there were very few talents in this generation of the Shui family. Other than Shui Xinyue, there were almost no powerful people. Therefore, he and Wang Baichuan were a pair of peerless geniuses. At this moment, when he saw that Wang Baichuan had reached such a level, he naturally felt his blood boiling. At this moment, he also began to raise his sword. He was the reincarnation of the Son of the Sea. In the sea, his power would become even more terrifying. As his sword rose, a violent light began to fluctuate. A huge shadow began to descend. It was a wave that directly soared into the sky. Endless waves began to roll and then engulf. The terrifying vortex seemed to want to devour everything. Will of the great vortex, see God's heaven-swallowing sword. Another sword soared into the sky. The two-sword chi of the great forest cold sword and the sea god's heaven-swallowing sword directly soared into the sky and then directly trapped Yen Song in the middle. The power of Yen Song's flower of death was directly restrained by Su Yen. At this moment, of course, if he had just stopped, Su Yen would have immediately launched an attack and then formed an encirclement. Su Yan's power was enough to pose a threat to him. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate the power of Su Yen and the others. He deeply understood the power of these young people. If he was as careless as before, he would not be able to leave alive today, let alone complete the task. Meng Yang looked at them, who were shining brightly, and directly said, "Damn, you guys are simply freaks. Should I be lazy and not do anything?" At this moment, Meng Yang's fatigue was acting up again. His talent was actually very strong. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to reach such a level. If he had really put his life on the line to cultivate, his cultivation would have been even stronger. However, this guy was simply too lazy. As a result, although his cultivation had increased rapidly, he could not be compared with people like Su Yen. Of course, this was Meng Yang's attitude towards life. He never thought that there was anything wrong with this. Chapter 739. Female literature, forget it, I'd better make my move. After all, it's not good to slack off so blatantly. If it weren't for the fact that the holy sword in his hand, which he named Staggering Stick, was constantly humming, he would definitely slack off. Staggering Stick was probably the most tragic holy sword in history. He fell into the hands of someone who was good at using the sword and was given such a humiliating name. Divine swords already possessed extremely powerful intelligence. For example, the evil sword Cold Jade and the god-slaying divine sword were extremely terrifying existences with layers of scheming. Even Tao masters had died in their hands. Although holy swords couldn't be compared to divine swords, they also had their own spirituality. At this moment, he felt the sword chi soaring to the sky. Naturally, he couldn't bear the loneliness and wanted to fight directly. Meng Yang directly activated the spiritual chi in his body and then said angrily, "I really don't know what to do with you. Are you the master or am I the master? But since you want to fight, then let's go teach this old pervert a lesson." Meng Yang also directly rushed to the sky. He directly roared, "Old pervert, I'm here to teach you a lesson in your dreams. Die." Logically speaking, Meng Yang's words were definitely much more powerful than his sword chi. At this moment, Yen Song was already in great danger. However, at this moment, Meng Yang's roar almost made him angry and directly distracted. In the end, he managed to stabilize his state of mind. At this moment, he was already in a very sorry state. Su Yan took advantage of this opportunity and finally had a chance to catch his breath. "Quick, kill him." Su Yan's 3 hearts were already working at full strength. The power of the flower of death was truly terrifying to the extreme. It was definitely not a simple matter to withstand it. At this moment, the dragon wings on his back had been directly stained by the death flower and turned into a pitch-black color. Su Yan understood that this was a sign that the power of the fire dragon's tooth that he obtained from Xiang Ju of the Blazing Flame sect was being consumed. His wings were supposed to be black in the first place. It was only because of the power of fire brought by the fire dragon tooth that his demonic dragon wings turned into fire dragon wings. Although the fire dragon's tooth contained a huge amount of flame energy, it was still water without a source. At this time, the flame energy was finally completely exhausted. "Hurry up and make a move. That brat Su Yen won't be able to hold on for much longer," they roared. Amori Cold Sword and Neptune's Heaven-Swallowing Sword were already close to him. At this time, Yen Song was already covered in cold sweat. At this time, his aura fluctuated, and his strength was constantly increasing. However, he knew that he was about to reach his limit. The strength of these guys was beyond his estimation. That guy called Su Yan was actually able to withstand his attack head-on, and the attacks of the others were enough to threaten him. He knew that if this continued, he would really die here. Now, a strange balance had been formed between the two sides. The only thing that mattered was durability. However, he was still confident that victory was within his grasp. Because he knew very well that he was an overlord and his opponent was not. At this time, the core of the four people's battle strategy was Su Yan. It was only because Su Yan was restraining their forces that they could attack so unscrupulously. However, what if Su Yan could not hold on? Then, it would be time for them to die. Therefore, as long as Su Yan died, everything would be fine. He naturally noticed Su Yan's situation and deeply understood that Su Yan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. If this continued, he would win after all. Of course, a person like him would not only consider this. There were many factors that affected the outcome of a battle, the most important of which was the support of teammates. Now, the entire battlefield was trembling. The overlords of the Devil sect, the powerhouses of the Fiery Flame sect, and the Taihang sword faction were constantly fighting. At this time, if they decided a winner or a loser, or even if the battle slightly affected them, then the outcome of the battle would instantly change. This was an external factor that could not be resisted. However, no matter what, he still had a higher chance of winning. However, he did not notice that although Su Yan was becoming more and more exhausted, at this time, a deep blood-red color burst out from his eyes. It was a red color that was like hell. At this time, the three hearts in Su Yan's body began to beat at the same time. His blood began to beat, and the power of the blood began to fill his entire body. The power of the three hearts brought balance to him, but at the same time, it also brought him more power. Just like now, although the three hearts were working at full strength, he still felt a great pressure at this time. This pressure had reached his limit, or even his critical point. In order to be able to deal with this crisis, the three hearts exploded with even more power at the same time. This power was the power that Su Yan could not withstand at this time, and it was also known as the power of negativity. This power caused Su Yan's blood to boil. Since he could no longer control his blood at this time, then he would be controlled by his blood next. This was the so-called power of negativity. Generally speaking, this state was not easy to appear. After all, when one's bloodline power was out of control, only those who suddenly became powerful would be in such a state. And Su Yan was like that. The blood in his body was already very powerful, and at this time, it became even more powerful because of the pressure. The violent power became even more brilliant at this time. At this moment, his aura began to change directly. In the beginning, the change in aura was not obvious. Therefore, even a powerful venerable like Yen Song did not notice it. This was because at this time, he was under extremely great pressure. The two sword Qis and Meng Yang's frenzied blade made him feel a great sense of danger. At this time, his attention could not be compared to usual. It was only when his own power suddenly stopped moving forward and even started to retreat that he realized that the situation was not good. According to his analysis, Su Yan should be crushed bit by bit. However, at this time, the reality was completely different from what he expected. Su Yan was not crushed bit by bit. Instead, he started to counterattack. Moreover, this kind of rebound was still increasing. His power was constantly increasing. Moreover, this kind of increase was getting faster and faster. His heart had become even heavier. If it was a normal situation, it would not be a big deal to encounter such a situation. However, if it was an adversity or even a matter of life and death, then this kind of pressure would be infinitely magnified. Moreover, Su Yan's aura was so terrifying at this time, in fact, it was terrifying. At this time, he could not understand why Su Yan's power suddenly increased at this time. At this moment, Su Yan directly exploded. He suddenly let out a hysterical roar, and this roar was even more terrifying than that of ordinary wild beasts. His figure directly flew to the top of the sky. At this time, the extremely terrifying flower of death was directly torn apart by him. At this moment, his aura increased again. Not to mention Yen Song, even the other three were affected by the shockwaves from Su Yan's powerful strength. At this moment, they were all shocked. How is this possible? Is this really Su Yan? At this time, Su Yan's powerful aura made him extremely terrifying. At this time, he was completely a real venerable one. No, even a venerable one seemed to be slightly weaker than him. That was because his terrifying aura was really too terrifying. Yen Song himself was a venerable one, but his power seemed to be slightly weaker than Su Yan. This was not the strength of power, but an essential difference. At this time, Su Yan was simply an extremely terrifying beast. Such power was definitely unfamiliar to them. Su Yan's own power was not like this. His sword chi was powerful, but it was definitely not like this. It seemed to have no vitality and wanted to destroy everything. However, at this time, Su Yan and the others felt that way. At this moment, they had really started to fear. At this moment, Su Yan was simply the most terrifying demon. Even a fool like Meng Yang could not say anything else. This was because he had been shocked by Su Yan's aura. Although it had not reached the point where his whole body was trembling, it had to be said that at this moment, Su Yan made him feel extremely frightened and even in awe. From Su Yan's body, an extremely powerful aura was being released. At this time, Yen Song directly took Su Yan's attack. The aura on Su Yan's body was extremely strong, but the strange thing was that the momentum of this attack was not vast. If one had to describe it, it would be that it was like a dragonfly skimming the water. Yes, this word could not be more appropriate. At this moment, Su Yan raised his head and smiled. However, this smile was no longer warm. Instead, it became extremely mournful and terrifying. At this moment, Yen Song, a dignified powerhouse of the Devil's Sect, was finally afraid. This was because at this moment, he felt the threat of death from Su Yan's body. That terrifying aura directly enveloped him. At this moment, Su Yan had already changed in his eyes. At this moment, he had completely transformed into a demon. If he was not a demon, why would he be so terrifying? He was clearly in the dragon realm, but he made a supremacy like him feel fear. If he was not a demon, why would his aura be so terrifying? In the next moment, the attack landed on his body like a dragonfly skimming the water. At this moment, Yen Song's entire face began to stiffen. It was as if a sharp piece of steel had directly shattered glass. His body trembled violently, and invisible internal injuries began to spread all over his body. Chapter 740. Female Literature, One Punch. Previously, they had attacked so hard, but they did not hurt him at all. Now, just one punch had turned the Venerable One into such a state. He could clearly feel that the meridians in his body seemed to be constantly cracking. He was clearly aware of one thing, and that was that he would die. If this continued, he would definitely die. That guy had suddenly turned into a devil. At this moment, he slowly raised his head and happened to see an extremely strange scene. At this moment, patterns began to slowly appear on Su Yan's face. It was a pattern that looked like a spider web. However, Yen Song was more willing to call him Ghost Face. Such a terrifying scene filled his heart with fear. He had experienced countless things to be able to reach his current state. How could ordinary things make this old man who had experienced countless things have such a mentality? However, the scene in front of him was too strange, and even terrifying. He could clearly see the changes on Su Yan's face. The patterns gradually accumulated, and in the end, they directly covered Su Yan's entire face. At this moment, the terrifying aura on Su Yan's body had finally reached its peak. He felt that Su Yan's aura had come alive at this moment. Every aura was like a venomous snake, spreading toward his body bit by bit as if it was going to devour him directly. At this moment, he was truly terrified. He did not want to die. He still had a long way to go, and he still wanted to achieve the peak of his life. If he died like this, he would not be able to accept it for the rest of his life. However, at this moment, the rhythm of things was no longer within his control. Su Yan's power had firmly imprisoned him. He was shocked to find that it was so difficult for him to break free from the restraint of Su Yan's power. At this moment, Su Yan's ghost face had completely appeared. This ghost face was extremely terrifying. On the forehead of the ghost face, there was a bit of golden light surging. It was filled with endless sacred intent. However, on the other parts of the ghost face, there was dense demonic chi. He couldn't imagine how a person could produce so much power, but he understood very well that this power was truly terrifying. Under the influence of this power, his spirit chi was actually disappearing bit by bit. That was the power that Su Yan had devoured. At this moment, a light vortex appeared on the surface of Su Yan and his body. It was a golden and black light vortex. The light vortex became more and more chaotic, and in the end, it formed a chaotic color. In the end, the light vortex seemed to directly divide the two worlds. Su Yan. At this time, Meng Yang was very worried about Su Yan. He directly wanted to rush over. After all, although his words were always unreliable, he truly regarded Su Yan as his friend. At this time, Su Yan was really too strange. He was afraid that something would happen to Su Yan, so at this time, he immediately wanted to go over. However, Feng Yuhai pulled him back. Feng Yuhai's expression was indescribably solemn as he said directly, "Didn't you notice? At this time, Su Yan is very dangerous." At this moment, Meng Yang was stunned. Of course, he noticed, but that was Su Yan, his friend. Therefore, he could not ignore it. He said directly, "I know that Su Yan is not in a good state right now, but it's precisely because of this that I want to go and take a look. I want to know what exactly happened to him at this time." Meng Yang was an impulsive person, after all. At this time, he really wanted to know if Su Yan was safe. At this time, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from Su Yan's body. However, his opponent was a venerable one. Although he looked down on a venerable one with jealousy, in reality, he knew how terrifying a venerable one was. However, as soon as his body got close to the terrifying whirlwind, an extremely powerful force immediately appeared. Meng Yang was actually directly repelled by this force. The power of the light tornado was actually so great. At this moment, Wang Baichuan walked forward. He quietly and directly withdrew from the cold state. As his economy improved, he was able to control cold state more and more as he pleased. This was a sign that his power had become more powerful. After a moment of silence, he said, "Don't worry about Su Yan. This light tornado is his own power. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have done this. Besides, it seems like we can't help at all at this time." His last sentence was somewhat bitter and helpless. Not long ago, Su Yan was still not his match. Back when he fought with the Taihang sword faction, he had held back. Now, Su Yan's strength had increased to such a level that even if Feng Yuhai wanted to help, he would be powerless. He's really a monster. But then again, if he wasn't a monster, how could he be so powerful that he could force a venerable to such a state? At this moment, Feng Yuhai had a feeling that Su Yan could kill this venerable in front of him. This was really a terrifying thing. A person in the dragon realm could directly kill a venerable. Feng Yuhai couldn't imagine such a thing. Back then, although he had a glorious record of defeating someone stronger as the weak, he was still in the dragon realm. But now, Su Yan had directly crossed over an entire realm. He defeated a venerable in the Six Dragons realm. Feng Yuhai didn't know if such a thing would never happen in the future, but before Su Yan, almost no one could do it. If Su Yan really did it today, it would really be earth-shattering. The Jiuzhou continent would probably be in an uproar. In this chaotic light tornado, Su Yan and Yan Song's bodies were tightly pressed against each other. At this moment, the two of them were in a battle of strength. It was the most primitive battle of strength. A venerable was a powerful existence that had elevated himself to another level. The dragon realm had already begun to break away from the human realm. Their bodies had even begun to develop in the direction of a giant dragon. But a venerable was different. A venerable's body had become even more terrifying. Their bodies had begun to integrate with the void energy. In short, this was a process that the dragon realm couldn't imagine. Therefore, even a 9 dragons realm elite couldn't fight against a venerable. This was an iron law. The reason why the 3 heavenly ghosts were so famous was because when the 3 of them fought together, they directly possessed the power of a venerable for a short period of time. This made them invincible. But now, Su Yan was directly challenging a venerable. Moreover, judging from the previous situation, Su Yan clearly had the upper hand in the battle. Impossible, impossible. My body has already been baptized by the void energy. How can this guy's strength be so terrifying? He can actually fight against me. At this moment, Yan Song was in more and more pain. He couldn't understand how Su Yan's strength had reached such a level. He was a dragon realm elite, and he was only a 6 dragons, but his strength was already so terrifying. He, a venerable, was actually suppressed to this extent. At this moment, the energy in Su Yan's body became even more terrifying. That ghost face seemed to have come alive. It was as if the person he was facing was no longer Su Yan, but another person. Departed spirit flower, soul burning curse, die for me. He roared furiously. Then, one departed spirit flower after another appeared around his body. This time, the departed spirit flower was so clear that even the most detailed lines were so clear. At this moment, he had already activated his strength to the extreme. Su Yan's explosive power finally achieved great results. At this time, Su Yan's body had already begun to sway. He immediately understood that Su Yan couldn't hold on much longer. Ha ha ha, damn Junior, you actually dare to fight with me. I want you dead, I want you dead. The departed spirit flower bloomed and enveloped Su Yan. The departed spirit flower was his strongest strength. He believed that once the departed spirit flower bloomed to the extreme, it would be time for Su Yan to die. At this moment, his mind suddenly became active again. Su Yan was already so powerful at this level. There must be a secret that belonged to him. If he could master this secret, then perhaps his strength would increase again. And this increase wouldn't be a small 1 or 2 points. The departed spirit flower bloomed. It was so beautiful, so quiet, and so powerful. It directly attacked Su Yan's body. He wanted to devour Su Yan directly and turn Su Yan into nourishment for the departed spirit flower. When Su Yan completely died, it would be time for him to reach a higher level. At this moment, his plan was perfect. Everything seemed so perfect. However, he still neglected one point. That was Su Yan's strength. Just as he was at his most complacent, he suddenly realized that his strength had started to reverse. The departed spirit flower was no longer absorbing strength. Instead, it started to reverse. This was a terrifying scene. It seemed as though everything about him was about to be torn apart. No, how is this possible? How can he devour the departed spirit flower's strength instead? The departed spirit flower was his foundation. However, at this moment, even such a powerful strength couldn't control Su Yan. Instead, it was being devoured by Su Yan's strength. At this moment, he was truly afraid. No, it should be said that he was truly in despair. He could no longer control his own life. Everything about him would wither under such power. The chaotic light vortex still existed. However, at this moment, it had gradually calmed down. It was as if everything had started to quiet down. Wang Baichuan and the others watched anxiously. They wanted to know what had happened. Would Su Yan win in the end, or would Supremacy Yen Song win? Chapter 741. Female Literature. Finally, the chaotic light vortex slowly disappeared. Su Yan and Yen Song appeared in front of everyone. Su Yan stood in the void while carrying Yen Song, who looked like a dead dog, in his hand. Although they were all looking forward to this scene, when they really saw the scene in front of them, their hearts were incomparably shocked. Su Yan had won, but they didn't feel the slightest bit of pride in their hearts. Because at this moment, Su Yan only brought them fear. Su Yan was so terrifying that Meng Yang even thought of a demon. Back in the void, the demon overlord's aura was not as strong as Su Yan's. He couldn't understand why Su Yan would become like this. Meanwhile, in the distant Divine Demon Island, the handsome and mysterious island master had been in a deep sleep all this time. In his sleep, the corners of his mouth were moving slightly. In his sleep, he seemed to be able to see through everything. Has it really arrived? It seems like it's just as I expected. This kind of power is too terrifying after all. I wonder how long you can hold on. Xiao Qian was standing at the edge of the void. She was filled with worry. When she had given the third heart to Su Yan, she had already had a hunch about it. She knew that something like this would happen, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. To be honest, she didn't want to give that thing to Su Yan. However, that was the island master's will. It was a will that he couldn't go against. Therefore, he could only do so at that time. In fact, her feelings for Su Yan were very subtle. She did have a good impression of Su Yan. After all, he was the first man besides the island master who was attracted to her. As for the island master, he was simply too mysterious and too powerful. He was a celestial god. However, Xiao Qian didn't think that she could be compared to a celestial god. Her elder sister liked the island master. She was very clear about this. Therefore, she had never placed her thoughts on the island master. She did not know why, but during this period of time, she suddenly missed Su Yan. Although she was powerful, she couldn't see everything she wanted to see like the island master. She didn't know that Su Yan had already fallen into a huge crisis. At this moment, there were actually two shadows in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Furthermore, both of these shadows were Su Yan. It was exactly the same as Su Yan. Su Yan's sea of consciousness was extremely powerful, and the Green Lotus vision was even more mysterious. Even if a venerable one's will were to invade, he would not be able to gain anything. If an enemy's divine sense were to invade, then this power would automatically awaken and directly resist this power. But at this time, Su Yan's sea of consciousness was so quiet. Because at this time, the one who appeared in Su Yan's sea of consciousness was also himself. Since it was also himself, his sea of consciousness naturally wouldn't resist. At this moment, Su Yan's soul had already fallen into a half-awake state. He saw everything outside, but his heart didn't react at all. This was because the one who was controlling his body now was another Su Yan, ghastly Su Yan. Ghastly Su Yan's terror was simply unimaginable. At this time, he was carrying the unconscious Yen Song with one hand. No one knew what he was thinking at this time. Su Yan. Meng Yang finally couldn't help but shout. At this moment, Su Yan directly turned his head. His gaze was so cold that it seemed to have hit the cold air of the entire glacier. Meng Yang, Feng Yuhai, and Wang Baichuan felt their bodies turn cold at the same time. It was as if their entire bodies couldn't move. Just a single gaze was already so powerful. What if he unleashed his full strength? How terrifying would that be? At this moment, a thought appeared in their minds. Su Yan couldn't be planning to kill them, right? Su Yan was indeed their friend. However, at this moment, Su Yan didn't seem to be Su Yan anymore. That ghastly face was really terrifying. It was extremely frightening. And that pair of eyes that looked down on everything was even more terrifying. It was at this moment that a powerful aura suddenly rushed over. You actually killed Yen Song. A furious roar was heard. His tone was filled with fury. This person had a thick blood aura. It was obvious that he had just experienced a great battle not too long ago. At this moment, Feng Yuhai's eyes burst out with a bright light. Third uncle, that's Feng Li's aura. Who are you? How dare you kill my third uncle? Feng Li was a powerhouse of the Feng family. He didn't keep a high profile in the Feng family and had always liked to live in seclusion. However, he was very kind to Feng Yuhai and gave him enough guidance on the path of cultivation. However, Feng Yuhai didn't expect that he would actually die here. At this moment, his heart was trembling non-stop. A monstrous hatred was revealed. That person laughed and said, Feng Li. So the trash who died at my hands is called Feng Li. However, do you want to know my name so that you can avenge him? There's no harm in telling you. My name is Lu Tao. Remember my name. This way, you may have something to remember after you die. This supremacy was very powerful. There was no doubt that he could kill his third uncle. After all, Feng Yuhai was still too young. It was impossible for him to kill the other party now. It was also very difficult for him to escape from the other party. Previously, they were able to contend with Yen Song because Su Yan was at the forefront. Su Yan alone took most of the pressure, which allowed them to attack with all their might. However, at this moment, Su Yan's state was really strange. Not to mention whether Su Yan had the ability to resist the other party now, it was hard to say whether he was a friend or a foe at this moment. This was because at that moment, they clearly felt Su Yan's extremely cold will. If Su Yan wanted to attack them now, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. However, what they were worried about didn't happen. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze had already turned to Lu Tao. At this moment, he seemed to have discovered a new prey. He directly let go of Yen Song's hand. Yen Song's corpse fell from the sky. This top powerhouse of the Devil's sect was casually thrown into the sea just like that. His body might become food for those fish. Su Yan's gaze was fixed on Lu Tao. Being stared at by Su Yan's gaze, Lu Tao's entire person became extremely uncomfortable. He didn't like this feeling very much, as if he was just a pitiful prey. Who do you think you are? How dare you kill Yen Song? You're pretty capable. But since you dared to kill Yen Song, you'll have to pay the price. Even though he's not strong enough and can be considered a trash, he's still a member of our glory sect. At this moment, he naturally felt how terrifying Su Yan was. Yen Song's strength was indeed inferior to his, but it wouldn't be so easy for him to kill Yen Song. Since this devil-masked man could do this, it meant that he must be a very terrifying powerhouse. He didn't dare to be careless against such a person. Su Yan didn't answer him. A trace of a smile appeared on his ferocious face. Then, his body directly appeared beside Lu Tao like a ghost. Even Lu Tao, a venerable, was shocked by Su's speed. His speed could reach such a level. He instinctively took a step back. However, he quickly turned around. At this moment, his entire body was filled with anger. This damned guy. He clenched his palm and directly slapped it out. He naturally saw that Ghoul Su Yan's condition was not normal. It seemed that he was injured. No matter how powerful a person was, if he was injured, his strength would definitely be greatly reduced. Generally speaking, his judgment wouldn't be wrong. However, he didn't realize that the current Su Yan couldn't be judged in a normal situation at all. At this moment, it was Ghoul Su Yan. The reason why Ghoul Face appeared was because 2 of the 3 hearts in his body exploded at the same time. The power was so strong that he couldn't control it. Therefore, how could Su Yan leave his weakened state at this time? At this moment, Su Yan also blasted out with his palm. The palms of the 2 people met directly, and an extremely terrifying halo appeared in the sky. At this moment, a cracking sound could be heard from Su Yan's palm. It was obvious that his palm was directly broken by this attack. However, even so, his strength did not decrease at all. Instead, it became even more powerful. Lu Tao's expression changed again and again. How is this possible? This guy's palm is already broken, but he's still so stubbornly attacking without asking anything. He had seen many ruthless people, and there were also many people who didn't care about anything when they were fighting. However, even if they could endure it, they would definitely not be like Su Yan, who didn't feel anything at all. It was as if his broken hand had nothing to do with him at all. More importantly, the power of his attack was terrifying to the extreme. Even Lu Tao could feel how powerful the power was. It was an unimaginable power that directly impacted his body. Even with the body of a venerable one, he could still feel such pain. At this moment, he finally understood why Yen Song was killed. This guy wasn't human at all. He was a devil. After this punch, Su Yan's power seemed to have found an outlet. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he began to laugh without making any sound. Chapter 742. Female Literature. Lu Tao had the power to fight Su Yan, but for some reason, his power was strangely suppressed. He was caught off guard by the unforeseen change. Now, even if he wanted to escape, he could not do so. If he had to describe the situation, he would be stuck in a quagmire. The place was simply a quagmire. He had already sunk into the quagmire. At this time, it was almost impossible for him to break free. He was afraid of Su Yan's power, but it also held him back at the same time. At this moment, it was extremely difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. At this moment, if he wanted to continue living, then he could only fight. But the problem was that Su Yan, this madman, was becoming more and more powerful at this time. Ordinary people, even venerable ones who were stronger than him, would not be like this, but Su Yan did not seem to be tired at all. This made him feel incomparable fear. It would never be wise to fight a lunatic, and it would be extremely foolish to fight a lunatic who was unkillable and terrifyingly powerful. Now, he was very regretful. Why did he run over to provoke Su Yan without any reason? So what if Yen Song died? It had nothing to do with him anyway. Yes, what the world lacked the most was medicine for regret. At this point, he was no longer thinking about how to defeat Su Yan, but how to leave this place. However, it was then that the light vortex where light and darkness met appeared again. He had never seen the light vortex before, but Wang Baichuan and the others knew that it was Su Yan's hunting ground. Previously, Yen Song had become his prey in this place, and then he died. What would happen to Lu Tao then? The chaotic light vortex was finally formed. Lu Tao's gaze lingered on the surroundings. At this moment, his heart turned cold. This was because he realized that the chaotic light vortex had blocked all his escape routes. In other words, he was only left with 2 choices. He could either die here or kill Su Yan. If Su Yan still had his rationality, he would not have made such a choice no matter what. One had to know that a wild beast that had a chance of escaping was not scary. If he did not want to die, he would think of a way to escape. However, if all his exits were blocked, he would be in a much greater danger. Since he could not escape, he would give it his all. Even if he could bite off a piece of his opponent's flesh, it would be good. However, Su Yan's self had fallen into a deep slumber, and Ghostface Su Yan did not care about it at all. In other words, Ghostface Su Yan was doing this on purpose. This was because he was treating Lu Tao like a toy. Only Ghostface Su Yan, who was terrifyingly powerful, would have such a crazy idea. Moreover, he did it. Damn it, do you really think you're invincible? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Earth Demon Sword. Even wild beasts would fight to the death, let alone him. He was not weak. No, that was not the right way to describe him. To be more precise, he was extremely powerful. He was definitely one of the best among One Origin Venerables, which was why he could kill Feng Li from the Feng family. At this moment, he was fighting without regard for anything. The lethality of his attack was naturally extremely terrifying. His sword was suddenly unsheathed, and the powerful force turned into endless sword light. With such a powerful force descending from the sky, he was almost invincible. Earth Demon Sword. The so-called demons of the Limitless Demon sect were not demons. They were real demons, heavenly demons, earth demons, Rakshasa demons, and the most terrifying of all, the Limitless Demons. These were the four great demons of the demon sect, and the earth demon was one of them. They were existences equivalent to gods. The earth demon's sword was a powerful move passed down from the earth demon of these four branches. At this moment, although they were in the middle of the sea, countless pieces of mud appeared the moment the earth demon's sword was unleashed. These pieces of mud directly charged towards Su Yan. Moreover, almost in an instant, the lump of mud transformed into an extremely terrifying sword. Such powerful sword chi surged like a tide, as if it was heaven and earth. It directly drowned Su Yan's body. Not only did the earth demon sword possess the great and mighty power of the earth demon, but it also possessed terrifying and powerful sword chi. Such damage was enough to kill a venerable. He did not believe that Su Yan would be unscathed under such a sword move. The powerful force continued to baptize Su Yan. Under such terrifying power, ghastly face Su Yan was finally injured. The changes on the surface of his body aside, the most terrifying thing was his face. At this moment, his ghastly face began to change, and pieces of it began to fall off. As a venerable, Lu Tao immediately noticed the change. At this moment, he laughed out loud happily. I understand now. This mask is the source of your power. Now that your mask has been shattered by me, your power is immediately draining away. How can you still be my opponent in this state? Die for me. At this time, he let out a roar, and the earth demon's sword released an even more terrifying power. The two powerful swords rolled down at this time, like heavenly thunder that shook the heavens. At this moment, he kept roaring. He had never thought that a mere dragon transformation realm cultivator would bring him such immense pressure. The power of the earth demon's sword finally pierced through Su Yan's body. A bloody hole the size of a bowl appeared on Su Yan's abdomen. At this moment, Su Yan's mask was filled with countless cracks. It seemed like it would shatter at any moment. At this moment, it seemed that everything was a foregone conclusion, and he would eventually win. So what if this kid was strong? This kind of power would eventually have a flaw. However, just as he was feeling proud, a sharp claw suddenly appeared. This power directly pierced into his body. At this moment, the ghost mask on Su Yan's face had begun to peel off, but his gaze was still as cold as ever. The hand that pierced into Lu Tao's abdomen, no, it should be called a claw, was already covered in blood. You die for me. Su Yan's voice came from his throat. At this moment, the ghost mask had reached the critical point of disappearing, and his consciousness was finally about to return. At this moment, for Su Yan, this was definitely a new experience. He never thought that he would have such an experience. Previously, he wasn't the one controlling his own body, but he could clearly feel everything. He could feel the cold killing intent, the powerful strength, and the crazy desire to kill coming from himself. He knew that the person was him, but his personality was completely different from his own. He also knew that at this moment, he was going far away. Su Yan was afraid of his crazy and terrifying self. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. Even when he was facing an extremely powerful opponent, he did not feel that way. However, he was really afraid this time. Needless to say, he knew what he should do now. As soon as he twisted his power, Lu Tao's internal organs were directly crushed. Although Lu Tao was powerful, even if he was a venerable one, he could not continue to live after his internal organs were all crushed and the spiritual qi in his body was directly blown away. The chaotic light vortex dissipated again. This time, the situation was different from before. Earlier, the cold ghost-faced Su Yan directly killed Yen Song and declared his victory in a high and mighty manner. This time, he and Lu Tao almost fell from the sky at the same time. Killing two venerable ones in a row was a terrifying achievement. Even if it was due to ghost-faced Su Yan's contribution, it was already amazing. After all, this body belonged to him. When ghost-faced Su Yan's will completely disappeared, the three hearts in his body calmed down at the same time. At this moment, all the strength in Su Yan's body was drained in an instant. Without the support of any power, he naturally could not stabilize his body in the air, so he directly fell into the sea. At this moment, Meng Yang was quick-witted. He directly rushed towards Su Yan and hugged Su Yan. Plop! Behind him, the previously insufferably arrogant Lu Tao's body fell directly into the sea. Just like Yen Song, he would forever remain in this sea. Meng Yang flew into the air with Su Yan on his back. At this moment, he had a grave look on his face. He was no longer as cheerful as before. Instead, he looked extremely solemn. "Gentlemen, can you not tell anyone about what happened today?" Meng Yang knew very well that if what happened today was leaked, Su Yan would definitely be in big trouble. After all, putting everything else aside, just the fact that he had killed two venerable ones from the Devil's Sect was enough for the powerful Devil's Sect to directly start hunting down Su Yan. Not to mention his strange state today. If what happened today was known by others, he did not know what kind of trouble Su Yan would face. Although Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were comrades in arms, he did not know how they would choose. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said, "Su Yan's my friend, and he even avenged my third uncle, so I won't tell anyone about this. Senior brother Wang, I hope that you can also keep Su Yan's secret." To Meng Yang's surprise, Feng Yuhai's expression was indescribably solemn at this moment. Moreover, his last sentence was already very domineering. In fact, there was even a faint hint of coercion. Chapter 743. Female Literature. In actuality, the situation was very dangerous. One had to know that if Su Yan's current state was leaked out, it might not be a good thing for him. Not to mention the Devil's Sect, even the Taihang sword faction might directly kill Su Yan. Feng Yuhai did not want this matter to be leaked. No matter what the reason was, he did not want this news to be leaked anyway. However, he knew that the relationship between Wang Baichuan and Su Yan was definitely not friendly. At this moment, a light flashed in Wang Baichuan's eyes. It was obvious that Feng Yuhai's attitude made him very uncomfortable. Nonetheless, the trace of impatience only flashed by, and he quickly said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't tell anyone about this." At this moment, Meng Yang's eyes flickered. It was obvious that he still had some doubts about Wang Baichuan. After all, this matter was related to Su Yan's safety. At this moment, Feng Yuhai said, "Don't worry. Since senior brother Wang said that he won't tell anyone about this, he'll definitely do it. He's a man of his word, so he won't go back on his word." As soon as Feng Yuhai finished, Wang Baichuan did not respond. Of course, he understood that Feng Yuhai was actually mocking him. Nonetheless, he did not care. After all, he did not plan to tell anyone about this. Su Yan and he were indeed not friends, but they were not enemies either. Moreover, they were working together and fighting side by side this time. Even if Feng Yuhai wanted to defeat Su Yan, he would definitely not use such a method. Otherwise, his heart for the path would be polluted. This would hinder his cultivation. Feng Yuhai was obviously aware of this, so he did not want to be entangled in this matter. He changed the topic and said, "The most important thing now is to know Su Yan's condition. He's indeed a legend to be able to fight and win against two venerable ones, but I'm afraid his physical condition isn't too good now." He couldn't be wrong. Other things aside, the bull-sized wound on his abdomen was a huge problem. Within the wound, there was a force that was constantly eroding Su Yan. It was also because Su Yan's strength was abnormal enough that he was still safe at this time. If it was someone else, they would have already fallen into death at this time. After all, it was the means of a venerable one. Whether it was Feng Yuhai, Wang Baichuan, or even Meng Yang, they would naturally have holy healing medicine on them. However, these medicines were of no use to Su Yan at this moment. It was as if Su Yan had already been sentenced to death. But fortunately, Su Yan's life force was really tenacious. Although the medicine had lost its effect, his own recovery power was constantly fighting against the illness. At this moment, let's find a place to rest first. Now that we can't help Su Yan, we can only rely on his own condition, Feng Yuhai said. They were in the vast sea, and the only place to rest was naturally in the warship. Fortunately, they moved the battlefield in time. Therefore, at this time, they did not need to worry about the warship being damaged. At this moment, the three of them directly went to the warship. However, when they approached the warship, they realized that something had happened to it. It was Feng Yuashan, who was kneeling on the ground at this time. His expression was extremely painful, and of course, there was also horror. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot at this time. In front of him stood a man. Needless to say, it was this man who had tortured him so miserably. At this time, they finally saw this person clearly. In fact, they all knew the man in front of them. This man was none other than Rosen. At this time, Rosen actually appeared here. If it was in the past, they might not have taken Rosen seriously. However, after experiencing the incident on Divine Demon Island, they were deeply aware of how powerful Rosen was. This guy had a great killing weapon, which was the demon god armament. That thing could unleash Rosen's strength to the extreme, and even allow him to reach the realm of 8 dragons. Moreover, at this time, Rosen's own realm was extremely terrifying. In just a short period of 10 days, this guy's strength had increased again. The current Luo Xin could no longer be described as a genius. Instead, he was a monster. He and Su Yan were both monsters. "Rosen, why are you here? Do you want to be beaten up by Master Meng Yang again?" Meng Yang said directly. He wanted to divert Rosen's attention. After all, he knew too well about the feud between Su Yan and Rosen. At this time, these two people were simply like old enemies. If he knew about Su Yan's situation at this time, he would definitely not be polite. Of course, he also knew that what he was doing at this time was just a futile effort. After all, Rosen was not a fool. At this moment, Su Yan was right in front of him, so how could he turn a blind eye? "Oh, isn't this Su Yan? I really didn't expect this guy to be like a dead dog. This is really something to be happy about. Of course, if he's dead, it'll make me even happier," Rosen said gloatingly. While he was talking, Meng Yang clearly saw a trace of killing intent flashing in his eyes. This guy really wanted to kill people. However, at this time, he clearly knew that there was still a certain risk in killing Su Yan at this time. After all, he could not guarantee that Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai would not make a move. Even though his strength had greatly improved during this period of time, he was still very strong. he did not dare to underestimate the two most powerful geniuses of the Taihang sword faction. Now, his position was very awkward. Although he did not know why the first elder of the ghost-killing hall did not make any arrangements against him, he did not dare to rashly approach the Devil's Sect at this time. Rosen was very smart, and he had his own plan. Although the old man of the ghost-killing hall did not make any reaction, he knew that he could not do things like before. He had to plan for himself. He had promised that fairy that he would definitely see her again in the future. Since that was the case, how could he die like this? Ever since he returned from the Divine Devil Island, he had not returned to the Devil's Sect for a long time. Of course, he had his own ways to obtain some information in the Devil's Sect. This time around, he had come to this place with a purpose in mind. His goal was none other than Feng Yueshan. He needed to know some things, and these things just so happened to be related to Feng Yueshan. Although Feng Yueshan seemed to be just fooling around, his background was not ordinary. It was just that he was too low-key, so ordinary people did not know about this news at all. But coincidentally, he just happened to know about this news. Of course, this was also thanks to Su Yan. If not for the fact that Feng Yueshan was kidnapped by Su Yan and had no choice but to betray the Devil's Sect, he would not have noticed Feng Yueshan. It was just that he did not expect to see Su Yan at this time. Moreover, the current Su Yan did not seem to be in a good state. To be honest, at this time, he really wanted to kill Su Yan. Of course, the reason why he did not make a move was because he was afraid of Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. But more importantly, his main target was Feng Yueshan at this time. As long as he got Feng Yueshan, his main purpose this time would be completed. Since that was the case, he did not want to stay here. Alright, everyone. I really didn't expect to meet you all here. However, I have no interest in fighting you all today. I really can't bear to see Su Yan's dog-like appearance. I hope that I can still see Su Yan alive next time. As he spoke, he carried Feng Yueshan and left. Feng Yueshan was really miserable at this time. He did not even have the strength to struggle at this time. At this time, the battle was still ongoing. Feng Yuhai and the others did not stop Rosen from leaving. This was because Rosen only took away someone who had nothing to do with them. Feng Yueshan was originally a member of the Devil's Sect, so his life and death had nothing to do with them. Wang Baichuan said directly, "Alright, you two take care of Su Yan. I'm going to join the battle." Wang Baichuan was still a battle-hungry person after all. Previously, he was deeply shocked by Su Yan's powerful strength. With a comparison, he could understand himself more clearly. Not to mention ghastly Su Yan, even Su Yan's normal state had surpassed him. He was the Taixing sword master, but now, his strength had been pulled apart from Su Yan's. However, how could the proud and arrogant him accept this fact? He left the warship and went straight to the end of the sky. After he left, Feng Yuhai also said, "Brother Meng Yang, I'll leave Su Yan to you. I'm going to join the battle too. Otherwise, we'll be too far behind Su Yan." Wang Baichuan was like this, and so was he. The battle was not over yet. As the two most outstanding people in the Taihang sword faction, they had to make themselves stronger. At this time, the sky was filled with an extremely powerful pressure, as if the whole sky was about to fall. Meng Yang looked at the two people leaving. He did not think too much. After all, he was very tired. Sigh, Su Yan, oh Su Yan, why did you change so much? Was that really you just now? That's too scary. But you better wake up quickly. You're making me feel insecure when you're sleeping like this. While Meng Yang was talking, there was a new movement in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. In the depths of the mysterious sea of consciousness, a ghastly face appeared. Chapter 744. Female Literature. Su Yan fell into a deep sleep. This time, his slumber was not because his sea of consciousness was occupied, but because he was too tired, so his body began to repair itself. However, while he was in deep sleep, there was a change in the depths of his knowledge sea. The ghostly face quietly appeared. The golden forehead and the black parts of the face looked very out of place. However, there was one thing that was undeniable, and that was the power of the ghostly face. Of course, it was only a mask that appeared at this time. The appearance of the mask caused a change in the knowledge sea. It was as if layers of fog were dispersing at this time. Then, the knowledge sea became clearer and clearer. In the sea of consciousness, there were two tall cages. Of course, they were not real cages, but were completely constructed with divine sense. This was Su Yan's knowledge sea, so the one who constructed these two cages was naturally Su Yan. Two souls were suppressed in the cages, one of them was flowing with a dark aura, as if it was an endless abyss. The other one was also exuding an incomparable chill. They were Darkness Holy Man and Ice Extreme. After the death of the great demon god, Ice Extreme, these two bodies split from his body. Back in the second ancient ruin, under the threat of the evil sword Cold Jade, these two evil souls reached an agreement with Su Yan, then entered Su Yan's body. Of course, these two guys definitely did not have good intentions. Later, the Godslayer God's word directly invaded Su Yan's knowledge sea, but Su Yan's knowledge sea mutated, in the end giving birth to the Green Lotus and Bright Moon. When these two things appeared, the Godslayer sword's consciousness was directly expelled from Su Yan's knowledge sea. At that time, Su Yan also directly sealed these two guys. Both Darkness Holy Man and Ice Extreme were extremely dangerous existences. How could they be simple if they were related to the great demon god? If it weren't for the fact that the God-Slayer God's word had invaded their bodies, it would have taken Su Yan a lot of effort to seal them away. However, after sealing the two items, Su Yan's sea of wisdom became much quieter. Originally, as long as Su Yan didn't die, these two souls would never wake up. They would fall into an eternal slumber until their power was gradually assimilated by Su Yan's power and became a part of Su Yan's body. However, he did not expect Grimace to appear here at this time. The ice-cold mask flew towards the two evil souls. The two sleeping evil souls seemed to have sensed something. The moment the mask approached them, the two evil souls opened their eyes. When the mask approached, they actually woke up. Su Yan, I will definitely kill you. This was the roar of Tao Master Darkness. He had never thought that after that crisis, Su Yan would actually turn around and seal the two of them. This was something that he could not forgive. Of course, he might have forgotten that he had no choice but to enter Su Yan's body. Furthermore, he did not have any good intentions towards Anshang. It was the same for Bing Ju. At that time, the two of them wanted to scheme against Su Yan. However, they did not expect that Su Yan had already plotted against them. Although he did not understand why they suddenly woke up at this time, the killing intent in his heart was endless. If he could, he would definitely obliterate Su Yan's soul. Moreover, he believed that they could do it. After all, they were split from the great demon god Bing Ju's body. As long as they were given enough time, they would definitely be able to grow. It was at this time that they suddenly noticed the thing floating in front of them. At this moment, the two of them actually trembled. Even though they had obtained part of the great demon god Bing Ju's memories, they had never seen a mask like this. However, there was one thing that was without a doubt, and that was that this mask was extremely terrifying. It was clearly just a mask, but they felt that it was alive. At this moment, a thought was transmitted from the mask. What the hell is this? It actually wants to invade our souls. It's simply courting death. At this moment, they were furious. They had just woken up, only to discover that something was trying to invade their souls. When they were sealed by Su Yan, it was because of the Godslayer sword. If not for the deterrence of the Godslayer sword, Su Yan would not have been able to do it so easily. Now that they had awakened, it was only a matter of time before they could break free from the power of the seal. However, they never expected that they would encounter such a crisis after just waking up. Of course, at this time, they did not take this seriously. After all, Darkness Tao Master was once a Six Essences Tao Master. Although he was severely injured by the evil sword Cold Jade and his strength had decreased significantly, his soul was still very strong. At this moment, he immediately launched a counterattack. At this moment, Bing Ju also started to resist. The two of them were originally one. At this moment, when they started to exert their strength at the same time, the power that burst out was so strong that even the two of them did not expect it to reach such a level. I really didn't expect that I could burst out with such power when I was with you, Darkness Tao Master said sarcastically. The two of them were of the same origin. Because of this, they both wanted to devour each other. This time, after the two of them joined forces and burst out with such a strong power, the two of them became even more determined. From the moment they were born, the two of them were destined to be enemies. In the end, only one of them would survive, and that person would become the real Darkness Tao Master. At this moment, the mask suddenly shone brightly. At this moment, the golden power and the other two powers burst out, and the powerful force suppressed them in an instant. At this moment, they were simply on the verge of collapse. Impossible, what kind of power is this? The power of the great demonic dragon, the power of the Buddha, and the power of the great demonic god. Why, what the hell is this mask? Why does it have so many powers? At this moment, their colleagues began to tremble. They were originally full of confidence, but at this moment, they finally felt fear. Their powerful strength seemed so weak in front of this strange mask. At this moment, they were really on the verge of collapse. Silently, the light emitted by the masks began to fuse with their bodies. They knew that fusing with this light was definitely not a good thing for them. However, at this moment, they could not even resist. This ray of light was simply too powerful. Especially the source of the three lights, each of them was an extremely terrifying existence. Even at this moment, they could not understand why these three powers, who were supposed to be mortal enemies, would fuse together at this time. And when these three powers completely fused together, his strength would reach such a level. Not long after, their resistance became weaker and weaker. Under the attack of the ghost mask, they became more and more powerless. Although they were very unwilling, at this moment, they knew clearly that they had lost. Damn it, are we going to die? Are we really going to die? They were so unwilling. It was not easy for them to give birth to a life of their own and have their own consciousness, but they were going to die like this. How unreconciled were they to accept this? They could have become a dragon that could turn the world upside down, but at this moment, they were going to die. After a long time, everything calmed down. At this moment, the two people's minds were in a mess. Are we dead? Are we dead? Darkness Tao Master's voice was so weak. He was obviously a very powerful existence, but at this moment, his voice was as weak as a mosquito's. Dead? No. We're not dead, we're really not dead. At this moment, Bing Ju suddenly said excitedly. He originally thought that he was dead, but at this moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he was not dead. His life was still there. At this moment, the two people felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. The joy they felt was indescribable. However, at this moment, Bing Ju was suddenly stunned. Darkness, your face. At this moment, Darkness Tao Master was also disappointed. Bing Ju saw it, and he also saw that there was an additional mask on their faces. The mask of evil intent had actually landed on their bodies at this moment. At this moment, they were both moved. Even their whole bodies began to tremble. What a terrible thing this was. The two of them were experienced and knowledgeable, so they immediately realized something terrible. The terrifying mask had already invaded their divine soul. At this moment, they had become the hosts of the ghost mask. They knew very well that becoming a host was almost never a good thing. It could even be said that their end would be extremely tragic. Therefore, at this moment, the two people's faces were so solemn. However, at this moment, Bing Ju suddenly said, "Forget it, at least we're still alive." This sentence sounded casual, but in fact, at this moment, it was very serious. They were alive, but they had become the host of someone else's body. At this moment, Darkness Tao Master said, "Indeed, at least we're still alive. Our origin is the great demon god. As long as I recover my strength, I will definitely tear that mask and imprison Su Yan's soul, torturing it for eternity." He hated Su Yan to the extreme. If it wasn't for Su Yan, they wouldn't have been sealed, and they wouldn't have been in such a situation.